Take our seats. We are already late, so let us start. Dear friends, we welcome you to the second day of the 22nd Health World of our chamber. We had an excellent day yesterday with very interesting sessions and presentations. So we proceed with the second day, which is equally interesting. But before starting, let me thank once again the sponsors and supporters of this conference, the platinum sponsors, AbbVie, Janssen, Johnson & Johnson, the gold sponsors, AstraZeneca, BD, Bristol Myers Squibb, Medtronic, MSD, Pfizer, Roche, and our silver sponsors, Abbott, Alcon, Amgen, Boston Scientific, EY, GE Healthcare, Genesis, GSK, IQVIA, Caltech, Lilly Pharmacy, Philips, and Sanofi. And of course, the communication sponsors, the Athens Macedonian News Agency, Epihiro, OnMedGR, News Health, HealthView, HealthWeb, and Iatronet Magazine. And I think the magazines are on the tables, and there's a special edition on health issues. Second day of the conference, the ministers are on their way. Our president, Mr. Bakatselos, will not be here, but he will be attending at the closure of the conference. So let us proceed without further ado. We have with us from EU Health Science, we have Madam Sandra Galina in a video message. She is Director General, the Director General for Health and Food Safety from DG Santé. So I would please ask our technical crew to feed the video of Madam Sandra Galina.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Κυρίες και κύριοι, οφείλω να πω ότι η πανδημία απέδειξε σε όλους μας σαφέστατα την ζωτική σημασία αποτελεσματικού, ανεκτικού και μακροπρόθεσμου βιώσιμου συστήματος υγείας, που θα είναι και μπροστά στους πάντες, το πιο σημαντικό. Το ευρωπαϊκό μοντέλο είναι καλό, αλλά πρέπει να είναι πιο αειφόρο. Το είδαμε, παίρνουμε συγκεκριμένα μέτρα για να το ενισχύσουμε. Τι πρέπει να κάνουμε για να το βελτιώσουμε και να βελτιώσουμε την αντοχή του? Καταρχάς, καλύτερη προστασία των πολιτών μας είναι ο πρώτος στόχος. Πρέπει λοιπόν να δώσουμε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και τα κράτη-μέλη περισσότερα μέτρα για την πρόληψη και αντιμετώπιση μελλοντικών πανδημιών. Αυτού λεχθέντος, από την αρχή θα πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε ότι είναι μια συλλογική πρόκληση. Ως εκ τούτου χρειαζόμαστε συλλογικές λύσεις με όλα τα κράτη-μέλη να συμμετέχουν. Τώρα, οι ηθήνοντες, η κοινωνία των πολιτών, η βιομηχανία, οι επαγγελματίες της υγείας, οποιονδήποτε μπορείτε να σκεφτείτε εμπλεκόμενο, παίζει ζωτικό ρόλο και πρέπει να διαχειριστούμε την όλη διαδικασία συλλογικά. Το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Αντοχής της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, το RRF, προσπαθεί να ενισχύσει ακριβώς όλα τα κράτη-μέλη για να ενισχύσουν τα συστήματα υγείας τους. Σε 27 εθνικά σχέδια είδα πάνω από 43 δις να έχουν σημειωθεί για το σύστημα υγείας. Ταυτόχρονα υπάρχει και πολιτική Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση για την υγεία, όπου έχουμε βάλει πάρα πολλά σχετικά κονδύλια. Επενδύουμε παραδείγματι σε συστατικά αποτελεσματικών ιατρικών συστημάτων. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Διαδικασίες, προσωπικό, εκπαίδευση, εγκαταστάσεις. Οφείλω να σας πω ότι είχαμε 560 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, τα οποία είχαν διατεθεί μόνο για αυτό το στόχο στην πολιτική αυτή. Χρειαζόμαστε επίσης πολύ ισχυρή πρωτοβάθμια υγεία. Το είδαμε στο COVID, είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Και έτσι ξεκινήσαμε μια κοινή δράση με 100 εκατομμύρια από το EU for Health για να βοηθήσουμε τα κράτη-μέλη να μεταφέρουν τις καλύτερες δυνατές πρακτικές στο πεδίο αυτό. Τρίτο σημείο πολύ σημαντικό είναι οι ψηφιακές ιατρικές λύσεις που μπορούν να ενισχύσουν τους ασθενείς και να βελτιώσουν και την προσπελασιμότητα και την αποτελεσματικότητα και αντοχή των συστημάτων υγείας. Οι προτάσεις που έχουμε επί τάπητος προσπαθούν να δώσουν ευρύτερη πρόσβαση σε στοιχεία της υγείας και προσπαθούμε να βοηθήσουμε και τους ερευνητές να έχουν πρόσβαση για να μπορέσουν να εκπονήσουν και αυτές τις λύσεις που ζουν ζωές. Το πέμπτο πολύ σημαντικό που μας απέδειξε η πανδημία είναι ότι χρειαζόμαστε εργατικό δυναμικό και πολύ καλά εκπαιδευμένο και δει σε ψηφιακά ζητήματα. Και σε αυτό βάζει το EU Health κάποια χρήματα για εκπαίδευση επαγγελματιών και δει στην πληροφορική.
I would like to say to you that the Commission has
Η
also
Ευρωπαϊκή
tried to
Επιτροπή
strengthen
προσπάθησε
the
επίσης να
prevention and
ενισχύσει την
preparedness,
πρόληψη
surveillance,
και
risk assessment,
προετοιμασία,
early warning, whatever you want
αξιολόγηση
to say,
κινδύνου, πρώιμη
response
πρόγνωση
to
και
human
απόκριση
health threats.
προς
We have tried to do
σχετικές
that. We
απειλές.
are working
Προσπαθούσαμε να το
constantly
κάνουμε,
to
δουλεύουμε
improve
διαρκώς για να
what we are doing.
βελτιώσουμε αυτά
We
που
have
κάνουμε.
a very good
Έχουμε
brand new
πολύ
regulation on
καλό
cross-border
νέο
health threats
κανονισμό
that
σε ό,τι
has
αφορά τις
reinforced the
διασυνοριακές
mandates of our
απειλές
good
υγείας
agencies,
που
EMA and
έχουν
ECDC.
ενισχύσει
It has
τις
also
εντολές των καλών
created,
μας
I would say,
οργανισμών,
a
δηλαδή
new
του Ευρωπαϊκού
entity,
Οργανισμού
HERA. We
Φαρμάκων.
need to remember that we have put
Πρέπει να
51
κατανοήσουμε και να
million
θυμόμαστε ότι
only,
έχουμε διαθέσει 51
again, on
εκατομμύρια
the
ευρώ μόνο
security,
στα
EU health
θέματα
security framework,
EU
again from
Health
EU for
Security,
Health.
δηλαδή του
As you can
πλαισίου
see, it's all a
ασφαλείας
matter
υγείας
of
στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση.
prioritizing
Βλέπετε
the
ότι όλο το
reforms that
θέμα
we
είναι
want
ζήτημα
within these
προτεραιοτήτων
systems.
που θα θέσουμε για τις
We
μεταρρυθμίσεις που
also
θέλουμε να
are trying to
επιφέρουμε.
look at cancer,
Προσπαθούμε
one
επίσης
specific
να δούμε
disease,
ιδιαίτερα την
and here
συγκεκριμένη
we have
ασθένεια,
the
τον
Europe Beating
καρκίνο,
Cancer
όπου
Plan,
εδώ έχουμε
where
το
we
σχετικό
again
ευρωπαϊκό
have
σχέδιο
gone
και το
for support in the area
Συμβούλιο
of 4
που
billion.
υποστηρίζονται με
If I
40
were
δις,
to allude to the
με 4
new
δις, συγγνώμη.
European pharmaceutical
Εάν
package that was
αναφερθώ
adopted
τώρα
in
στο νέο
April, I
φαρμακευτικό
would like to say
πακέτο
that
που
it
ξεκίνησε τον
focuses on
Απρίλιο,
access for patients and
πρόσβαση
sustainability of
για τους
systems and
ασθενείς
also
και
competitiveness.
αειφορία για τα συστήματα και ανταγωνιστικότητα της φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Οι ιατρικές συσκευές, τεράστιο κονδύλι για εκεί, πολλοί εμπλεκόμενοι που θέλουμε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι καινοτόμες ιατρικές συσκευές θα υπάρξουν, να διασφαλίσουμε επίσης ότι θα υπάρχουν συσκευές και πρέπει να υπερπηδήσουμε πάρα πολλές σχετικές προκλήσεις. Φέτος, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση προεδρεύει του κανονιστικού φόρουμ ιατρικών συσκευών. Είχαμε τεράστιο φόρουμ πρόσφατα στη συνέδριο στο Βερολίνο. Δείχνει ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί εμπλεκόμενοι με τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, τον δρόμο που θέλουμε να ασχοληθούμε με τα στοιχεία και συγκεκριμένες προκλήσεις που θέτουν οι ιατρικές συσκευές. Ως εκ τούτου, εάν θέλουμε να πετύχουμε, πρέπει να παραμείνουμε, να μάθουμε τα επώδυνα μαθήματα του παρελθόντος, χωρίς πανικό, χωρίς να μπούμε στον κύκλο πανικού και άγνοιας και λύθης. Πρέπει να δουλέψουμε όλοι μαζί για καλύτερη Ευρώπη των πολιτών μας. Είναι Ευρώπη, μπορούμε να τα καταφέρουμε. Μέσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση της Υγείας πρέπει να επιλέξουμε ποιες μεταρρυθμίσεις θέλουμε άμεσα και ποιες είναι οι πολιτικές επενδύσεις που θέλουμε να κάνουμε στην υγεία. Αλλά θα ήθελα εσείς να μας βοηθήσετε να το κάνουμε, ώστε να πετύχουμε ένα πιο ανθεκτικά και προσιτά συστήματα υγείας που θα είναι προσιτά σε όλους τους πολίτες της Ευρώπης. Στηρίζομαι στην υποστήριξή σας και τη βοήθειά σας και τη δουλειά σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. That was a very encouraging presentation by Madame Galine, and I think a lot is done in Brussels, and we keep a close eye to what's happening there. We'll start with the next video by Mr. Oliver Bisassa, who is Chief Executive Officer of MedTech Europe. He could not attend, and he also sent a video. Κυρίες και κύριοι, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, σας στέλνω ένα βίντεο μήνυμα από τη MedTech, αντιπροσωπεύοντας την Ευρωπαϊκή Βιομηχανία Τεχνολογίας. Στο συνέδριο αυτό είναι και προνόμιο και ευθύνη. Η συμμετοχή του τομέα μας ήταν βαθιά και θέλω να σας μοιραστώ σήμερα το όραμά μας για το μέλλον και τι χρειαζόμαστε για να το κάνουμε πραγματικότητα. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Βιομηχανία Τεχνολογίας έχει πολύ πλούσια ιστορία καινοτομίας και αφοσίωσης στο να βελτιώσει τα αποτελέσματα στους ασθενείς. Οι τεχνολογίες μας έχουν μετασχηματίσει τη διάγνωση, αγωγή και διαχείριση των ασθενειών, κάνοντας το σύστημα υγείας πολύ πιο προσιτό και αποτελεσματικό. Από ιατρικές συσκευές που σώνουν ζωές μέχρι διαγνωστική τελευταίας αιχμής, έχουμε οθήσει τα όρια του τι είναι εφικτό. Σήμερα, οι 34.000 εταιρείες ιατρικής τεχνολογίας στην Ευρώπη επενδύουν πολύ ισχυρά για να βελτιώσουν την υφιστάμενη τεχνολογία και να βελτιώσουν οι υφιστάμενοι προς όφελος των ασθενών. Η καινοτομία είναι γραμμένη στο DNA μας. Το 2021, ένας ασθενής καταγραφόταν αναμισάωρο στην Ευρώπη, καταλήγοντας σε πάνω από 15.000 πατέντες μόνο σε ένα χρόνο. Και η Ευρώπη χρειάζεται αυτές τις καινοτομίες. Οι ασθενείς και τα συστήματα υγείας χρειάζονται αυτές τις καινοτομίες, διότι οι καινοτομίες μπορούν να βοηθήσουν την καταπολέμηση λιμωδών ασθενειών. Μπορούν να αλαφρύνουν το βάρος το οποίο βαρύνει τα εξαντλημένα συστήματα υγείας. μπορούν να βοηθήσουν τα θύματα φυσικών καταστροφών και πολέμων σε απομακρυσμένα μέρη από οποιοδήποτε νοσοκομείο. Μπορούν να επηρεάσουν το σύστημα υγείας σε αυτόν τον ευάλωτο πλανήτη. Για να τα μετατρέψουμε όλα αυτά σε πραγματικότητα, πρέπει να συνεργαστούμε για να δημιουργήσουμε ένα περιβάλλον το οποίο ενισχύει την καινοτομία, διασφαλίζει την ασφάλεια των ασθενών και προάγει ισότιμη πρόσβαση στις τεχνολογίες υγείας. Πρέπει να υποστηρίξουμε τις προσπάθειές μας έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, να απαλύνουμε τις σχετικές κανονιστικές διαδικασίες για να διευκολύνουμε τη γρηγορότερη πρόσβαση στην αγορά και να επενδύσουμε στην εκπαίδευση των επαγγελματιών υγείας. Όλα αυτά μπορούν να επιτευχθούν αν εργαστούμε μέσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και τα 27 κράτη-μέλη σε μια πραγματικά εταιρική σχέση. Μια εταιρική σχέση προς το να προωθήσουμε την εναρμόνιση και να δημιουργήσουμε ένα περιβάλλον ασφάλειας και προβλεψιμότητας για τις επιχειρήσεις. Σε μια ενίσχυση των ΣΔΙΤ, προς μια ηγεσία σε τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, μεγαλύτερη διαγραμματοσύνη ψηφιακή και περισσότερες ψηφιακές λύσεις και προς ένα αειφόρο τομέα υγείας. Η βιομηχανία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης διαμορφώνει το μέλλον, όπου όλα θα επικεντρώνονται στον ασθενή και θα είναι ένα περιβάλλον ανθεκτικό και αειφόρο. Θέλουμε να κάνουμε πραγματικότητα το μέλλον αυτό σε συνεργασία όλοι μαζί. Σας εύχομαι συνέχεια των επικοδομητικών και καρποφόρων συζητήσεων. We thank Mr. Bizatsa for his message. Both previous speakers referred to innovation, referred to R&D. And so it would be the best passing the torch with an excellent panel with the title Greece as a healthcare research, development and innovation hub, exploring the need for radical interventions. Mr. Zachary Ragoussis will be the moderator. And of course, we also invite Mr. Skrekas, who is the Minister of Development, Madam Lilian Vildiridi, who is the Secretary General for Health Service from the Ministry of Health, Mr. Athanasios Kyriazis, who is the Secretary General for Research and Innovation, the Ministry of Development, Mr. Konstantinos Kyranakis, who is the Minister of Digital Governance, is late. He will be joining us soon. We start. Mr. Ragoussis, you have the floor. Thank you. Let me greet you good morning, all of you participating here today in this event and being present here. Let me remind you that both due to time and processes, if there are any questions, you will be submitting them to the Secretariat and they will be addressed in the Q&A session. And let me welcome our distinguished guests. It is an honor. We thank you for participating. I'll start with the very subject of this conference, that is how Greece became an innovation hub, an R&D hub in the field of health as well. I think that this is something we all wish for, we all look forward to, and special efforts are made by the guests and the whole of the country so as to find ourselves at the foreground of this sector, because we all realize how important it is. In order to launch today's discussion, I will refer, Mr. Minister, I will turn to you. I read here that in a recent conference of economists, you pointed out that today is the best era to have an investor coming here, investing in our country. You also underscored that it is important for the country at large, the investment in R&D. Of course, we all agree in that. Could you please elaborate on that? Could you refer specifically on issues regarding health? Thank you for the invitation. I wish you every success.
I believe that Greece already is a hub of innovation, development and research with regard to medicines, and not only. And this can be proven by the latest data published by the European Statistical Agency that show that Greece is second when it comes to the rate of increase of public expenditure on research and development among the 27 member states of the European Union in 2022, that is. And overall, and this is even more significant, is the fact that in absolute numbers, Greece is sixth when it comes to investments in research and development. In 2022, we had over 1.5 billion euros of our budget that was dedicated to research and development. So I believe that this is very telling, because Greece wasn't like that 15 years ago. Greece now has started to reach these rates of growth and of investments. But allow me to say something else, because today is a day which comes 2 days after the official announcement of the state budget for 2024. And in that budget, we estimate to have a growth that will be close to 3%. And this is not something that can easily be done, nor is it something that is random, because Greece, we believe, will have a growth rate of 3% in 2024. But of course, this means that Greece will have 4 or 5 times more growth compared to the European average. The Greek economy will grow at a rate that is 5-6 times higher compared to advanced Western countries like Germany. Today, as we speak, Greece is growing at a rate that is 5 to 6 times higher compared to the rate of growth of Germany. And I believe that this speaks for itself, and it shows that Greece can do a lot of things, just as it did in the previous years. In other words, we have reached these growth rates. We have records of revenues coming from tourism, and not only. We have records of foreign direct investments in our country. We have records of exports, which, by the way, includes the pharmaceutical industry. And we have managed to do all this by going through dire straits, a global pandemic, a very deep inflation crisis and energy crisis that is still going on to a certain extent. And despite all these hardships and difficulties, you can see that Greece have fared much better than other countries, just like it did in the pandemic and in the energy crisis. We did much, much better compared to all other countries, in my view. So I believe that we can do the same when it comes to the economy. And of course, what do we want to achieve by having a robust economy? We want to have a robust economy in order to ensure growth, in order to create jobs. We want to increase the revenues for the budget. We want to have better health, better education, better well-being for the Greek citizens and for our young. This is what we want. And here comes the pharmaceutical industry. It is an industry that has a long history, and as I tend to say, it has a very promising future. Why? Because we can actually distinguish 3 characteristics in the Greek pharmaceutical industry. First of all, it is competitive, since it exports its products to over 140 countries around the world. Second, it invests in human resources. Over 60% of the employees in the pharma industry are people with very strong academic background. And third, it invests steadily and systematically in research and innovation. And we, as a state, as a government, we are trying to be of help. And I believe that we have made some very important steps. Of course, we need to make more. Development clawback, we're going to hear about that by Mr. Kyriazis, who is one of the most important people of the previous government, but also along with my predecessors. So we have planned investments over 500 million euros that will be used for the developmental clawback. We have planned investments that will exceed the 1.2 billion euros by 2025 in the whole sector. And of course, strategic investments, since we have another developmental tool that is called strategic investments. And I hope that most of these will be iconic. And all these actually allow us to attract foreign companies and to invest in Greece, to establish the production here and to invest in new products. This is, I would say, the general framework. And of course, we owe a lot to the Greek pharma industry as Europe, since over 140 million European citizens use and utilize the Greek pharma industry. They are using medicines that are produced here in Greece. And of course, the Greek pharma industry ensures sufficiency of medicines right now, which is a problem with which the entire European Union is faced. Whereas here in Greece, thanks to the powerful production base of drugs that we have, we are better positioned to deal with this problem. In other words, to deal with the shortages that exist. So apart from the jobs that are created, apart from the experts, apart from its contribution to the national economy, pharma industry does a lot more. That is why we need to thank the pharma industry, because it has supported the Greek patients so many years by providing effective and affordable medicines. And that is why I'm saying that the sector has a very promising future in our country. Thank you very much. I keep the positive economic data you gave us, but also everything you told about research and development. But mostly what I would like to keep is that research and development and production, at the end of the day, help people, help the patients, which is, of course, the most important and noble cause. And it was very glad to hear you say that. I will come back to you later. However, now I would like to address to the Ministry of Health. We have with us Ms. Viliridou. Of course, there has been a major change after the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure that matters of research and innovation remain in the center of your attention and interest. And maybe the issue of clinical trials is one of your main interests. But I would like to give you the floor now to tell us how important research and development is for the Ministry of Health and for the country, and how can the ministry actually support all these existing efforts for the promotion of research and innovation. Good morning. Research and development constitute strategic objectives of our country in the context of sustainable and resilient growth, with a parallel guarantee of the technological growth of Greece. In public health, research and clinical trials help in the designing and planning of innovative drugs and health services of high quality. The new drugs and the new treatments save lives. They improve the quality of life of patients and extend the life expectancy. At the same time, they help the national health system save resources by reducing the public pharmaceutical expenditure and by making expensive hospitalizations and operations more innovative, less expensive. The business utilization of research and clinical trials are a catalyst for the development and attraction of scientists by transforming brain drain into brain gain. The new novel drugs enhance the national economy. They create new jobs. They ensure continuous training and utilization of human resources in specialized areas, whereas they also ensure fast access of patients to new treatments. Clinical trials constitute for Greece a major opportunity, and always with the strategic spirit, we need to focus on showcasing our country to a global center for the conduct of clinical trials that will have a major impact on national economy and on public health. For all the above reasons, the Ministry of Health, and already during the tenure of the first government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, fully aligned with the clear target set by the Prime Minister to set as a main priority the creation of favorable conditions for biomedical research in a country. Emphasis was placed by the Ministry of Health on institutional dialogue that was inaugurated in 2019. For that reason, we established a work group that will continue to work during this 4 years term, and in which all the institutional bodies took part, all the partners that are involved in the conduct of a clinical trial of medicines, but also the Association of Patients of Greece. With the legislative interventions, we have made important steps. One of the most important interventions was the clawback. A clawback that is offset by the expenditure on research and development and on clinical trials. That is why in SCAC we provide incentives for investments in the fields of research and innovation. With the initiatives that we have taken, we have set the foundations for a better future for biomedical research in Greece, and we have significantly improved the possibility the patients have to access innovative drugs and treatments, and especially patients with chronic and rare diseases. In order, however, for the country to attract a higher number of clinical trials of drugs that justify the high level of personnel that we want to attract in our system and of the health professionals, we should not rest on our laurels. The interventions that have already been developed need to be accompanied by other changes in the institutional framework, like, for example, the development of consolidated standards and procedures. Moreover, the use of new technology needs to be enhanced since it will improve the competitiveness of the country and will allow the public health system to focus more on research. Ladies and gentlemen, the promotion of research and innovation in public health in Greece requires innovative solutions. The creation of a hub that pertains to digital health and that will bring together the pharmaceutical industry companies, research centers, and foundations will contribute to the development of innovative drugs and of quality health services. A thought of mine, which of course needs to go through consultation, is a specialized program called I Research and Innovate for Health. It will be co-funded by the European Union and by the Greek state and will provide incentives that will strengthen public health in Greece and will also lead to the development of more startup companies that are specialized in health and also will ensure the connection of research with the real economy. The incentives, indicatively of course, could include incentives for private investments in research, for technological development and innovation in health, and clinical trials for innovative medicines with incorporation of new knowledge and innovation in the existing and new drugs. Incentives for the promotion of research to the next level of technological preparedness on the basis of the results that have already been produced by previous research projects. Incentives for the employment of high specialized personnel and for the cooperation between pharmaceutical businesses and research organizations. Moreover, incentives for the connection of universities with the productive sector of the domestic pharmaceutical industry. The government has set as a priority and as strategic objective the upgrading of the public health. In the context of this strategy, we are going to choose the best policies for the promotion of research and innovation and of clinical trials in the field of health. Would like to thank Ms. Villeridis. I would like to touch upon 2 points. The first, and it was very glad to hear that the Committee for Clinical Trials will continue working. It is a major opportunity for Greece, and this issue was fully developed yesterday as well. It is very important to have innovative medicines that haven't been marketed yet. Patients who need this need to have access to them, especially during the clinical trials. And of course, we need also to see how much money can actually be used in that context. And the second thing I would like to say is that the ministry is interested in digital research and technology. And even though this is the specialty of Mr. Kiranakis, who I would like to welcome, it is still very important, the fact that you touched upon it. Mr. Kyriazis, could you please share with us your view on research and development? Your ministry, however, is connected with a very interesting experiment, even though it's no longer an experiment, it is a reality. The investment clawback, how all of a sudden part that could be described as liabilities by the companies has transformed into a positive investment trend that has already given results. Please, your view?
Thank you for the invitation. It is great joy and honor to be once again in this conference. And I will continue with what the Minister has said, so as to give more specific data vis-à-vis R&D. The General Secretariat of Research and Innovation is under the Ministry of Development over the past 4 years, and this, of course, implies a lot that wants to make the linkage of R&D with companies and economy. That is, we want and already prove it, we have tangible results that R and innovation are the basis for development, for growth and economy. The first subject to tackle is that currently the General Secretariat for Research Innovation has ready the national plan for innovation. It is obliged under law to elaborate this plan. It is already ready, and it will be under consultation in the immediate future. And immediately afterwards, it will be signed so as to see those points of research. There are 4 pillars of this national and technological development and innovation pillars. The first is investment innovation. The second is excellence and the research human resources. The third are social challenges and support of policies. And the fourth pillar is extrovert character and entry in international hubs and networks of innovation. I will dwell on the third pillar. It is one of the 4, and we put all the emphasis vis-à-vis research, biotechnology, on health and medicines. It is also a subject that we are ready to launch, the plans we have, and through that we have the new plan. I conduct research and I innovate. It will be presented with 300 million euros budget, has 8 sectors, and one of these is precisely biotechnology, health and medicine. This is a program that existed in the previous program period, and it is pursued in this program period, and actually does what I said as a principle, that is makes the linkage of R and innovation with companies, what the market searches, what the Greek economy needs. This is the program which is to be aired soon. In the previous period, we had a similar plan. I research and innovate, where we had 183 proposals in the field of health, over 1,125 shortlisted. 183 were funded, actions were filled for health and medicines, 9 from the Recovery Fund, and the rest from European Union funds and the public investment folder. Another issue to tackle is what we say this stage here of individualized medicine. This is the point where the Secretariat General has invested the iconic actions, and it is there that we have the Greek national network of medical accuracy with 4 axes: cancer, neurodegenerative, sudden death of youth, and great conclusions and results have been drawn in this last field. I believe that these will be disseminated so as to see precisely that research and innovation are not just science per se. These are actions that can be implemented to the benefit of the society, of the citizens. Thank you. I see your interest, your keen interest for our broader field, health, innovation, biotechnology. You have a great interest. I'm glad that you raised the issue of cooperation of the business world and academia, because it is extremely important. And since you plan to have a part of the program dedicated in that, this is perhaps that we will see having bearing fruit quite soon, because whatever is invested in the original stage for the education of people and connection with the business world really pays back. Thank you. I come back to Mr. Kyranakis. Well, Mr. Kyranakis, well, obviously, research and development without digital transformation or your research, whatever you're doing, what are your views? How do you view what has happened to date? Let me thank, first of all, the Chamber for the invitation. It's a great joy being here. Let me start by saying that digital transformation is the prerequisite and the main pillar for the economic growth. Hence, we have excellent cooperation with Minister Skregas and ever enhanced and boosted. What do we do in our ministry? I believe that one of the issues set by the minister as the main pillar for the next mandate, for this mandate, are better applications and better health services everywhere. So we have four axes. The first is that we want the citizen to have a full control of his own medical data. Therefore, over the next time, you will see in My Health app to have the next step uploaded, which is diagnostic tests and the whole history, medical history, to be totally digitized, recorded, and also give the citizen, the person himself, he will have the power to authorize a hospital, a clinic, a physician, whatever, on what data he will grant access. This is true for all layers, including the health services. We want to do away with the many documents, PDFs, all documents and files in paper with regard to digitization of archives. But we must also draw a red line. Our ministry enters a new era where we will be managing, the citizen will be managing through our applications his own data and metadata. He will have full comprehension and control of who sees what in his file, be it a physician or a public health structure or any other public structure. This is the first thing. The second, since we have an ever-increasing number of digital applications and the files stored in the cloud and the very service, is security. You realize that personal medical data is the most sensitive part of personal data of a citizen, and therefore the trust shown to state services and the Ministry of Digital Governance and the Ministry of Development to host those data and manage that data is extremely important. We are at an era where cyber attacks by hackers, if you like, vis-a-vis any data bank, especially state data bank, regardless of the quality of data, will be all more frequent and evolved. We enter an era where AI per se or open source platforms, unless they operate in an ethical way, will offer actually proposals on how these cyber attacks may be affected. So companies states, administrations, agencies, and this is a message we send to all ministries, must always be vigilant, be one step ahead, and secure cyber safety for all citizens' personal data. We must have the highest possible guarantee so as to be resilient vis-à-vis those attacks. The third is the citizens' access to public structures or private structures. So we proceed of the contribution and cooperation of the Ministry of Health with hospitals and through the digital appointments and the whole process that a patient has to go through once administered, once admitted in a hospital will be digitized. It cannot happen, of course, over time, but with administrations that they are more ready than others who have already started this process, so as not to have the patient going through what we have all witnessed, more or less, recently, that is, go with our next, our relative, and within the whole agony we have with vis-à-vis what will happen, that have to fill in all those papers and documents, which are digitized anyway, so will definitely save time, the human resources. So this data that can be this minister, on the basis of the blood tests, the diagnostics, and the results of hospitalization, we want, and that's the next step, they raise a brand new issue, which is digital AI, and how AI can help health professionals to draw more individualized conclusions so as to be more effective with tailor-made treatments. This is a transfer which must be made at steady pace, because every new sector, especially a revolutionary one such as of AI, has huge opportunities but also great risks. So we must first build a relationship of trust with the citizen on how the national health system and the medical world and private clinics and pharmaceutical industries, how they will handle the personal data so as to have adjunctively a far better view and for the patient to have tailor-made and personalized treatments. I will further elaborate, perhaps at the second turn of Q&As. Thank you. I see. Well, it seems that the world, once seeing digital innovation, embraces that. We've seen that in all cases. And the fact that you add in this application of My Health all that data will create a digital file, an e-file for each patient, which is also the desideratum for all of us all those years. These have been extremely interesting, and of course, with AI, there's huge possibility, huge potential. I think there is another roundtable later in this conference on this subject, because there's such a wealth of data that could even yield money for the state if someone could have access. Of course, guaranteeing all the safety, security you mentioned beforehand. So I come back to you, Minister Skrekas. Let us have a second round, a little bit more briefer. But are there questions? We have some questions collected for you from the audience. And I believe that the government and the ministry has professed, and since you have announced the program of investment clawback, if we find resources to be pursued after 2024, perhaps you can't give me a direct answer, but good intentions are equally important. A second issue of great interest of multinationals and Greek companies, not only, it's protection of intellectual property. And for how long the patents will be valid is a whole discussion. How important is it for you? How do you deal with it? And I know there are many questions, but if we may perhaps gain some time, could you also tell us whether until now your experience from the relationship of the academia, is there a specific field, sector where you believe? Well, first of all, I should tell you that we will exploit whatever fiscal margin is freed so as to invest and boost the pharmaceutical industry. We see how it operates. We see how the budget is executed. And once there's additional there are additional funds, the spare funds, if you like, we will exploit them with this investment trend as it has happened for the domestic pharmaceutical companies. Because at the end of the day, it is proven that this investment clawback has helped in attracting investments in the pharma industry in Greece, which would never happen. So we have both the example and the results of those investments. So it is easy, even for the most distrustful, to realize that investments bring development and revenues, bring new jobs and better paid jobs. That's why in the Ministry of Development, we do not only explore the continuation of the investment clawback, but we will also examine with the Secretariat General for Research and Innovation and the Secretary General for Health Services, Madam Vilderidi, and with Vicky Loizou, the Secretary General for Investments, we will explore all the possibilities and potential, either through programs of research and innovation or new frameworks to further support this dynamically developed sector. Of course, I must tell you, not everything is judged by money. And this is proven by the RRA exam, RRA in the USA. The Inflation Reduction Act. So do it like the Americans do. Is it an issue of money? Was it just the incentives offered by the USA? And many companies, European companies, want to relocate in the USA. No, I said it's not merely an issue of money because Europe does pay handsomely for the green transition, paying heavily various companies. It's the issue of bureaucracy, which is equally important, the so-called red tape. The fact that in the USA one goes and very soon one can start his investment in record time. It is there that we should, at this point, that we should do a lot. And again, we need a lot to be done. And we cooperate the ministries, the co-responsible ministries, so as to create and help furthermore the business environment through the streamlining and simplifying the red tape processes. Currently, our ministry, in cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Governance, we implement a very ambitious plan where we want to attain 75% of private investments to be affected, that is the licensing for all the licensing procedures to be affected through a computer, through a laptop. That is, we transform this one-stop shop, so one stop from your desk. That is to be able, through one's computer and laptop, to complete the whole procedure, even for the most complex projects, such as erecting a plant. These are things that we must do urgently and which will bring even more positive results. Let me give you an example. Tell me, what would have happened with the development clawback if one needed 3 or 4 or 5 years? It would have been a failure. The whole secret of success is that we first secure the funds, and then at the second stage, the General Secretariat of R&D, instead of they have these projects implemented within a couple of months instead of 3 or 4 years, as it was the case in the past. This is how, therefore, this bureaucracy and the speed of implementing an idea is interrelated with the incentives. Now, the other aspect concerning the intellectual property protection, there are issues, of course, there, and the viewpoint depends on the kind of manufacturing, the kind of industry, but let us move ahead. Our goal, and this should be the vision of the Hellenic pharma industry, is to create products that it will be Greek companies that have the patents. We must have this. We must create patents here in Greece, in pharma industry and everywhere else. We must start producing, planning, having ideas, that is original products. Products whose operation will be protected through patents, so as to eventually have the biggest benefit, to have added value. Now we have laid the foundations for the Hellenic pharma industry to be a dynamically developing sector. Through the research and innovation, we'll see us to offer opportunities to Greek companies to create innovative products and innovative medicines. The third question had the connection of the academia with the business world. This I have already described. You will see many plans. We want those results. We want the deliverables, that is, to be linked with the planning or R&D in products that can eventually take a commercial form or being exploited through commercial applications and uses. Most interesting perspective on both aspects you raised, both that money doesn't suffice, but more things are needed, and also regarding the viewpoint, because yes, it's true, if we are not ready to, we are not capable of produce patents, all other academic activities are not sufficient. I thank you both for the replies and the different perspective that you offered us. I will move to Madam Vildiridi. You see the discussion on innovation, digital innovation, digital health, and so forth. I'll go back to clinical trials because they are at the center of our interest. On the basis of that, we proceed. Your picture on how Greece is placed in the global or in the European clinical trials landscape. Where is it, and where do you think that we will be 3 or 4 years later on the basis of what you said?
The truth is that all the interventions that have been made during the last few years have already given some results, and we can see that in the increase of clinical trials. During the last 2 years, the files of applications have increased by 70%. Still, this does not mean, as I said previously, that we can rest on our laurels. We need to make changes in the institutional framework and accelerate the procedures. Now, with regard to the immediate planning, in order for us to be able to make Greece a hub for clinical trials, which I believe is something feasible, we should continue the targeted training interventions for all those who take part in the clinical trials, something, of course, that will lead to a change of culture that will emphasize the need and importance of clinical trials. Moreover, we are going to initiate monitoring of clinical trials with the use of indicators of all clinical trials in the hospitals of the NHS. And, of course, we're going to make sure that all timelines are respected so that we can ensure the efficiency from the moment an application is filed till the moment it is approved. And we want to link that with the assessment of the management team of hospitals. Something else that we had said previously is the pilot operation of clinical trials offices in hospitals that will be also points of references for all interested parties and will ensure the right implementation and acceleration of procedures, something that we had said in the previous term and we're going to put into action now is the development of new procedures, standards and best practices that pertain to the research, biotechnological research in the country, and of course will enhance the clinical trials in the country. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the upgrades of infrastructure and of the technological equipment that will be the result of the RRF will upgrade our structures overall and will attract high-level scientific personnel as well as clinical trials. Thank you very much. We expect a lot for this sector. The messages we get are very positive. Mr. Kyriazis, I need to confess that the view shared with us by Mr. Skrekas actually makes me ask this question. In the context of a previous panel, I heard that 20 years ago, the difference between investments in research and development in Europe compared to US was 2 billion, and last year was 20 billion. In other words, Europe is lagging behind. But Mr. Skrekas actually touched upon some other points, and rightly so. Apart from the financial aspect of who pays more or who spends more money in research and development, there are many other factors that may be incentives or counter-incentives for foreign investment to choose Greece. And you analyzed some of these before. Based on your experience until now, which are the most common issues that arise, and which are the opportunities that exist in Greece? Not financial ones, other sort. I will tell you, what Mr. Skrekas explained is indeed a reality, and it is a great pleasure to see the Minister, from the very first moment, be willing to adopt what we said as General Secretary, and not only accept what we said, but also put it into action and take them to a higher level. And this, of course, has been the result of effort that we have been making. We made an intensive effort. I have a long experience in the Ministry of Health and in the Ministry of Development, so I know how we're doing and where we're heading. And there is an issue. The issue is that we hadn't put in order some things. So this is exactly what we tried to do in the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation during the last few years. A typical example is the Elevate Greece, the startups companies. When in 2019, July, I took on the General Secretariat, and the first task I was assigned was to run the startup companies, I looked around and I couldn't find anything in particular, anything specific, nothing institutional, nothing in terms of definition of startups, nothing. So since 2019, we started looking, and we then passed a new law in Greece in October 2020, in which we defined the startup companies, and we then developed a platform in the General Secretariat in which we would incorporate the startups and then provide them with the certification. In 1 year and a half, we managed to ensure the provision of certificates in the midst of the pandemic crisis, mind you. So we managed to provide approximately 780 certificates to startups. And if you ask me how I classify them, and since we are in the Health World Conference, I would say that the first are the startup companies that are related to biomedicine and drugs. Biomedicine was at the top, but no longer. So this is the example I wanted to give you so that you can understand that if we can actually put in order certain things and implement a specific policy, and if the policy developed by Mr. Skrekas previously is actually put into action, then we will be able to achieve far more things compared to those that we can see in Europe. And I will give you just a number. For research always, and based on the data that were published by the National Documentation Center, in 2019, up until 2019, 1.21% of GDP was invested in research. In 2020, 2021, we have reached 1.5% of GDP for research. So you can understand there has been major progress, that we are interested in research and we want to take it further. This is a number I gave you, a number that I got from the National Documentation Center. So if, I repeat, we implement this specific policy and we act in a systematic way, we will get far better results in the field of research, because the General Secretariat needs to become the basic contact point for research and innovation in Greece. We all talk about research and innovation, but there should be only one body responsible for this. A very analytical and optimistic approach. I would like to touch upon the organization, the management, which is very important. The good thing is what you said about the startup companies of biotechnology. If there are, and if they grow, then yes, this is very promising. Academically speaking, we are okay. What we are lacking are the patents. But if there are as many startups as you mentioned, then this is impressive, and indeed the future is very positive for our sector. Mr. Kyranakis, we will close with you. The truth is that the digital space creates dreams and optimism and can actually upend our reality, since it can bypass structures and procedures very easily. You talked about artificial intelligence and about the available data. How do you see this data being used? What could we expect in that field. We have a wealth of data in the sector of health. How could we use them, and what could we expect in 4 or 5 years' time? We, the citizens, but also the companies that operate in the sector. Apart from the fact that we will have easier access to hospitals and to our data. Apart from all this, better prevention is the answer. Far better prevention for all people who have a lot of medical data to be processed. And in that case, AI will produce models. Of course, it already produces models, but still it will do so even more intensively in the future. And this, as I said in my first answer, is something that will ensure that the citizens, the patients, will have full control of the data. This is the objective. The objective is and especially in the case of diseases that aggravate the quality of life of the patients and of the families, but also of the health system, to be diagnosed early on. This is something that can be guaranteed by AI. Apart from that, in clinical trials, and this can be seen in startup companies and scale-up companies that operate in the sector. So clinical trials can actually lead to the production of medicines and vaccines that up until recently required far longer time to be produced and to be marketed. The steps need to be stable, always. We don't want to opt for an experimental model. We're not allowed to make experiments in health. Of course, experiments are accepted in the context of clinical trials, but these are experiments that are scientific ones. Our steps need to be stable so as to develop trust. And since in my first intervention I didn't mention the basic things that need to be ensured, I would like to touch upon this now. We have already approved projects for the digitalization of health files. We have a budget of 235 million euros from Society of Information, which is the competent authority, and that is under our ministry, the Ministry of Digital Governance. And on the basis of this project, we are going to digitalize 175 million pages for MRI exams. This is our estimation. We are going to digitalize 20 million pages of non-standardized size and 20 million films of prints for ECGs and brain scans. We are going to classify and characterize digital documents, and all these files, and allow me to make a parenthesis since we talked about startups. Now we are going to test along with another agency that digitalizes pages. So together we are going to work with young people, 18 years old, that belong to the team of student robotics, in order to organize a competition, and so that these files that are digitalized by big scanners to be scanned and digitalized faster with the help of a robot that will be turning the pages. So, Mr. Kyriazis, apart from the startup companies that are part of Elevate Greece, and well done for them, we want to provide incentives to the next generation of young students that want to get involved in the business environment, that want to make the dream a reality. So in that project for the digitalization of files in health, we could, if this this competition is successful and if the Greek students produce such a robot, to commercialize it, to market it, and to facilitate the digitalization of files, not only in Greece but elsewhere. If this project is successful, I'm sure that Mr. Skrekas will be the one to congratulate the students.
Innovation obviously asks and demands innovative processes, and it will bring results. I warmly thank you all for your presence here today and the beautiful discussion. I wish you all the best and power in your work. We warmly thank the panelists in that session with a most lively and interesting discussion. I would like to say to the ministers that the Chamber is always here. We participate in every action related with innovation, and we greet every and salute any initiative on this subject. Let's move to the next session regarding pharmaceutical policy in Greece. The moderator will be Mr. Kondozamanis. And the panelists will be Mr. Aris Angelis, Secretary General of Strategic Planning of the Ministry of Health, Madam Labrina Barbetaki, the President of Pharmaceutical Companies Committee of our Chamber and President of Pharma Innovation Forum Greece, Mr. Olympios Papadimitriou, President of the Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Industries, and Mr. Vasilis Pedafragas, Executive Consultant of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industries. I would please ask them all to take their seats. Mr. Athanasakis, actually. I will take this floor. Okay. Thank you. Good morning to all. It will be most interesting when we speak of pharmaceutical policy. We don't speak of policies, but a comprehensive strategy, what we call national pharma policy. We'll try to see beyond the central role of the ministry, you must have seen that the respective big role is bestowed on the Ministry of Finance. And we have excellent participants to discuss, and I start right away. And I start with Mr. Angelis, who is Secretary General from the Ministry, who will give us the building blocks. Mr. Angelis has the floor. Thank you. I thank you. I thank for this very kind invitation and their contribution in the field. I had the luck to have listened to the minister before me, so I suppose he has addressed many things. What I would like to do over the next 5 minutes would be to explain some of the fundamental blocks on what means pharmaceutical policy. Along with Kostas Athanasakis and other colleagues, I had the luck to be in the forum on health financing that took place in Xylokastron some weeks ago. And the agenda of the seminar had again the issue of pharmaceutical policy. And there is a consensus there on what national pharma policy is. So I'll start by saying we must know what are the fundamental principles when we speak of that. The minister, he said, what he's interested in is to have full transparency, predictability, and justice. On this, we must define the goals. There are various goals, as you know. Goals related with the health policy and improvement of the health services and general population health service, and goals of industrial policy that have to do with the situations, conditions of the business environment and improving the economy. So when we speak of national pharma policy, we speak of finding the golden measure between goals of health policy and industrial policy. So immediate and equitable access to innovation, efficiency, sustainability, and on the other hand, has to do with boosting innovation, productivity, skills, and so forth. Then we should know what are the involved stakeholders. The state has to establish the cooperation, the mechanism, if you like, on the basis of which all these different agencies will be operating under the same rules and terms. I don't have to analyze which these agencies are. You know that there are many in the supply chain and the whole pharma cycle. They must all sit around and speak the same language. The next fundamental, so as to establish a national pharma policies, what are the solutions, the problems to be solved? I have introduced a lot of such issues, and many colleagues think that this is an immediate priority. If you see the slide, again, along the supply chain and the life cycle of a new treatment or medicine. And the next and perhaps most important issue vis-à-vis the introduction of a new national pharma policy has to do with the processes and mechanisms that we must implement, again, along the supply chain and the life cycle of new treatments. So originally, this has to do with investment incentives, the licensing procedures for new entries on the basis of their clinical effectiveness and data quality. They have to do with the assessment of health technologies, the value for money, but also the affordability. It has to do with mechanisms of payment, reimbursement, co-payment, procurements, but also has to do with curtailing expenditure, auditing of the supply chain, and in extenso the rational use of medicines. And for all those mechanisms, we can apply various tools, such as new data banks, digital tools, and so forth. Again, if you see this graph, on one hand, we have mechanisms and procedures concerning mainly the supply of new treatments. On the other hand, we have mechanisms that have to do with processes regarding demand. And in conclusion, I would like to show this graph, which actually reflects a life cycle of new treatments, and at the same time, it shows that attaining a new national pharma policy has to do with this better balance between national pharma policy and national industrial policy. Thank you. Well, thank you for this original presentation. It is indeed some kind of trick that we need in that. I have a lot of questions, but I'll come back to in the second round on what is needed and what are the skills to be acquired for that. Allow me to have a first round with all panelists, and then we will resume. Madam Barbetaki, you represent the sector of innovative companies. We've heard these days quite a number of things regarding the potential policies that could be applied for local production. How do you view innovative industry in this context? Thank you for your stance, Mr. Thanasakis. I would like precisely to share our thoughts vis-à-vis the pharma policy elaboration, and my great joy I heard Mr. Angelis speaking of the principles that we also espouse and embrace vis-à-vis as an innovative industry. Allow me to say that in order to elaborate a policy, national policy, we must start from admitting the starting policy. Unless we are sincere in what is the starting point, we can't elaborate anything. So allow me to say that as an innovative industry, we believe that it is now the time. We are currently at a survival stage because we cannot find in the system as yet the principles of predictability, of sustainability, and justice. Let me give you examples that have already been mentioned, and we will come into details if you like. We have the overall refunds, rebates, and clawbacks, that is, which 7 out of 10 innovative medicines are sponsored by us. There's lack of predictability. That is, even at the end of 2023, we are challenged to make plans of 24 without having the final figures of 22. This definitely doesn't help in predictability. And we also had the issue of funding. Well, we do not have just a single mechanism between us where we agree on the figures on what is the real demand of the system, so as to be able to speak of sufficient funding. Sufficient on the basis of what? We know, for instance, that for the next 2 years, according to our calculations that we have done, that there will be more than 90 innovative treatments offered in the market for patient groups that are in dire need of that, and there are big needs in the market. How can we depict on the basis of reliable data that there is demand and sufficient funding so as to cover this need? So, for me, pharmaceutical policy starts on an accurate picture, snapshot of where we are. Now, let us see, and I come to the second step. Once we have the snapshot and know where we are, I would like to remind to you what we bring, what we offer as an innovative industry. At various points yesterday, in various other discussions, it was mentioned that can we translate in euros? What kind of funding is needed? I'll speak on some hard facts because this cannot be discussed, but we will also give some other figures because there's also a footprint, a social footprint, and first and foremost, for the patient. Innovation brings about value for the patient. We made the study, and we saw that only in 2021, we gave 1.3 billion euros in overall refunds. That is, 55% of clawbacks came from innovative industry, from us. Let me also say that this represents 46% funding. It was also mentioned by my colleagues, while the state participates in 43%. So we're the main sponsor as an industry. Let us also see the footprint in economy, because we offer as innovative industry 4,100 jobs, well-paid, skilled jobs, but additionally for each 4 jobs, we have an additional job in the system and economy through suppliers, consultants, adjunctive services, and so forth. But first and foremost, we also have programs that cover more than 90,000 patients in Greece. So we'll speak of the support groups, more than 1,400 social studies in Greece, and 90 innovative treatments which are in the pipeline. I say all that because on many occasions we have this question, what an innovative industry mean? This is what it means. And let me also continue by reminding you that these figures is not the full snapshot, the full picture of what happens, because innovation in Greece has a prolonged life expectancy the last years. It has improved the therapeutical goals, and we are more ambitious now, and to offer solutions, even in diseases such as cancer that has become long-term disease, chronic disease, the autoimmune diseases, and these are also figures, and this is a life expectancy and a hope that will be offered by innovation. So let us move ahead. We know what we've got, and we know also what we offer in the system, because this is not only directly to the patient, but this whole effort through the programs, through the processes, through the support, the medical personnel, the hospitals. So all the programs and actions, we are building capabilities and skills in the system. But we also avoid costs such as hospitalization cost and other redundant actions. This must also be depicted. I know, Mr. Athanasakis, you've studied that. We have demonstrated that must be protected. So if we have understood where we are and what we must protect, we must see how we can make innovation a political priority, an investment policy. The previous panel has offered me great food for thought, because beyond our cooperation with the Ministry of Health that has been launched, we must also aim at cooperating with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Development. Mr. Skrekas gave us very vivid examples on how we can offer incentives. And we must cooperate with the Ministry of Finance so as to be able to know where to seek funding. But also the Ministry of Labour. Let us not forget problems such as the uninsured, which pester the industry as well, because we are challenged to offer this coverage to that population group. Let me remind you that cooperation is fundamental. And let me tell you what we believe that there must be the necessary chapters in this policy so as to have development. We must definitely discuss the issue of the overall rebates, refunds. Mr. Angelis said, yes, that we have gone beyond the EU average. We have exceeded 70%. This is really pestering the innovative products. This must change. We must ask, in the second pillar, we must ask for funding of innovation that can come from the institutionalized funds that we've had. But the second stage, we must find also other sources. We must speak of a budget that will not be burdening innovation. And we must speak of incentives. We are here and we want to invest, but in an environment that offers the respective incentives, not only predictability, but also sustainability. And let us not forget that in order to do all that, structural reforms must take place. The minister said so. We don't want mere changes. We need reforms, which will cover, of course, assessment, the imaging of demand, and all the policies that concern medicine. Furthermore, the dialogue is now. We can no longer hear that the past, the crisis, and so forth. We are gone beyond those difficult crises. We want to be in the dialogue so as to move ahead. And this must be based in a policy that concerns us. We have built a policy that will indeed offer hope so as to leave the survival era and move on to the development and sustainable era. I can no longer hear that we brought in products and we bear cost. We need the predictability because each businessman, every company, no matter the nature of the company, must know the data and the status quo and the rules of the game for each year. And finally, we said that beforehand, there must be sustainability. Our sector has suffered, but let us not forget, but what gives us the incentive is offering this therapeutic innovation to the patient. Let us have that so as to be holistic in our approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You touched upon several issues, and I would like to ask a lot of questions. Maybe I will do that in the second round. I would like to ask a lot about the therapeutic interventions, of course, about the opportunities for financing, which are considerable enough. But maybe I should make a clarification, and that is that the RRF is indeed an opportunity, but what we need to keep in mind are sustainable financing sources for the health system in general. Since the resources of the RRF have a deadline. So maybe we could touch upon that in the second round of questions. How, in other words, we could make sure that sources will be available in the future. You also said something that can be analyzed by the next speaker. The health minister yesterday said that there is a clear intention to change things radically, and nobody can question that because the pharmaceutical policy here in Greece, especially during the era of memoranda, was like an exhibit of a biennale art show. The one was building on the creations of the predecessors without any clear vision. So I believe that this is something that has changed, and we're going to talk about that later. Mr. Papadimitriou, we are trying to do something difficult in the pharmaceutical policy. Which are the necessary reforms that need to be made, in your view, since you represent the market, both sides? You represent the protected and non-protected market. Which are the necessary reforms, in your view? What should we do? Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to show you some slides quickly, since Ms. Barbitaki already touched upon some of the things I wanted to say. The first thing I would like to say is that although our country went through a difficult summer and is under an unexpected financial pressure, has a newly elected government that is a continuation of the previous one, that has a very strong mandate. It is on the verge of getting the investment grade and has now unemployment rates that have dropped significantly, and they are the same as the levels before the crisis. So I would say that overall the economic environment is relatively better than it was the previous years. Years that had dealt a very serious blow to the pharmaceutical industry. It is well known that populations are aging, that the chronic diseases are increasing, that innovation is producing a multitude of new products. So, a system that wishes to provide the best possible health services to the citizens needs to understand all this. All the measurements that have been made show that the financing in our system is inefficient, is behind other OECD countries, and lately we can see that there is a worsening in the field of inputs of new drugs in Greece. And with regard to that, I would like to focus on the orthodox entrance of novel drugs in Greece, not in an unexpected way. A few years ago, the Association of Pharmaceutical Industries of Greece assigned the Deloitte company with the support of many member companies to elaborate a study for a sustainable health policy in the country, since we were exiting a 10-year-long financial crisis. This study had an economic model involved. And in 2020, and according to that study, if no reforms were made, then the contribution of the industry to pharmaceutical expenditure would exceed the contribution of the state. So we can feel very disappointed, very sad about the fact that this was achieved in 2022, a year before they do anything meaningful so that the contribution of the industry in pharmaceutical expenditure to exceed the one of the state, 1 year earlier than foreseen by the Deloitte study. The enhanced surveillance reports that have been drafted by the European Union have repeatedly underlined the risk of the compulsory paybacks, and this study and the enhanced surveillance reports actually underlined the increased risk that stems from this mechanism of compulsory paybacks. We acknowledge that the problem is due to the state, but still nothing has been done. This study had ended up in 7 pillars of action for a cohesive national pharmaceutical policy, which, allow me to say, continue to be quite important, and we need to take them into account. However, it wouldn't be bad to remember that 3 years ago, upon the end of the first round of pandemic, the Ministry of Health organized a meeting in its headquarters in which all the interested parties took part. And in that meeting, we presented some strategic priorities for pharmaceutical policy and some measures that needed to be taken in that time. I'm not going to go through this. However, what I would like to say is that the strategic priorities set by the ministry are not that different than the pillars defined by the study of Deloitte. The measures that were proposed, I'm sad to say, are not the expected ones. If we accept, of course, the one measure that was quite efficient, the others cannot be implemented or haven't been implemented. And the result of that is that we have exceeded the ominous forecast of Deloitte, that is, the contribution of the industry will exceed the contribution of the public in the expenditure in 2023. We did that in 2022. So the proposals made on the basis of these pillars are well known. Revision of the pharmaceutical budget, better access and control access to innovative treatments, increase of the effectiveness of the system and utilization of digital opportunities, provision of incentives for investments throughout the whole spectrum of pharmaceutical industries that operate in the country, especially of the multinational ones. And I have added the issue of efficiency and of shortages, something that has been brought to the surface in a very powerful way lately. Increase of transparency throughout the supply chain, we believe, is the best way, as are the controls by the state, to improve the existing reality. Ms. Parpetaki talked about the value of innovation in great detail. So the only thing I can do is to repeat that the pharmaceutical innovation has contributed during the last years to the improvement of the quality of life and of the life expectancy of Greek citizens. And based on what have heard, in the context of this conference, the multinational companies have received quite a lot of billions and, however, haven't invested €1 in Greece. So I'm wondering whether the investment made by Pfizer in Salonika isn't an investment, where the expansion of the factory of Berger in Koropi can be considered an investment, or whether the clinical trials that are conducted in the country, despite the difficulties that we are faced with at the state, cannot be considered as an investment. And at this point, allow me to give you a business example. The company where I work in 2009 employed 0 people in clinical trials. Today, over 30. And as we speak, over 1,000 Greek patients are taking part in clinical trials that are being conducted in the country. Obviously, these are not investments, but it's not also an investment, the fact that some thousands of our fellow citizens throughout all these years have remained alive thanks to high quality therapeutic value treatments. And it seems that it is difficult to convince our interlocutors that investing in health and pharmaceutical treatment is an investment in the favor of the economy and of the society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Papadimitriou, for your intervention and for the points you raised. We are going to talk about the issue of reforms and of the policies later. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vasilis Pedafragas, who will talk about the challenges, the objectives, the tools, and the expected results, always in relation to the policy for medicines. Thank you, Mr. Athanasakis. I would like to thank the AmCham and the organizers for the invitation, and I'm doing that on behalf of our president. And in order to avoid repeating what has already been said, I would like to touch upon some things pertaining to where we stand and where we're headed. Now, with regard to where we stand, I would like to refer to the ineffective utilization of data, data that is abundant. The different partners of the supply chain in the pharmaceutical sector do not have a whole picture of the puzzle. Moreover, we should not leave aside the fact that critical services in the sector are understaffed, or that the existing human resources have reached the point of burnout. With regard to the issues of managing the pharmaceutical care in our country, I would like to say that over time and despite the efforts made, we haven't managed to develop a rationalized system of regulations and rules that could be described as a framework for pharmaceutical operation, especially with regard to sustainability, prospects, and development. Meaningful and important exception to the development side is the provision of 2019 for the utilization of part of the clawback for investment. And this is exactly what should be utilized even further in the future, both with the immediate legislation of this initiative, as well as for the provision of the available resources that could offset the clawback and that would allow us to attract more productive and research investments. And I would like to touch upon the clinical trials. There is the need for everyone, regardless of where they serve the health system, to understand that the clinical trials are of utmost importance for the sector, for the economy of the country, but also for the patients themselves, especially with regard to their access to advanced treatments. What is the desired result? The desired result is a stable and cohesive framework for a sustainable and development pharmaceutical policy. The challenges, the demographic data. There is no doubt that the importance of the announcements made the day before yesterday with regard to the demographic problem in the country are of utmost importance. The comorbidities play an important role in the health system. Moreover, the scientific advancement and new treatments and new technologies incur an increased cost that should be taken into account, and not in terms of how they cost, but what they prevent. Moreover, in our country, there is the problem of the widening of inequalities. Not only haven't we succeeded in minimizing these inequalities, on the contrary, we can see them increasing. And moreover, there are the geopolitical developments that dictate a redefinition of the priorities overall. In brief, inequalities and disastrous expenditures, rationalization and change of standards, and consistency in the implementation of the measures, of any measures, in combination with the evaluation and digital completion of procedures are critical points of a national pharmaceutical policy that needs to be implemented, and we should all make sure that this will happen. The tools that we have at our disposal, first of all, the data. The Committee of Assessment and of Negotiation for Price of Reimbursement, the policies for the control of offer and demand, as well as the policies for the promotion of public health and of the primary health, constitute necessary prerequisites if we want to have a sustainable system in the future. And moreover, the adjustment to the Greek environment and to the prevailing perceptions will help us implement a midterm and long-term planning, because the changes that are needed cannot possibly be made in the short run. Ladies and gentlemen, during the last few years, I have been hearing quite a lot my colleagues insisting on the importance of rewarding innovation. Someone would be considered as bizarre if they were against that. We are all in favor of innovation, and we are all after innovation in our personal life, but also in our professional one and in our professional visions. The point is to define exactly what we are looking for, what we characterize as innovation, and what we expect for the future. That's all for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pedafragas. Could you please, you had the kindness to share with me your notes. I tried to note down as many titles as possible. I did manage to take in everything because you opened a great variety of subjects, ranging from what we should do, why it doesn't succeed. You mentioned the demographic problem, an epidemiological one. Probably the worst news for the country the last 10 years was indeed the announcement of Elstat, the Hellenic Statistics Service, the other day. Births are just 75,000 per year, 10,000 less than the average of the last 5 or 6 years. This, unfortunately, does not concern us as it should. It's something that is a direct menace to the survival of the national health system, its strength and sustainability. Mr. Yanitsis referred to that yesterday, and starting from basics, this is where we should launch our discussion. You mentioned many things, Mr. Pedafragas, and I would like to dwell on that. I would like you, first of all, if possible, to make a comment on what you touched upon. That is, why the thoughts that we discuss do not take the form of reforms. Why is there such a delay? And to what extent the reforms coming from the European Union, we expect two major reforms currently, not only the regulation on health technology assessment, but also the new pharmaceutical policy. How do these reforms find the local industry, and what does domestic industry to keep pace, or if you like, take this opportunity and further develop? Well, let me start from the query, why the various reforms do not succeed. Well, the overall discussion on the need for reforms in the field of pharma became far more intense during the financial crisis, especially in the period 2011-2012. There have been many plans. There has been no commitment in implementing them. And the persistence in this implementation phase, unfortunately, priorities shift continuously. And in a miraculous way, the topical issues take us away from the real targets. And that might be logical and expected for certain goals. In other cases, however, such as the issues both of primary health care and the issues of digitization of health sector, the issues of the individual e-file, all that are illogical. We cannot have ups and downs in the intensity in which these programs are implemented, regardless of the political leadership. So the second question was, if I'm not mistaken, was linked with the good practices abroad. Yes, it was too long a question. Oh, well, the new environment that seems to be developed in Europe in the issue of central reform, that is a part of the policy that seems to encourage domestic manufacturing and boost the sustainability of countries vis-à-vis extraordinary cases such as the pandemic. Well, as far as manufacturing is concerned, our country is at quite a good level vis-à-vis the distribution at European level. We have the great fortune to have 10% of the European production in Greece, and this may be further developed. Well, the plan, of course, is at the European level, although it regards the domestic manufacturing. And we must follow suit. We must follow this European planning. We cannot divert. But on issues of implementation, we must have a very good plan, which will be in the mid and long term, and we will not try intensively to have certain policies introduced that may cause problems and raise hurdles which are needless. Thank you. Mr. Papadimitriou, you wanted to note down something regarding reforms, I think. No, not necessarily. I just thought of the reform of European Union policy, to be honest. Well, listen, our views on this subject is that the European Commission has presented a framework of changes, many of them in positive direction, especially those that regard the reduction of bureaucracy and speeding up certain processes. An issue that finds innovative industry at the contrary is the reduction of the intellectual property protection. If it happens, this will be a major counter-incentive for investment in R&D in Europe, and we will be also the cause for shifting capital to other parts of the globe, mainly the USA, as well as Asia. Incentives to manufacturing in Europe must be granted, but this has to do mainly with incentives concerning older and well-established treatments, where raw material is produced almost exclusively in India and China. We only produce 64% of the active substances in Europe, but actually these are biological, so-called organic products or high innovation. Chemical molecules are also related with environmental protection measures and so forth, and the European Union is not disposed to make any yield in order to facilitate the production of this raw material in Europe, unless it were disposed to increase the money to pay for it. Because Asia is a very hard competitor in that. So Europe does have a reason to reduce its dependency on Asia, perhaps not by producing raw material, but helping in manufacturing at local level. On the other hand, it must maintain the strong incentives for the development of new innovative treatments, because this is the future that will lead to a more effective and efficient health system vis-à-vis both life expectancy and economy. Anyway, playing the devil's advocate, many from the European Commission believe that the changes in the data protection field draws a line of distinction between higher and lower degree of innovation and perhaps offer a higher protection vis-à-vis this system. Well, there are certain conditions in the proposal of the European Union where, if they are valid, if they are adopted, indeed they increase the data protection. But on one hand, certain things are not defined. For instance, the uncovered medical need is very broad concept. I don't know how it will be defined in the framework of a European strategy. But beyond that, when a company or some investment funds are to invest in the R&D for development, for the creation of a new molecule, we can't know beforehand all the potential of a medication in the pipeline so as to feel secure on the investment. Most possible, probable, is the investments in the 6-year horizon, and further on, one might claim the expanse of the protection, the extension of the protection. But this is something very difficult to estimate many years before. It is quite probable that will affect certain areas, especially in antibiotics, I believe. But of course, there is no doubt that research in the field of biotechnology, be it in medicines or diagnostics or devices, has a development potential. In order to make full use, exploit that, what kind of changes in the environment, in the political environment, would you suggest for us in the framework shaped as it is? Excellent question. I'll take the torch from Mr. Papadimitriou and continue from there. We definitely must link of what we can do here in Greece on how we stand vis-à-vis European Union policy. Let us not forget that we all have the power and the right of a proposal as a government on how we view the issue of GDPR, innovation, and so forth. So this, I could say, that the main goal of the European policy was to secure the studies, the research work, and the accessibility of the patient to innovation. It is an issue of access that we support. So we'll start my reply by saying that we must also lay the foundations on how we feel vis-à-vis this issue. To be more specific, if we want access to the patient, then we can relate and connect all processes at local level so as to have access to innovation in less days and less delays that already registered. And this shows how we can, at the local level, take a new molecule, a new therapeutic solution, and introduce it to the patient, suggested as a proposal, not by applying the 670 days of delay currently valid in Greece, but drawing nearer to the EU average. Now, beyond the issue of predictability for someone investing with studies and further research, there's also an issue of incentives, and I will dwell on that. We have taken an initiative and we have spoken of investment incentives through R&D, but these are not enough or transparent or sufficient. We would like more global offsetting through clinical trials, not only in the level of production, but also in the R&D. It's something that we spoke about that. We embrace that. Other countries as Portugal did it even better than we did. And beyond the rationale on what percentage of the GDP is invested, additional incentives are offered in order to bring in innovation and embrace the whole system of research centers and cooperation with the university and research centers of Greece and abroad here. So we raise the issue of legislation, of incentives. And the third thing, I believe we said right from the start, let us not hide, we spoke that we are at the starting point now. We're currently at the level of survival, but we would like to take some deep breaths vis-à-vis total refunds and how we already fund the products we introduce. It is difficult for each company to see a 3-year period, 5-year period, let alone 10-year period, when we do not know what financial framework or budget we will have in the next year. So this is something that if we lay better foundations, we may have more cooperations. So I concluding, as we said, as Mr. Papadimitriou said, is something that will happen in the next 3 years. We have time to affect it. We can take a stance, but we can do it now. Second, taxation incentives, for instance, clawback offsetting at a better level with broader criteria where we may participate, not solely production centers, but also research centers. And third, predictability of funding so as to introduce programs that may have a 10-year horizon. Thank you. You formulated a series of queries.
And as your predecessors can assure you, I can see Mr. Polizos and Mr. Kosiopoulos, some requests from your partners. This is understandable in the context of developing a national policy. And I'm wondering, all the partners have requests to make. What does the ministry expect of the partners of the system. Yes. Before I reply, allow me to make some comments because we touched upon several issues, starting with the clawback. I don't believe that anyone here praises measures like the clawback. We have reached the point where we are because of some reasons. And of course, clawback is not a Greek solution. It is a global one that has to do with the fact that most countries have a relatively stable budget. And on the other hand, every year there are new technologies emerging, new scientific data, new treatments introduced to the market, some of which are truly innovative, but some of which are not that innovative. The health systems, based on the budget they have, are called to do something very specific, to conduct a very specific exercise. And this exercise aims at evaluating what is worth introducing to the system and what not, and maybe it should be excluded from the system. So when we're talking about a national pharmaceutical policy, we should keep in mind that it's not just a bucket in which you throw new treatments. It is a system that potentially approaches something that is not that effective in an equitable way. And moreover, we all know that the current conjuncture is very difficult, but not without reason. The result that we experience today has been the result of previous interventions, like the ceilings that we had introduced, or the fact that there were many monitoring and control mechanisms missing from the country. So that is why we stand where we stand compared to other European countries. Of course, we experienced the economic downturn. And one last thing. With regard to different statements that have been made about the fact that no investments are made in Greece, I believe that we should approach this issue not in an absolute way, but in a relative way. It would be very useful to examine which are the per capita sales of major companies and of major products in Greece, and to compare them with the per capita sales of the same companies in other countries. And last but not least, we all need to agree that there is indeed the political will. I believe that this is evident. So the basic issue that we deal with as a ministry and as a general secretary is the issue of understanding, cooperation, and patience. We all understand that the situation is very difficult, but this should also be understood by our colleagues and our partners, because we just have started doing what we're doing, and we expect you to be patient and collaborative. Yes, a very beautiful thought. And this is the end of the roundtable discussion, and we can now take a break for lunch.
Right, well, let's start with the second part of the second day of our conference. We have a one-to-one discussion about European pharmaceutical strategy. I should like to call Mrs. Elisabeth Prodromou, who will be moderating this discussion. She is from Bristol Myers Squibb, and we have Natalie Moe and Vlad Oterno, Healthcare Public Affairs, Director, Europa Bio, etc. You have the floor. Right, thank you so very much. I hope I can keep your interest high after this brilliant lunch about such an exciting topic. With these words, I will shift to the English language because I would like to welcome and introduce the two virtual panelists. Χαιρετώ αμφότερους.
Θα ήθελα λοιπόν να παρουσιάσω την Νάταλι Μολ, που είναι Γενική Διευθύντρια της Ευρωπαϊκής Ομοσπονδίας Φαρμακευτικών Βιομηχανιών και Συνδέσμων, της ΕΦΠΙΑ δηλαδή, και τον Βλάντ Ολτεάνο, ο οποίος είναι Διευθυντής Δημοσίων Υπευθέσεων και Συστήματος Περίθαλψης στη Eurobio, του Ευρωπαϊκό Σύνδεσμο Βιοβιομηχανιών. Ο συντονισμός λοιπόν αυτής της συνεδρίας σήμερα θα είναι με κάποια εισαγωγικά σχόλια και για όλους τους πανελίστες θα κάνουν μια παρουσίαση 5-6 λεπτών και μετά θα ακολουθήσει έρωτα-απαντήσεις. Με αυτά λοιπόν τα επόμενα λίγα λεπτά λοιπόν θα εστιάσω στην αναθεώρηση της φαρμακευτικής νομοθεσίας στην Ευρώπη και παρουσιάζοντας τις ευκαιρίες και προκλήσεις, καθώς και το πώς μπορούν να επηρεάσουν τις βασικές εξελίξεις στην Ευρώπη. Η φαρμακευτική καινοτομία είναι αλληλένδετη, πολύ σχετική και συνδέεται με την αλλαγή, την ανάπτυξη και την μεγέθυνση της οικονομίας. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί σχετικοί ορισμοί σε ό,τι αφορά την φαρμακευτική καινοτομία, αλλά κατ' εμέ, ο πλέον κέριος ορισμός είναι αυτός που λέει ότι η φαρμακευτική καινοτομία δημιουργεί κοινωνική αξία στη μορφή μεγαλύτερου προσδόκιμου ζωής και βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Και αυτή είναι η στιγμή για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση να επιδείξει τη δέσμευσή της στη φαρμακευτική καινοτομία, καθώς και να ενισχύσει τις βασικές αξίες της καινοτομίας, που είναι η προσπελασιμότητα, διαθεσιμότητα και προσιτότητα οικονομική. Η καινοτομία στη φαρμακευτική είναι μοχλός για καλύτερη υγεία, γιατί περιττό να πούμε ότι απολαμβάνουμε στην Ευρώπη εδώ και μια δεκαετία πάνω από τεράστια, μεγαλύτερη από 1,74 χρόνια παράταση χρόνου ζωής. Η καινοτομία είναι εδώ για να αντιμετωπίσει τα ζητήματα με πολλές θεραπευτικές επιλογές και πολλά άλλα πεδία. Ένα ζωηρό παράδειγμα βρίσκεται στην ογκολογία. Στην ογκολογία υπάρχουν μια σειρά αγωγών που πρόσφεραν πάνω από 5 χρόνια παράταση επιβίωσης για το 50% των ασθενών με μελάνομα, για πάνω από 30% ασθενών με καρκίνο πνευμόνων, ενώ στα προηγούμενα χρόνια, πριν την ανακάλυψη νέων θεραπείων και νέων τεχνολογιών υγείας, ήταν μόνο λίγοι μήνες. Αλλά η καινοτομία φαρμακευτική δεν είναι μοχλός μόνο για καλύτερη υγεία, αλλά και για ανάπτυξη της οικονομίας. Δυστυχώς, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση χάνει σε ανταγωνιστικότητα έναντι άλλων περιοχών, όπως η Βόρειος Αμερική, η Ιαπωνία, η Κίνα, αναπτύχθηκε κατά κόρον και στις προηγούμενες συνεδρία. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση γίνεται όλο και λιγότερο ελκυστική για επένδυση σε έρευνα και τεχνολογία και αυτό δεν είναι καλός ιονός για την καινοτομία στην Ευρώπη. Αρχές του 1993 η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή κατέθεσε το πρώτο προσχέδιο για τη νέα φαρμακευτική νομοθεσία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Υπήρχε σαφής στόχος, δηλαδή να εξυγχρονιστεί η φαρμακευτική νομοθεσία, αλλά να δημιουργηθεί επίσης από τα 27 κράτη-μέλη να υπάρχει νέα πολιτική υγείας. Επίσης, η νέα στρατηγική ήταν περισσότερο εστιασμένη στον ασθενή, μαθαίνοντας τα μαθήματα από το COVID, στραμμένη περισσότερο στο να είναι πιο αυτόνομη και με μεγαλύτερη εστίαση στις ιατρικές ανάγκες και αντιμέτωπιση των ελλείψεων, μείωση του κανονιστικού φόρτου. Η νέα στρατηγική εισάγει μια πιο ευέλικτη πολιτική και ένα πιο ευέλικτο σύστημα, γρηγορότερο σύστημα, το οποίο μπορεί να παράσχει πολύ βραχυπρόθεσμα τις κανονιστικές αποφάσεις και βέβαια θα μειώσει και τον περιβαλλοντικό αντίκτυπο. Είναι καταπληκτικά όλα, είναι σωστή κατεύθυνση. Υπάρχουν λοιπόν ανησυχίες και προκλήσεις. Φυσικά υπάρχουν όλο και περισσότερες ανησυχίες και προκλήσεις που προκύπτουν από το γεγονός ότι το βασικό συστατικό της αλλαγής στην πολιτική φαρμακευτική είναι η μείωση της προστασίας δεδομένων από το 8 στα 6 χρόνια. Η GRDP, η Οδηγία περί προστασίας προσωπικών δικαιωμάτων, είναι όμως και βασικός συνεισφέρον στην προστασία προσωπικών δεδομένων. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Νομοθεσία επίσης επιβάλλει περισσότερα αντικίνητρα και αυτό συζητήθηκε κατά την προηγούμενη συνεδρία με τη μη παράταση της πατέντας. Αυτές οι δύο προστασίες έχουν αρνητικό αντίκτυπο σε σχέση με το πώς η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μπορεί να έλξει περισσότερες επενδύσεις στο έρευνα και ανάπτυξη και εννοείται ότι θα αποτρέψει περισσότερο και θα αποραθαρρύνει τις επενδύσεις περισσότερο από το παρελθόν. Επίσης, ο ορισμός της ακάλυπτης ιατρικής ανάγκης είναι πολύ ασυφής. Ένας ευρύς ορισμός θα μας δώσει ευκαιρίες στην ανακάλυψη νέων μορίων και ανάπτυξη διαφορετικών προσεγγίσεων θεραπευτικών εναλλακτικών. Εμείς έχουμε την ευθύνη ως φαρμακευτική βιομηχανία μαζί με την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή να κατανοήσουμε και να βρούμε πού υπάρχουν οι ανισότητες και οι διαφοροποιήσεις μεταξύ των κρατών μελών και να τις αντιμετωπίσουμε σωστά. Είναι δική μας η ευθύνη. Και οι εθνικές ικανότητες που επηρεάζουν τους ασθενείς και δει στην ελληνική περίπτωση συζητήθηκε κατά κόρον και στο προηγούμενο πάνελ με ανεπαρκή προϋπολογισμού, με υπερβάσεις δαπανών και μια γενική στρέβλωση του συστήματος. Έλλειψη επίσης στοιχείων. Αν δεν μετράμε σωστά, δεν επαληθεύουμε. Αν δεν επαληθεύσουμε, δεν μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε τις βέλτιστες δυνατές υπηρεσίες. Κανονιστική φραγμή επίσης. Η ΕΦΠΗ αναφέρει τουλάχιστον 2 χρόνια συσσόρευσης από την έγκριση στον Ευρωπαϊκό Οργανισμό Φαρμάκων μέχρι την πλήρη αδειοδότηση ενός προϊόντος να μπει στην Ελλάδα. Και αν και πρέπει να παραδεχθούμε ότι η διακυβέρνηση των διαφόρων επιτροπών και εμποδίων έχει βελτιωθεί, εξακολουθεί να υπάρχει μεγάλη χρονοπέδη. Έλλειψη λοιπόν επίσης κινήτρων σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Θα ήθελα να ολοκληρώσω την αναρκτήρια ομιλία μου μοιραζόμενοι κάποιες σκέψεις. Μου δημιουργεί πραγματική αισιοδοξία και μου γεννά τη φιλοδοξία όταν σκέφτομαι τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε όλοι μας για την φαρμακευτική βιομηχανία. Κάθε μέρα που δουλεύουμε, προσπαθώντας να βελτιώσουμε την ποιότητα ζωής των ασθενών μας, να δώσουμε καλύτερη υγεία και επίσης να μοιραστώ μια ευχή να συνεχίσουμε με το ίδιο πάθος, την ίδια αφοσίωση και την ίδια αποφασιστικότητα. Και με αυτά θα ήθελα να δώσω το λόγο στην Νάταλη για την εναρκτήρια ομιλία της. Νάταλη, χθες στην εναρκτήρια συνεδρία ο Υπουργός Υγείας ανέφερε «Θέλω να προσφέρω πλήρη πρόσβαση σε όλους τους ασθενείς στην Ελλάδα σε καινοτόμες θεραπείες, ανεξαρτήτως επίπεδου εκπαίδευσης και κοινωνικο-οικονομικού καθεστώτος, κοινωνικο-οικονομικής κατάστασης». Και αυτό είναι καταπληκτικό, είναι φοβερό το όραμα. Το ερώτημά μου είναι, πιστεύεις ότι με τη νέα οδηγία και τις εξελίξεις που έχουμε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή Μήπως αυτό είναι πολύ απομακρυσμένο το όραμα για τις κυβερνήσεις στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση? Ευχαριστώ, έχεις το λόγο. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση, ευχαριστώ για την εισαγωγή και το σημαντικό ερώτημα που θέσατε, γιατί αυτός είναι ένας στόχος που έχουμε όλοι κοινό. Βελτιωμένη πρόσβαση, είτε πρόκειται για εταιρείες που αναπτύσσουν προϊόντα ή που θέλουμε να φτάνουν τους ασθενείς. Οι ίδιοι ασθενείς έχουμε τους ίδιους στόχους αιτήματος αυξημένης πρόσβασης και νομίζω ότι τα κράτη-μέλη δεν θα πρέπει να θέτουν όλη αυτή την ευθύνη στα χέρια ενός ευρωπαϊκού νομοθετήματος, το οποίο θα συζητηθεί τα ερχόμενα χρόνια. Νομίζω ότι είναι μια κοινή ευθύνη μεταξύ όλων των εμπλεκόμενων, είτε κυβερνήσεων, θεσμικών οργάνων, Ευρωπαϊκού Οργανισμού Φαρμάκων, της φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας, των ασθενών και των νοσοκομείων. Και ο τρόπος να διασφαλίσουμε ότι θα αυξήσουμε την προσπελασιμότητα, προβλέψιμα και σίγουρα, είναι να καθίσουμε όλοι μαζί και να αναλύσουμε ποια είναι τα προβλήματα, να συμφωνήσουμε ποια είναι τα προβλήματα, γιατί δεν είναι μόνο ένα, και στη συνέχεια ο καθής να αναλάβει τις ευθύνες του για να διορθώσει τα εμπόδια τα οποία υψώνονται. Έτσι πιστεύουμε ότι ως βιομηχανία μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι θα πληρώσουμε την υπόσχεση που έδωσε χθες ο Υπουργός σας. Μεγαλύτερη πρόσβαση συντομότερα σε περισσότερους ανθρώπους σε καινοτόμες θεραπείες. Αυτό είναι τελείως διαφορετικό από αυτή την νομοθεσία. Η νομοθεσία αυτή αφορά την έγκριση φαρμάκων, διασφαλίζεται δηλαδή ότι θα υπάρχει ασφαλής φαρμακευτική αγωγή στην ποιότητα που πρέπει να είναι, και ένα άλλο κομμάτι αφορά τα κίνητρα για την ενίσχυση της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας. Η νομοθεσία λοιπόν σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο πολύ σωστά εστιάζει σε πράγματα που είναι ευρωπαϊκής αρμοδιότητας, δηλαδή δίνοντας κίνητρα στην έρευνα. Η προσπέλαση όμως είναι περισσότερο εθνικό θέμα και έτσι πρέπει να μείνει. Ο τρόπος όμως με τον οποίο λειτουργούν τα πράγματα σήμερα δεν είναι ένας αειφόρος και αποδεκτός τρόπος. Έχουμε τεράστιες ανισότητες μεταξύ χωρών, μεταξύ περιφερειών στην ίδια χώρα, και αυτό δεν έχει αντιμετωπιστεί μέχρι στιγμής. Ως βιομηχανία λοιπόν ζητάμε διάλογο εδώ και πάρα πολύ καιρό, έναν θεσμικό διάλογο μεταξύ των κρατών μελών και της βιομηχανίας, των νοσοκομείων και όλων των εμπλεκόμενων που είναι υπεύθυνοι για την πρόσβαση από κοινού. Να υπάρξει μια πραγματική συζήτηση στρογγυλής τραπέζης, όπου θα ζητηθεί ποια είναι τα εμπόδια, ποια είναι τα στοιχεία τα διαθέσιμα, και στη συνέχεια να ληφθούν πολύ συγκεκριμένες αποφάσεις για μέτρα, δράσεις, καταληκτήριες ημερομηνίες και εφαρμογή. Νομίζω ότι αυτό θα είναι η σωστή λύση. Έχουμε αναλάβει κάποια δράση, πολύ συγκεκριμένη. Από πέρσι τον Απρίλιο αναλάβαμε τη δέσμευση να έχουμε την ίδια τιμολόγηση, την ίδια χρονική στιγμή υποβολή για τιμολόγηση και στα 27 κράτη-μέλη, και ταυτόχρονα να υπάρχει μια online πύλη που θα ελέγχει εάν υπάρχει διαφοροποίηση, πού υπάρχουν καθυστερήσεις, ώστε να μπορούμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε το θέμα της πρόσβασης σήμερα, άμεσα, σε πραγματικό χρόνο. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Νάταλη. Και τώρα δίνω το λόγο στον Βλάντ. Ο Βλάντ, από πλευράς της βιοφαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας, πιστεύεις ότι είμαστε αρκετά ευέλικτοι για να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις αλλαγές? Ευχαριστώ, Ελισάβετ, για το ερώτημα, αλλά και την ευκαιρία που μου δίνετε να είμαι μαζί σήμερα, αν και δεν μπορώ να απολαύσω της υπέροχης πόλης σας, τον υπέροχο ήλιο των Αθηνών, και είμαι στις βροχερές Βρυξέλλες. Σε αυτό το ερώτημα, λοιπόν, η απάντηση νομίζω δεν είναι επαρκής. Όχι, δεν είμαστε επαρκώς ευέλικτοι. Δεν είμαστε τόσο κακοί. Είμαστε ευέλικτοι ως βιομηχανία, αλλά νομίζω ότι οι νομοθέτες θα μπορούσαν να μας βοηθήσουν να γίνουμε καλύτεροι. Γιατί η ευελιξία σημαίνει δύο κομμάτια, θα τα τρέξουν μαζί με καλό αποδεκτό τρόπο. Το ένα κομμάτι είναι η βιομηχανία. Εάν δούμε λοιπόν την βιομηχανία που αναφέρθηκε, υπάρχουν μια σειρά ιατρικών επιτευγμάτων που η βιομηχανία κατάφερε να εφαρμόσει. Αναφέρατε νέες θεραπείες, τις πρόοδους που έχει γίνει και την πρόοδο που έχει γίνει, που μπορεί να συνδεθεί και με τα εμβόλια και την παραγωγή εμβολίων. Η βιομηχανία σαφέστατα ήταν ευέλικτη και η βιομηχανία έχει συνεισφέρει και στην έρευνα, την τεχνολογία, την καινοτομία και την παραγωγή. Αλλά χρειάζεται και άλλα 3 πράγματα. Το πρώτο είναι η προβλεψιμότητα. Η προβλεψιμότητα στις βιομηχανίες και δι' τις μικρομεσαίες είναι θεμελιώδους σημασίας, γιατί η ευελιξία μπορεί να προσφέρει κεφάλαιο με χαμηλότερο κόστος. Αν δεν υπάρχει προβλεψιμότητα, ο κίνδυνος δεν γίνεται πλήρως κατανοητός ή καλά κατανοητός και υπάρχει και premium στα επιτόκια που πρέπει να καταβάλει κανείς. Επομένως το κεφάλαιο, το χρήμα, το κόστος του χρήματος είναι υψηλότερο. Αυτό σημαίνει συνέπειες για τις εταιρείες και αυτό σημαίνει πιθανότατα ότι η έρευνα και η καινοτομία θα καθυστερήσουν. Αν συμβεί καλό στην Ευρώπη. Αυτό είναι το πρώτο σημείο. Το δεύτερο, χρειάζεται την δυνατότητα, την ικανότητα να μείνει εδώ μακροπρόθεσμα. Και αυτή η μεταρρύθμιση θα απαιτήσει χρόνια για να εφαρμοστεί. Αυτή τη στιγμή όμως εφαρμοστεί, θα υπάρξει και θα παραμείνει για τουλάχιστον μια δεκαετία. Πρέπει λοιπόν να δημιουργηθεί ένα σταθερό περιβάλλον που θα εστιάζει στην έρευνα, την καινοτομία και τη μεγέθυνση. Άρα ενισχύοντας την αντιστοιχότητα, τουλάχιστον για μια δεκαετία μετά την περάτωση των διαπραγματεύσεων. Και τελευταίο στοιχείο που θεωρώ ότι χρειάζεται η βιομηχανία είναι ότι χρειάζεται έναν εταίρο από την άλλη πλευρά που θα είναι εξίσου και αρκετά ευέλικτος. Και αυτός ο εταίρος είναι οι πολιτικοί ηθήνοντες, οι νομοθέτες και τα κράτη-μέλη. Εάν λοιπόν η βιομηχανία αναλαμβάνει τη δέσμευση, η άλλη πλευρά πρέπει να δεσμευτεί στις διαπραγματεύσεις και να οριστικοποιεί τις διαπραγματεύσεις αυτές εγκαίρως, ώστε να επιτρέπει την πρόσβαση των πολιτών στα καινοτόμα φάρμακα εγκαίρως. Αυτό σημαίνει λοιπόν κατά βάση ότι ναι, χρειάζονται 2 για το ταγκό και χρειάζονται 2 να λειτουργούν εξίσου ευέλικτα. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Νάταλη, επανέρχομαι σε σένα. Ανέφερες τις ομάδες εκπροσώπων πολλαπλών συμφερόντων στη συζήτηση συμπεριλαμβανομένης της βιομηχανίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Αναρωτιέμαι αν και οι οργανώσεις των ασθενών συμπεριλαμβάνονται. Μήπως μπορείς να μας παρουσιάσεις τα επόμενα προβλεπόμενα βήματα για αυτή την πρωτοβουλία και πώς σχεδιάζουμε και τι σχεδιάζουμε για την επόμενη διετία, τριετία. Ευχαριστώ, Ελισάβετ. Ναι, αυτό είναι το θέμα. Ενώσο έχουμε αναθεώρηση της νομοθεσίας και είναι εν εξελίξη, αν θέλετε, αυτή τη στιγμή. Όμως, το φόρουμ των πολλαπλών συμφερόντων, των εμπλεκομένων, είναι κάτι που πρέπει να συσταθεί από την Επιτροπή και τα κράτη-μέλη. Και όντως χρειάζονται και οι ασθενείς, όλοι όσοι επισέρχονται και όλοι υπεύθυνοι για πρόσβαση. Δεν μπορούν να βρεθούν λύσεις μόνο όταν είμαστε όλοι από κοινού, αντιμετωπίζοντας τα διάφορα προβλήματα και ενδεχόμενα εμπόδια. Δυστυχώς, ζητάμε κάτι τέτοιο, το φόρουμ υψηλού επίπεδου και πάρα πολύ μεγάλο διάστημα. Δεν είναι δυνατόν για μας, εκπροσώπους βιομηχανίας, να προσκαλέσουμε όλους τους άλλους στο διάλογο. Το προσπαθήσαμε, δεν λειτουργεί. Είναι κάτι που θεσμικό όργανο που πρέπει να το κάνει. Ενδεχομένως ο Υπουργός, όπως το ανέφερε χτες, ίσως θα μπορούσε αυτός να ξεκινήσει με μια πρόταση στο Συμβούλιο Υπουργών. Την τελευταία 20 ετία, πολύ συχνά είχαμε φόρουμ υψηλού επίπεδου που διήρξαν κάπου 5 χρόνια, όπου τα κράτη-μέλη συνέρχονται από κοινού με την Επιτροπή και τους εμπλεκόμενους στον τομέα της υγείας για να πραγματευτούν κάποια δύσκολα θέματα, όπως τα βιοομοειδή, ενεργές ουσίες κλπ. Αυτό πρέπει να γίνει για να παρασχεθεί προβλεψιμότητα και στο κανονιστικό πλαίσιο και στα κίνητρα, και αυτή η νομοθεσία πρέπει να βελτιωθεί, πρέπει να εξυγχρονιστεί, πρέπει να είναι ελκυστική προς τους επενδυτές και να κάνει εκείνα τα πράγματα που πολύ συχνά, όταν η Ευρώπη υιοθετούσε ένα νομοθέτημα και λειτουργούσε άμεσα και δημιουργούσε πραγματικά μια όθηση προϊόντων, μια όθηση μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων που δεν υπήρχαν πριν. Πρέπει να ξαναγίνει αυτό. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Νομοθεσία μπορεί να είναι πολύ επιτυχής όταν κάνει αυτό που πρέπει να κάνει. Δηλαδή να δημιουργεί, να εισάγει κίνητρα και να νομοθετεί σωστά. Η πρόσβαση πρέπει να αφήνεται στους υπόλοιπους. Αλλά για να γίνει αυτό πρέπει τα κράτη-μέλη πραγματικά να υιοθετήσουν και να αγκαλιάσουν το νομοθέτημα και να προσκαλέσουν από κοινού με την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή όλους τους έχοντες συμφέροντα και ενδιαφερόμενους να συμμετάσχουν στο διάλογο. Νάταλη, όταν συζητάμε καινοτόμα προϊόντα, το πρώτο ερώτημα το οποίο σκέφτομαι είναι το θέμα κατά πόσο είναι οικονομικά προσιτά. Αν τα κράτη-μέλη έχουν τα μέσα για να ανταποκριθούν. Αυτό λοιπόν το οποίο συνδέεται με αυτή την αναθεώρηση της ευρωπαϊκής νομοθεσίας και ποιες είναι οι προτάσεις της ΕΦΠΙΑ σχετικά. Ναι, είναι ένα πολύ καλό ερώτημα, γιατί βέβαια η πρόσβαση είναι επίσης πολύ σημαντική. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο λειτουργεί η φαρμακευτική βιομηχανία σε όλο τον κόσμο είναι με την παροχή προϊόντων σε μια τιμή που μπορούν να ανταπεξέλθουν τα κράτη, δηλαδή προσαρμόζουν την τιμή των προϊόντων στην οικονομική πραγματικότητα και τις ανάγκες της χώρας. Δεν μπορούμε να το κάνουμε σήμερα αυτό στην Ευρώπη, γιατί στην Ευρώπη έχουμε την ενιαία αγορά και τα προϊόντα κινούνται. Ο τρόπος λοιπόν μεταξύ των χωρών, ο τρόπος λοιπόν που βιώνουμε το γεγονός είναι αν θέλουμε να πουλήσουμε προϊόντα φθηνά σε μια χώρα, πολύ συχνά τα πουλάμε φθηνά σε μια χώρα και καταλήγουν στην άλλη την πιο ακριβή και δημιουργώντας ελλείψεις στην αρχική χώρα. Υπάρχει επίσης περίπτωση όπου μια χώρα δίνει τιμή αναφοράς για άλλες χώρες. Αν έχουμε αυτή τη διαφοροποίηση τιμών λοιπόν, είναι εις βάρος άλλων χωρών, όπου έχουμε αύξηση τιμή σε κάποιες χώρες και μείωση σε άλλες και πάλι δεν είναι κανείς ικανοποιημένος. Η όλη κατάσταση σε ό,τι αφορά την προσπέλαση είναι πάρα πολύ πολύπλοκη, αλλά όχι χωρίς λύση. Εμείς έχουμε δεσμευτεί, όπως είπα, στη βιομηχανία, να προσαρμόσουμε το μηχανισμό τιμολόγησης, αλλά δεν μπορούμε να το κάνουμε από μόνοι μας, αν δεν συζητήσουμε όλοι από κοινού το πώς θα συμβεί αυτό στην σημερινή Ευρώπη. Πρέπει να υπάρχει αλληλεγγύη μεταξύ των κρατών μελών και υπάρχουν και άλλα στοιχεία. Υπάρχει λοιπόν ένας δρόμος που πρέπει να διανύσουμε, αλλά υπάρχουν ιδέες και κάποιες δράσεις να ληφθούν. Συγγνώμη, δεν θυμάμαι το δεύτερο ερώτημα. Όχι, με κάλυψες, απάντησες. Βλάντ, πιστεύεις ότι τα κοινοτικά κράτη πρέπει να αναλάβουν περισσότεροι εθνικές τιμές και οπτική, αν θέλετε, συμμετοχής ή πώς μπορεί να δουλέψει μέσα στο πεδίο της νέας οδηγίας που είναι υποσυζήτηση αυτή τη στιγμή. Σαφέστατα σεβόμαστε την εσωτερική αγορά και η εσωτερική αγορά έχει πάρα πολλά ωραία κομμάτια και κομμάτια που δεν είναι απαραίτητα, αν όχι κακά, πάντως δεν μας πληρούν πλήρως. Οι συνέπειες είναι αυτό που ανέφερα πριν, δηλαδή με άλλα λόγια, εάν εισάγεις ένα προϊόν στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι μια αγορά, άρα το εισάγεις στην Ευρωπαϊκή αγορά και ο μηχανισμός τιμολόγησης που υπάρχει θα επηρεάσει την τιμή του προϊόντος ανεξαρτήτως θέλησής σου και σε άλλα κράτη-μέλη. Υπάρχουν τρόποι με τους οποίους πιστεύω θα μπορούσαν να το παρακάμψουν αυτά τα κράτη-μέλη. Ένας από αυτούς είναι να είσαι πάρα πολύ προσεκτικός με την τιμή αναφοράς. Αυτό είναι το ένα. Αν πάω στην βιοτεχνολογία και εκείνες τις θεραπείες έχουν μια ιδιαιτερότητα. Πρέπει να εκπονηθούν στον ατόμο πιο κοντά στον ασθενή, δηλαδή εξορισμού, όχι όπου να είναι στην Ευρώπη, αλλά εκεί που είναι ο ασθενής θα γίνει η αγωγή. Είναι δαπανηρές όχι μόνο τις βιομηχανίες, αλλά λόγω της διαδικασίας. Η διαδικασία είναι πολύ εντατική και οτιδήποτε γύρω από την ανάπτυξη αυτής της αγωγής είναι εξαιρετικά δαπανηρό. Όμως είναι απόλυτα αναγκαίες οι αγωγές αυτές, γιατί αλλάζουν άρδιν τα ποσοστά θνησιμότητας και όχι μόνο υπάρχει παράταση ζωής, αλλά και βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις μάλιστα ξαναδίνει πίσω τη ζωή. Ως εκ τούτου είναι πολύ σημαντικές. Τώρα, ποια είναι το τίμημα για αυτό? Αυτό είναι το πραγματικό ερώτημα. Νομίζω ότι οι υπουργοί πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουν το θέμα αυτό. Υπάρχουν τρόποι να γίνουν πιο προσιτές οι αγωγές αυτές. Ένας τρόπος είναι η αύξηση της εθνικής παραγωγής, της τοπικής, αλλά αυτό σημαίνει ότι θα πρέπει να υπάρχει στρατηγική που θα λαμβάνει υπόψη τις ανάγκες, την καινοτομία, την έρευνα και ανάπτυξη, την προβλεψιμότητα, η προσφορά κινήτρων για να συμβεί αυτό σε εθνικό επίπεδο. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Έχω άλλο ένα ερώτημα που απευθύνω και στους δυο σας. Το ίδιο είναι και με αυτό θέλω να κλείσω. Θέλω να κλείσω με μια θετικό τόνο. Είστε αισιόδοξοι για το μέλλον της καινοτομίας στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και το μέλλον της αγωγής, της ιατρικής πρόνοιας? Μόλις βγήκα από σχετική συζήτηση, όπου έχουμε μόνο 5 τόρους από περιφερειακές οργανώσεις, βιομηχανία, υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί διαφορετικοί εμπλεκόμενοι και αυτό με κάνει αισιόδοξη. Όλοι μας μοιραζόμαστε το όραμα αυτό βελτίωσης της ζωής των ασθενών. Και αυτός ο κοινός στόχος τον οποίο έχουμε θέσει και οι πόροι που έχει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση σε ό,τι αφορά τα επιστημονικά ταλέντο, ότι έχουμε τα hubs έρευνας, κλινικές δοκιμές, έχουμε όλα τα απαιτούμενα συστατικά. Πρέπει όμως να κάνουμε την βέλτιστη αναθεώρηση πολιτικής, ώστε να ενισχυθεί η ελκυστικότητά μας, γιατί έχουμε χάσει πάρα πολλούς από τους συνήθους επενδυτές μας που έχουν στραφεί προς την Κίνα ιδιαίτερα. Αυτή η αναθεώρηση λοιπόν είναι μια εκπληκτική ευκαιρία για να κάνουμε πάρα πολύ θόρυβο και να διορθώσουμε, να ενημερώσουμε όλες τις κανονιστικές διαδικασίες, να εισάγουμε τα κίνητρα που θα είναι τώρα προσαρμοσμένα στις νέες τεχνολογίες και με ορίζοντα 20 ετίας και να γίνουμε ακόμα πιο ισχυροί και ελκυστικοί από ό,τι είμαστε τώρα. Νομίζω ότι όλοι κοιτάμε προς σωστή κατεύθυνση. Απλώς πρέπει να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τα κατάλληλα πράγματα για τα σωστά πράγματα. Βλάντ. Συμφωνώ όλος. Όντως, ο συνασπισμός για την υγεία είναι εκπληκτική πρωτοβουλία. Εγώ είμαι εκ φύσεως αισιόδοξος και δεν μου είναι δύσκολο να εκφράσω και πάλι αισιόδοξο και πάλι, αλλά ταυτόχρονα πρέπει να θυμηθώ και κάτι που είδα στο παρελθόν. Πριν από 20 χρόνια, όταν το τελευταίο πακέτο νομοθεσίας εμφανίστηκε, τα ορφανά φάρμακα έβαλαν σε πολύ καλή θέση την Ευρώπη, αλλά αν θυμάστε, γιατί ανησυχούσαμε το 2003. Καινοτομία λέγαμε. Τι είναι καινοτομία? Είχαμε computers, είχαμε τα σημερινά computers, είχαμε τα ευφύ τηλέφωνα. Όχι, όλα αυτά εξελίχθηκαν. Την εποχή εκείνη, κατά τη διάρκεια της διαδικασίας, η Ευρώπη είχε χάσει ανταγωνιστικότητα και επανήλθε να μεταρρυθμίσει πολιτικές και να ξαναγίνει. Σκεφτείτε την Ericsson Nokia της εποχής εκείνης. Και πού είναι τώρα? Σκεφτείτε πώς η Ευρώπη την επανέφερε και πώς η Ericsson και η Nokia σήμερα είναι και πάλι μεγάλη παραγωγή τεχνολογίας 5G. Η Ευρώπη λοιπόν κατάφερε να αυτομεταρρυθμιστεί. Κάνοντας κάποιες δοκιμές όχι πολύ επιτυχείς, επανήλθε. Και αυτό έπεται στη βιομηχανία να επανέλθει εκεί που θα έπρεπε να είναι, στην προμετωπίδα της, στον προμαχώνα της έρευνας της τεχνολογίας. Είμαι αισιόδοξος λοιπόν. Κάνοντας αναδρομή στην τελευταία 20 ετία, θεωρώ ότι ναι, υπάρχει ελπίδα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα πρέπει να έχουμε μάθει να μην ακολουθήσουμε τον ίδιο δρόμο και να μάθουμε ότι η προστασία της καινοτομίας και της πνευματικής ιδιοκτησίας είναι θεμελιώδης για την ανάπτυξή μας, την καλή μας ανάπτυξη εδώ στην Ευρώπη. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και εγώ είμαι αισιόδοξη και κλείνω λέγοντας ας συνεχίσουμε. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μεταρρυθμίζεται, ας το κάνουμε ευκαιρία για καινοτομία και να αντιμετωπίσουμε προφανώς τις προκλήσεις. Ας εντοπίσουμε και δημιουργήσουμε έναν υγιή οδικό χάρτη. Ας το κάνουμε για τους ασθενείς μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ τους προηγούμενους ομιλητές και την κυρία Προδρόμου για την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση και we're moving forward to the next session, shaping the health system based on data evaluation and utilization. I would kindly ask the moderator, Mr. Mitropoulos, Head of Health Services of Ernst & Young, EY, and the participants, Messrs. Anaghnostopoulos, Mrs. Kolitsi, and Mrs. Pournara, to assume their positions. Mr. Mitropoulos, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yorgos Mitropoulos. I'm in charge of EY services for the health sector. Mr. Anaghnostopoulos is currently delayed. He's on the road. He hit traffic. So we'll start, however, and say that this panel, well, okay, first of all, let me put on my glasses, otherwise I'm blind as a bat. So we have Mr. Anaghnostopoulos, who is the Secretary General of Information Systems and E-Governance of the E-Governance Directorate. He is expected any moment now. Mrs. Zoe Kolitsi, Digital Health Policy and Strategy Lead with the European Institute for Innovation through Health Data. Mrs. Elpida Fotiadou, who is Head of the Deputy Directorate of Special Applications with EDICA. And Mrs. Julia Pournara, she's a partner with EY Law. Now, the panel is about utilization and evaluation of data, which is very useful given how the trends we're talking about, from preventive medicine, hospitals, various treatments, depend on data and will not be able to come through without valuable and reliable data in the future. Of course, some steps forward have been made because we have been working in the market for a number of years. There are some processes in place, some regulations that protect us. Be that as it may, we know that health data are rather more sensitive and they're rather more complex, at least strategy-wise, because many a time they are subjected to conflicting priorities. I should like to say, though, that in a survey we conducted with EY and one that we carry every year worldwide on health, it was given 2 months ago. We asked approximately 6,000 people from various countries about their priorities that they have, either as patients or as healthcare professionals. The vast majority were open in sharing their health data, their private medical data. And as a matter of fact, many of them were open to sharing them automatically with those agencies that were in the healthcare provision sector, either as patients or as future patients. Of course, they did examine the chance of them sharing data for reasons of research, innovation, and policy making. So we have an overall positive climate. These same, as one would expect, these same people said that, well, indeed, but we want to know how our data are protected and how are they used. Now, Europe has taken the first steps with the electronic health data space that we will be talking about more extensively later on. It's a set of regulations, or rather some guidelines, I would say, that will possibly help us, all EU countries, to have a common, joint strategy as to how we use data, how we access these data, and share it with someone who is in a country as a patient. Their treating physician may have access to their data that are stored possibly in another country. Or at a higher level, how we can utilize them to make policies. Of course, the question is, what is the case in Greece at the moment? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? And I sincerely hope that this panel will allow us and help us to reach some conclusions. I believe that there is overall a lot of experience in terms of technology, in terms of health policy, in terms of health law, so I believe we will reach answers. The format is as follows. Each panelist will have 5 minutes for an initial position, and then we'll see what questions we have. So, Mrs. Kolitsi, we will give you the floor since Mr. Anagostopoulos is still being delayed. Thank you very much for having me and for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. I have just one slide as to what the European Institution for Innovation Through Health Data is. We say that we act as a catalyst in whatever we can to be able to reuse data. Now I say that the Institute is active in all the individual parts and all constituents that will allow us to use unified and joint data spaces. What is the vision? Where are health data born? And what is our vision for the next 5 to 10 years? I believe that both yesterday's and today's presentations show that Greece is very well oriented towards a common European vision, in which health will be smart, it will be interconnected from the hospital to the home. It will follow patients throughout the course of their natural lives, and it will cover the entire width and breadth of data whenever they intersect with the health system. This slide, of course, shows an avenue, but things are not like that. It's a very complex path. It's a course that, first of all, must intersect the courses of the main constituents and stakeholders. We need to listen very carefully to the needs of the patients, the doctors, work with them, plan with them, design with them. Subsequently, and at the same time, we will have to enhance and fortify innovation in the market, because it's the market, the one that will bring about the solutions that through policies will be incorporated into the health system. So it's a convoluted and complicated way that must have points of interconnection with the individual stakeholders. There is indeed a momentum for digital reform. We started from COVID, we do have the money, we heard the policies in the morning and the vision as well. We believe that this is the general direction we're headed towards. At the same time, in many papers, although we didn't talk about fair trade economy, what we did talk about was
Spoke of an economy, a culture that changes the model and moves towards a model that respects the needs and the citizen, is open to the various agencies and bodies and stakeholders of the market, and also bears fruit for the society. A model that is fair, such as fair economy, and is predictable, sustainable, and equitable. Let me give you, in a nutshell, a case study, such an example of a single European space of data. Data that the patients themselves deliver, the results of their personal health. And this is the fruit of a cooperation of public and private sector of the health forum. I move ahead of the challenges. In order for this to happen, in order to grasp the data, collected data of the patients, we must have standardization, standardized data that is that collect in the same way. This will give us better health results through a better understanding with the physicians. The system will be able to exploit them because they will be collected the same way. They will be exploited by the market because they will understand where the needs lie and where they should move, where innovation should move. And of course, it will be exploited by the industry so as to create new innovation. The main use case is that regarding is patient-centered. The patient records his personal data, discusses it with the physician. We follow him, keep suit, and follow the progress of the disease. But furthermore, doing that, we can then shape the picture of the target group, of the specific population group, and the patient can have the clear image of where he is situated in relation to other similar patients. Not only there, we proceed because through the various health systems, we can assess that data. And not solely, they are used for research, for the development of technology, and actually the use of that data, which is not found like that, but bring about important financial benefits. This is materialized through a network, a European network. There is a European Observatory of Data, patient on reported outcomes. 4 countries participate there. And there will be 7. And we have the interlinkage of the data with registries, e-files, and so forth. That data, as you realize, is collected in the same way at European level, and they are a very valuable source of research for researchers and for research and innovation. Are we there today? No, not yet. There are many hurdles. The next speakers will elaborate on that. I would merely like to touch an issue regarding the issue of trust. Do we put our trust in medical technologies beyond the issue of privacy on the other issues that have been discussed today? This model, this paradigm is an ISO and creates a label similar that our appliances, white appliances have, where all the consumers are accustomed to and offers the picture of the quality. We now have this standard for apps. It is expandable to other technologies, and we believe that quite soon we will have the whole accreditation framework so as for it to operate on a pilot basis. It is one more structure of the necessary trust that we must create. Thank you. We thank you. Secretary General. Would you like to have a couple of minutes to catch your breath? I give the floor to Madam Fotiadou because IDICA has the data and everything, and let us see how it operates towards this direction. You have the floor. Thank you for the invitation. Shaping the health system on the basis of assessment, exploitation of data. We have big data of health. So we have the fortune over the last decade to have great quantities of data. The e-health data refer to the health of people and regard clinical data, statistic data, and they are secured for the better management of the patient's health at the first level, but also the secondary level for statistical analysis, combined information and studies, and the scoring of indices. Mining of indices. E-prescription is the main source of labs and tests and medicals, the therapeutical protocols, the patient's registries, the primary care system, the integrated information systems of the hospitals as a main goal, the individual e-file.
Here we can see a depiction of all these data groups, the national groups. At the center we can see the e-health file that is updated from all surrounding sources, be that national data and or medical information kept with any point all over the country. Very significant data sources are also patient registries, where through a registry we can monitor over time the course of a patient's health. On the basis of these data, we can have clinical data to create policies, and the national patient registries that have been implemented over the past 3 years, and here we have a slide, I think, are the vaccination registries. It's the National Cystic Fibrosis Registry of patients with HIV, with mild atrophy, muscular atrophy, and also the National Registry of COVID patients that was implemented in the midst of the pandemic in order to contribute to the best management of the disease. The benefits from the patients' registries are multifaceted and multi-leveled. One of the first such registries we developed was the National patient registry of cystic fibrosis patients. There we have the ensemble of patients in Greece. And as a matter of fact, this registry produces unified data that feed every year the European network. And on the basis of that data, when the registry started, the patients who could have access to early treatment was selected. Now, to have an idea about the volume of these data, let's take e-prescription, for instance. Every month we have more than 6 or 7 million prescriptions for drugs and medications, more than 3 million for diagnostic tests. We serve more than 3 million patients. And the users of the system are all the doctors, the pharmacists, and the diagnostic medical offices in the country. Can we trust the health data? Now, data quality, apart from the times where they are fed directly and automatically through some devices, in most of the cases, these data are entered and data fed by healthcare professionals. So their quality depends on the quality of the data introduced into the system. What we can do in e-health systems is, like Mrs. Kolitsa says, is to have them structured, to have them codified, to have controls and audits over the systems, to protect the healthcare professional from some erroneous data entry. And this is what we do with the systems that we develop at a national level. On the slide, you can see a graphical representation of all these systems that are interoperable among them, and a very important, both at the national and the European level, is to follow interoperability models and standards so that all the systems may talk in a way amongst themselves, because health data of a person do not exist in a single system. They are spread all over a number of systems. How did we come to utilize this information? Well, we've already utilized this information, and I would like to mention a couple of examples. During the pandemic, on the basis of health data, the diagnosis of patients, etc., we were able to prioritize the vulnerable groups for vaccination and all policies of medicine that have started from digital mammograms to everything. It was what was determined was the target group who receive messages, text messages, and those with immaterial e-prescription for the diagnostic tests that they must actually take. We can also see the vaccination coverage of the population so as to have targeted actions aimed at public health. And also, quite obviously, we can perform statistical analysis of all these data. Just an example is BI that we have in e-prescription, where we have the production of hundreds of references on the basis of which we monitor and follow up various indicators, indices. We can see drug expenditure and many, many other interesting things, and to draw many other indicators of that relate to all this. The benefits, obviously, from utilizing health data are multifaceted, as Mrs. Kolitsa said. I should also like to say in a nutshell, better health management, so the possibility for clinical research and innovation. I will not say much more. I believe that everyone knows all these benefits, and, well, there are numerous to utilize the e-health data. Quite obviously, we will need to have in mind, primarily for the secondary use of the data, personal data protection, GDPR. I believe the other speakers will elaborate on the regulation at the European level, which will be followed by Greece as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Anagностopoulos, would you like to share your view with us? First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and sincere apologies for the delay. Now, in essence, we have to do with the work done by the e-Governance Directorate and EVICA that I believe it's of particular importance in order to provide patients and citizens with help in order to serve with better ways in the health care system. So we have the My Health app. But practically speaking, one might wonder about the tests that were prescribed to them or the family, the prescriptions that have already been filed for them or their families, and that they couldn't have that with them in a versatile, useful application. You may access My Health app and you can see what you or the children of the family have as a prescription and the results of tests that date back years. Not much more is needed to be said because it's a very useful application. We have a lot on our minds and we don't remember what prescriptions we need to go serve at the pharmacy. Now, this is a way that is consistent and very, very user-friendly. My Health app is an innovation that allowed just that. I wanted to say that at the European level, other European countries have moved in the same direction. It has to do with the versatility and usability of the data, the application and the data you insert. I mean, you can go to hospital once and have a test once and then a day after, and this test and the results are nowhere to be found. This is very commonplace in Greece. Second, with regard to service and data, we need to talk about AI. Artificial intelligence is what my presentation will be about. Last week we attended a ministerial meeting in Malta of European countries that had to do with the adoption of artificial intelligence. And there are two things that are of concern as European countries. First of all, is we want to be able to utilize innovative technologies pertaining to artificial intelligence to be able to develop new methods. Innovation that may have a technological but also a technical and practical aspect, and on the other hand, the protection of citizens' data. Within a democracy where the protection of private data is paramount, the utilization of AI has to do with what we want, what we can achieve, and what unfortunately is forbidden. So the European Union, as you very well know, has been very innovative, moving at a final stage the EU Act on AI and the use thereof. There are provisions about a special use of algorithms that must be validated, examined, and used regarding the utilization of private data. This is what the EU member states decided and state. This is very important because for the very first time we will have regulation in Europe that will say what we can and cannot do regarding algorithms. More specifically, in respect with AI in health-related issues, you know very well that it is very important to see the contribution of AI. First of all, in treating clinical cases. Second, as regards research in biomedicine. Third, in terms of public health. And of course, regarding the administration of the health sector in general. These uses that are of great importance and have to do with AI and have a lot to give must be accompanied by monitoring and control of how these algorithms run and what data they have access to, fully aware of the risks. Because, well, you know, there can be misuse or abuse of AI tools in medicine, or they can be utilized in the wrong way in order to have wrong predictions, wrong results for patients. And finally, there is a series of things that has to do with private data in respect with accountability. Who is responsible for what? Uses that have to do with artificial intelligence on the one hand, but also with the wider utilization of the plexus of what is good in the framework not of what is legal and legitimate, but how we move in the framework of the process that has to do with medical, not research, but with medical practice and medical institutions. So, for this ensemble of reasons, it is a very good thing that in this region that we call Europe, we have joint concerns, common processes to deal with issues that are here now. They're not in the future, they're here now. So research in the field of artificial intelligence in the sector of medicine has broken free from the European confines. It has broken free from the public sector confines. This is research that to a great extent has to do with funding and financing from private sources and results that can be very appealing and alluring and equally important to see how they will be able to be utilized or limited. And I'm talking about the research nuances of such areas in such studies? Well, one does not need to cry wolf all the time. It's very easy to Google and see what international research does in the private sector in the field that has to do with medical practice and research, to see that these things are here in the present. And it's a very good thing that we discuss them in a very small country like our own, and that it concerns a wider area like Europe with common institutions, to see how we can achieve the regulation that we need and how we can apply these regulations. And this sounds easier than it is. And then we must find our place both within the entire Western world and also what happens in other areas of the world, such as China. Full stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. Julia? What about the legal side? Because there is also the legal dimension. The fellow panelists, you will allow me to stand. I would like to thank the AmCham for the invitation, and of course, all you for staying after lunch. Thank you for staying in order to listen to what we have to say. I would like also to thank the panelists for touching upon so many interesting topics. I would like to summarize them and then proceed to a more practical and more difficult side of all these. I'm not going to repeat the same things that have been mentioned. I will show you just this slide, and I want you to remember how important data are. I believe that this is self-explanatory. There are businesses that have only that asset and still they make billions. It is the era of data. Now, I want you to remember 6 words, and these words are interconnection, interoperability, security, credibility, assessment, and access. These are the 6 words that are the objectives, but also the areas where problems arise. And why am I saying that? Because the point is, first of all, to ensure interconnection. As Evie said, there are many data in IDICA, EOP, in the different registries, and there are also many data in the hospitals. The hospitals have in their possession a wealth of data. Each hospital is applying its own system. However, the hospitals and their systems are not interconnected, therefore they cannot collect or utilize the data. So interconnection of hospital systems is of paramount importance. One solution that has been proposed is the so-called repository. In other words, the development of a central repository, something that does not exist in our country, but exists in other countries. And there, all data will be collected. So, interconnection, then interoperability. These systems need to be interconnected, but at the same time to be interoperable, so that we can get the results we want. The third is security. Security, as we said, is very important. Security that's also associated with the regulatory framework. So if you have data that are falsified, then you can understand that nobody would like to use them. Moreover, credibility. Are data correct? Are they sufficient in order to draw the conclusions you want? And then, of course, comes evaluation and access. A main complaint of all stakeholders, and especially of the industry, is that they are not given sufficient data. And this is quite important. I will give you an example later. So we have many stakeholders, you talked about them, and all these stakeholders will benefit. However, I would like to focus on patients, providers, and policymakers, how this issue of data impacts these categories. With regard to the patients, the objective is to ensure that they have access and control of the data, to have the appropriate information when they need it. And I will tell you later how this can be secured, even in cases that may seem very difficult, and how this will open up many opportunities. So we want them to have access to data, and then we want them to get the innovative medicines and the appropriate treatments. Which are the problems? The problems are the following. The industry doesn't have access to many data. There are also technical difficulties. Now, let's talk about the providers, the pharmaceutical companies and the medical devices companies. All these companies want real-world data. They want this data because this is the only way that they can develop new technologies, which are the future, to develop new treatments, and, of course, to use in the best possible way AI. Which are the problems? there is no access, and there is no interconnection nor interoperability. And then the last category, the payers. They are health policy makers, and they are also payers. And since they are payers, what would be the benefit they would get from data? Cost. And with regard to cost, and I will give you an example which I deem important, we keep on hearing about clawback. Clawback, according to many, is an inflationary measure. The more it decreases, the more the sales increase, and the more the clawback increases. And what is one of the many solutions that have been put to the table? One solution is to control prescription writing. How can you ensure that? You will have to evaluate the prescriptions by having registries and data. So if we had real data, and if the policymakers, and if they also want it, because there is also this dimension, because when things are rather vague, there is also difficulty to have a clear determination of roles. So they could use data and determine the expenditure, or to see where there is overconsumption, which are the true needs, because this is exactly what data give us, a picture of reality. That's why they're called real-world data. And I will give you an example. The example of diabetic patients. Diabetic patients, as we know, once they suffer from the disease, they have the disease for life. So, if we had the clear picture of the diabetic patients, something that AOP has actually, and AOP also had concluded the expenditure for these patients should be approximately 240 million euros. And even though it had this data, policymakers didn't use it, and they determined the DRG at far lower amounts. So you can understand how this will affect the clawback and all the other dimensions. So, for better or worse, everything comes down to the cost. And in order to have a clear understanding of the cost, we need to have correct data. And since I don't have much time, and maybe I will elaborate on this the second round of questions, and I would like to stop at this point, and I will get the floor later. Definitely, I'm going to ask you a question about that. Okay. The second round of questions. I have noted down many of the things that have been said, and I would like to start with Mr. Secretary General. And before I ask you a specific question about one of the things that also Julia mentioned, I would like to ask you about something more high level. Health is now one of the main priorities of the government, always with regard to digital transformation. How do you see the current state of play? How close or far are we from the objective, and how important is it for digital transformation to ensure the existence of this data? Data, for all of us, are very important for any processing, analysis at personal or other level, and if we want to draw useful conclusions. I can tell you that having a medical file which in the future will contain all the information required to have a clear picture of the patient once they go to the hospital. You understand that this is very important. I don't need to elaborate on that. We need to have a complete medical file. Moreover, the citizen needs to have the possibility to have the apps on their mobile phone, apps that will contain their personal data, prescriptions, and others. However, allow me to tell you something that you may not know, and maybe it's a more analytical thing. In order to use data, we need to ensure that we speak with the same person every time. And that person may be the citizen, or the person who is working in a registry, or someone who is working in the social insurance agency, or in the civil protection ministry, or what have you. We need to know that we are speaking with the same person. And in order to be served, that same person needs to be able to be identified, and that he can actually have a connection with the other members of the family so as for them to be served. You may be a parent of children, and you know that he or she is the insured and that he has these characteristics. And you know also that he has made an appointment in the health sector. You know that there has to be a transfer of data from the registry to the social insurance agency. Generally, there has to be an exchange of data among the different agencies of the public sector. This is what interoperability means, and it is not self-evident, neither for Greece nor for other countries. However, we have managed to do that during the last few years because we were successful in the effort we made to provide interoperable services in order to serve people without raising obstacles to their pathway. We want them to be able to say, my name is Anagnostopoulos, this is my social insurance number, I want to make an appointment for my child. This was very difficult in the past. It wasn't done in many countries. In LA, for example, when they tried to do the same vaccination experiment and have patients make appointment for the vaccination, there were great delays because the different systems were using different access codes. Maybe this sounds a little bit irrational, but it is true. So it all comes down to how practical you are. Being practical ensures that you know who you are talking to and you facilitate all the procedures that they have to go through. So we want to have full interoperability. And in the Ministry of Digital Transformation and Digital Governance, we have a dedicated office that is responsible for that. And we have established this office in order to provide the best services to the citizens and to the members of their family. We provide information only to those who need them, always on the basis of institutional framework. And listen to me, for a specific purpose, an agency receives information for a specific purpose, I repeat. Data are not kept anywhere in between, but only at the level of the final receiver, and no other data is required, whether they are disabled or what other. In order for a citizen to be served, they address to a specific agency and there are no intermediate steps. And the last but most important, always with the consent of the citizen, unless, of course, there is a legal excuse that justifies a different way of operating. A personal example. Family share. If I want to make an appointment for my children, I will have to use my number. But, okay, I would like to ask Ms. Fotiadou, and based that, given that Mr. Anagnostopoulos talked about the medical file, how do you see that happening? Look, I could speak for hours about this. What is the status right now? The individual electronic file, as I said in my presentation, is the central point of e-health. It is updated by all systems, both in the public and private health. It has digital registries. Mr. Anagnostopoulos mentioned that. In other words, right now, all the results of diagnostic tests, laboratory tests, are registered in the digital registry of the medical file, from clinics, from hospitals. All the hospital releases, visits to the medical centers of the hospitals and in clinics are registered in the digital registries of the file, and the citizen can use gov.gr or My Health application to access their data. So the individual electronic file of health that already exists and will be completed in the coming 2-3 years includes all medical information. It's updated by all systems, the systems of the hospitals, diagnostic centers, physicians, and is interoperable with all the other systems. The complexity of the new project pertains to ensuring these interoperabilities, because we want to make sure that it can be updated with data from different sources. And the registries can be registries of the file, but they can also be registries of another system. However, there has to be this national framework for interoperability so as to ensure the interoperability among these systems. We have many sources, many data, but we need to make sure that they are interoperable and that patients have access to these. I believe that everything will be resolved first at European level and then at national level. The responsible for that is the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health will take action on that. The truth is that we should have representatives of the Ministry of Health with us today. We don't. Something that a friend of mine pointed out a short while ago. But anyway, I understand what you say. But when do you think we will be ready to talk about the completion of the project? Look, the individual medical file has been in operation for many years. Now, the project you are referring to has just been contractualized, and by the end of 2025 will be completed. Once this project is completed, then it will be interoperable with all other systems at national level so as to be updated with the right data and information, and so that the patients have access to it either directly through the file or through the My Health app. And of course, our vision is to have all the patients on their mobile, the digital medical file. You talked about the regulations at the European level, and I would like to ask Ms. Kolitsi, in your view, which are the 2-3 major changes that will come about with the regulation of the European health data space? I believe that the changes will be significant, especially because the regulation brings new tools, since the tools of the past are no longer that useful. And I will give you an example. The patient understands very well why doctors use the data, and they also understand how this data will be used. Moreover, they fully comprehend how the medical team will use this data in the context of a research program. When these data are consolidated with many other data and are used by different institutes for research, it is impossible for the patient to give a consent for the use of their data. So the tools of informed consent from one point onwards cannot actually give any results. That is why we need to think differently, and we need to develop trust at a different level. For example, having in a country an authority that, along with the stakeholders, has the responsibility to elaborate and publish the legitimate and acceptable uses, secondary uses of health data by implementing a safe research environment where there will be no moving around of files, an environment that will ensure access to this sensitive data for authorities that have been approved, that will allow the retrieval of data, and then that will allow the provision of information to the patient on how their data were used, for what purposes, and for which researchers. In other words, we are moving towards a different way of thinking on the basis of which the trust becomes institutionalized. It is no longer a one-to-one practice. On the contrary, it involves authorities, agencies that are trustworthy and which negotiate with us on the ways that data are used, and also there have to be tools, and of course there have to be heavy penalties if the rules are breached. Yes, these are very important issues and very important questions we need to ask the state. Now I would like to come to you, Julia, and ask you about the legal side. Which are these provisions, existing or future ones, at European level? And how do you see them being transposed here in Greece?
Now, before I actually answer, George, please allow me to make a distinction, and this is for all the speakers. This is a two-dimensional issue. First of all, we have digital tools in which we have tremendous progress, e-Vika, e-prescription, personal medical file, and so on and so forth. These digital tools create databases. And herein lies the issue. What can we do with these data? So I should like to document that there is still a field of glory for those who want to digitize and digitalize the provision of health. After we collect them, what can we do to create better treatments, innovation, better and bigger and easier access? Now, I will mention some access examples. As was already mentioned, at the European level, now starts a huge effort. There's a lot of mobility. In the past, all we had was about data privacy, some regulations that govern these things, such as GDPR, e-health that was produced and created by Europe. But as of 2022, when the European health data space was announced and the regulation that will govern the safe access and use of these data, this transcends a national level consensus. We're talking about cybersecurity consensus, authorizations that are automatic, and this is labyrinthine. I should like to say that this is the first space created by Europe, the health data space. No other sector has announced that. So we will have this regulation that will be a tremendous tool for Greece. It's obvious, isn't it? It will have immediate application, and it will contain definitions, technicalities, and everything. This is huge for our country. As I said, we'll have the regulation there, we'll have the Data Act, we will have the Data Governance Act that also provides for specific things. So there is a plexus of legislations that will determine and define with great detail not just digitalization and digitization, but the data that already exists in databases, how they can be accumulated. Now imagine for our country, which is a tourist country and a tourist receiving country from remote work. So a French person coming to Greece, having all the data they want, and to go to the hospital, and the hospital to give them all the information regarding their health, or to have their insurance coverage. Conversely, imagine Greeks studying abroad, going to a European country to study, and to be able to have the information directly available. Right. Now, on what you just said, that there was a distinction between these things, and what we should have done earlier is you made a distinction between the utilities and the applications from the data. So I would like to ask the opinion of Mr. Anagostopoulos. How and to what extent do you too see it like this, that it is a different thing, and so that it may need a different authority or an agency that oversees it, or is it a part of technology that is not necessary? I mean, like the one that they did abroad, which is the Hero Data Authority, or in some countries, or in everything that has been utilized. Now, well, if there is something that needs special provisions, a regulatory other provision and practical application, is the use of data in the sector of health. There are various areas, like what the jurists very well know, that have to do with data protection. Health data are über alles, are above and beyond. They're a different thing. So this is something we will see again, not in futuristic, dystopian or utopian films, but it will be a very, very practical thing. In the next generations to come, must have measures from now that will allow them to have specific authorities, both in terms of the capabilities and the possibilities we have to utilize these health data, always in the field of artificial intelligence, but all the more so when we come to controlling the algorithms that will be applied on such data. Of course, always with the approval of the EU member states. The EU as a whole, but also as regards our position on a global map, not just as Greece and the EU, but overall where we want this global community to move towards. It's not something that is of lesser importance, because some things we may not do, but the neighboring country may do just fine. And then they will be far more advanced, because they will have already tested things, not in the term of a sandbox. A sandbox is when you try to do something, like when you draw something in the sand, you can see the effects and you can wipe them out and do them again, how detrimental they can be, and so on and so forth. They can do it in actual cases, with subjects who are actual people using human data, and in a way that is different than anything we can imagine or allow. So we must look in general how we deal with such a thing as a global community, and as the European Union, with the facts that the things that we can do to move more power, to move more strength in order to protect what we consider an ideal as people, as a society. Right? It's a matter of principles at the end of the day, a matter of principles. Mrs. Fotiadou, do you collaborate with other European authorities with other European initiatives in health-related issues? We have the primary use of data and the secondary use of data at the European level. EVICA has been appointed as the national contact point for e-health by law, and as of 2017, 2018, we participated in European projects on the primary use of data. The first action that ran in Europe had to do with the exchange of e-prescriptions, which means, for instance, a Greek who goes to France and they have a prescription from the e-prescription system of Greece to be able to go to a pharmacy in France and receive their drugs. And respectively, the French person comes to Greece and executes this prescription written by a French doctor in France. This is one case. The second was what we said when we are at a time of need and we need to urgently be admitted in a hospital and to be seen, examined by a doctor in another country. The doctor to be able to see the summary health record. This is a synopsis of the patient's health data that is automatically created and drawn from the personal health record. These two services, and of course if we have another European come to Greece for a Greek doctor to see the summary history. These two services are now operating and we can work at a European level. We are interoperable. We have received approval from Europe for the Go Light, and we can see the last details to make it happen. We have passed the tests and the audits for the organization, so it's a thing that is eagerly expected. And it's a very important thing at that, because, well, Greece is a tourist country, and we're waiting for this to start in the productive phase. So when other Europeans come to Greece and something happens to them, they can feel the safety and the security that the doctors may access the medical history. And this is what we already have completed at the European level. The next steps to come regarding the primary use of data, in which ETHIGA has been appointed as the contact point for Greece, are, for instance, the exchange of lab tests, lab works, hospital discharge papers, imaging tests. All these things will be exchangeable between European countries, and we participate alongside the Ministry of Health on the secondary use of data as the collaborators of the Health Ministry. So over the next 3 or 4 years, we will have great rampant developments in the field of Greece's interoperability with other countries, primary and secondary use of data, and at a national level. The projects alone that will run from the RRF that have to do with the patient's registry, it has to do with the hospitals, the medical record, it has to do with the management of oncological patients, a lot of fields within the health sector, and very important ones. So you consider that, broadly speaking, we are aligned with some of the progress that is seen in Europe and participate to a great extent? Yes, and so we're moving forward. We have completed this part and we're moving on to the next. Now, in conclusion, I would like just a few words from each one of you. Julia, you go first. I want you to tell me something specific. Which do you believe are the causes for delay in some things that we all agree should be done, but chuckles. I mean, you're the only person I could ask this question without laughing. Well, it's one of these bitter truths, you see, and it's the only way you can ask these questions, okay, to ask bitter questions. Now, to be fair, okay, and truth be told, it's very easy to speak while sitting in this chair, and it's very difficult to succeed in all these issues. I have the impression that, because we have had involvement in other things like home care and clinical trials and everything, what we're missing is will. In order to succeed, you need will, and will is linked to incentives. Do you mean political will? Well, the state will, I would say, to be able to move in a single direction. Sometimes the reasons are actual there. They're objective, time is required for preparation. We don't have sufficient knowledge, and this is an objective reason. There are subjective ones as well. So when we will have all these data, it will make things clearer. A clear and a level playing field is not safe for everyone, more often than not. What we need to do now is to see things in a different light. See them with a perspective, with a perspicaciousness, with a long term, this requires cost, both financial and political cost. But in the long run, unless we collect these data, unless the treatments are not based on these data, and unless the businesses do not create innovative treatments, unless we rationalize expenses and refunds and rebates, all these things are interconnected. Unless we have the protocols and everything, the registries, a dire time will come at which patients, unfortunately, will not be able to have access to the proper treatments, and this will cost dearly, and we will be lagging behind as compared to other countries. So will must be there if we see the long-term benefits and the changes that will happen to focus on. The second thing is proper governance of such a decision. If we have the will and if we have the governance to set these things correctly and to do the proper mapping of all these issues, because as we said, it's a labyrinthine area, this of health, and everything is interconnected and interdependent. So if we perform the proper mapping, and in due time and in the fullness of time and after dedication, we will have a result which in other areas that no one would imagine that we could possibly have patients that will receive oncological treatment at home, which has been a summer night's dream. I mean, it happens very fast because the will was there, proper governance was there, dedication was there. One step at a time, everything together, choreographed in perfection. And everything has individual solutions. But the time is now over for me to elaborate any further. As far as I'm concerned, I want to be optimistic that we're ahead. Because Europe will be there and they will help us with what we need to adopt. We're ahead in such changes, and it's not like we have any other alternative. Mrs. Fotiadou. Yes, well, I agree. The most important thing is will. Before we go to governance, I have to say that many a time I see that we have a lot of things around. We need to determine and define the institutional framework, because technical things can happen, but not unless we define the institutional framework, without which nothing can continue. And naturally, well, it's up to the lawyers, says the moderator. Yes, well, of course, will to do something must be there, but from that point onwards, the big difficulty I see is to determine the institutional framework, which is more often than not complex. Now, regarding the secondary elaboration, the secondary processing, I believe that the European regulation will resolve things. And the same thing happened with the GDPR, okay, respectively. And the technical aspects are indeed easy to solve. Mrs. Kolitsi, well, I beg to differ. Rather expected, said the moderator. Well, you see, today I do believe that the will is there to a great extent. The challenge is how to transmogrify this will into results, proper results, and fast. My take-home message is make it bigger. We can discuss indeterminately for individual problems, but innovation needs innovative policies, and innovative policies require innovative approaches starting from the bigger picture. The area of digital data, this unified health data space, is just a part of the single data space of Europe. And this single health data space is, well, the sum of various individual other spaces within that space. So we need to keep the bigger picture and to operate on general principles. At the level of principles, we can communicate with the citizens, the stakeholders, the agencies, everyone in the market, with the doctors even. We can reach conclusions at the level of fundamental principles of a moral and ethical framework, and thenceforth the states, if they want to, which I believe they do, can find the people and the human resources that will help them move along the way. Mr. Anagnosopoulos, do you believe that there is enough political will, or do we need a click more, a bit of a boost? I honestly think that political will is there, and I also believe that we do have the tools to allow us to achieve this goal. Funding tools and other tools. I firmly believe that we can all understand what the issues that lie ahead are there, and what we need to do in terms of common sense, whatever is right and what we believe, in terms of principles, values, and etc. I'm very optimistic, and if there is one thing I'm optimistic about, that is that in our country and in Europe in general, we will move in the right direction. And I'm saying this hand to God. I believe this. I believe in the powers and the strengths of this world, and this is a sign of what we can do in the future. And this is from the bottom of my heart with total sincerity. Right, well, thank you one and all, and thank everyone. I would like to thank everyone for their attention.
Would like to thank all the participants of this session, and now we are going to proceed to a digital presentation entitled Transitioning to High-Value Health Systems, an Investment Imperative. With us, we have Dr. Rifat Aytoun, Professor of Global Health Systems, Director of Health Systems Innovation Lab, Harvard University. Dr. Aytoun, είστε μαζί μας? Dr. Aytoun, είστε μαζί μας? Ο λόγος σε εσάς. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρουσία σας. Μπορούμε να σας ακούσουμε, παρακαλώ. Σας ευχαριστώ. Είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη χαρά και προνόμιο να συμμετέχω στο 22ο Health World συνέδριο και θα ήθελα να εκφράσω τις ευχαριστίες μου στους διοργανωτές. Η παρουσίασή μου θα αναφερθεί στα συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας. Πραγματικά απόλαυσα τις παρουσιάσεις του προηγούμενου πάνελ και οι οποίες μου έδωσαν τη σκητάλη για το δικό μου θέμα. Σας παρακαλώ αν μπορούσατε να φορτώσετε τη δική μου παρουσίαση. Γιατί λοιπόν η μετάβαση σε συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας? Έχουμε την τέλεια κατοικίδα στα συστήματα υγείας λόγω του πλαισίου που αλλάζει. Έχουμε τον πληθυσμό που γυράσκει σε πολλές ευρωπαϊκές χώρες που προκαλεί βεβαίως σωματική και νοητική πτώση και φθήνουσα πορεία. Έχουμε τις συνέπειες από την πανδημία και έχουμε και όλα τα συστήματα τα οποία βρίσκονται υπό πίεση. Υπάρχουν υψηλές προσδοκίες από την πλευρά των πολιτών, αλλά ταυτόχρονα έχουμε και δημοσιονομικές πιέσεις σε διάφορες χώρες λόγω της χαμηλής οικονομικής ανάπτυξης. Ετούτοις υπάρχουν και ευκαιρίες, δεδομένου ότι παρατηρείται πραγματικός μετασχηματισμός στην τεχνολογία και στην επιστήμη. Αλλά υπάρχουν και κίνδυνοι όσον αφορά την υλοποίηση της καινοτομίας, εφόσον δεν είναι ομοιόμορφη για όλες τις χώρες, δεδομένου ότι αυτή μπορεί να οδηγήσει στην αύξηση των ανισοτήτων. Τώρα, ένα πολύ σημαντικό μήνυμα που θέλω να σας μεταφέρω είναι ότι μετά την πανδημία COVID-19 οι δαπάνες υγείας αυξήθηκαν, αλλά δεν εξισορροπήθηκαν σε ένα νέο σημείο. Για να γίνει αυτό, προϋποθέτει οι χώρες να βρουν νέο δημοσιονομικό χώρο για να επενδύσουν στα συστήματά τους, στα συστήματα υγείας. Και από πού θα βρουν τα χρήματα? Τα χρήματα για τις επενδύσεις στα συστήματα υγείας μπορούν να αντληθούν από διάφορες πηγές, από έσοδα, από τη φορολογία, αν η οικονομία αναπτύσσεται. Πάλι μπορεί να υπάρχει περιθώριο να αντλήσει κανείς χρήματα, κάτι που δεν ισχύει για πολλές χώρες βεβαίως. Επίσης, κάποιος θα μπορούσε να κατανείμει τον κρατικό προπολογισμό πιο προς όφελος του συστήματος υγείας, παραδείγματος χάρη, και αυτό είναι κάτι δύσκολο να υλοποιηθεί. Θα μπορούσαν επίσης να έχουν συγκεκριμένους και στοχευμένους φόρους που στη συνέχεια θα αντλούνται για να επενδυθούν στον τομέα της υγείας. Βεβαίως, κανένας δεν θέλει να πληρώνει φόρους, οπότε και αυτή δεν είναι καλή επιλογή. Υπάρχουν και άλλες λύσεις που θα μπορούσαν να προταθούν, αλλά πολλές χώρες είναι ήδη σε χρέος, οπότε και αυτές δεν μπορούν να εφαρμοστούν. Οπότε πώς μπορούμε να αντλήσουμε αξία από τους υφιστάμενους προϋπολογισμούς και από τους κρατικούς προϋπολογισμούς, αυξάνοντας την αποδοτικότητα των προϋπολογισμών αυτών? Θα μπορούσε να ακολουθηθεί μια καινοτόμως χρηματοδοτική μεθοδολογία που θα χρηματοδοτεί όχι μόνο τις εισρωές αλλά και τα αποτελέσματα, ούτως ώστε να γίνεται βέλτιστη χρήση των διαθέσιμων χρηματοδοτικών πηγών. Η συγκυρία είναι καταπληκτική, διότι στην Προεδρία του G20 έγινε πολλής λόγος για τη μετάβαση στα συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας. Και αυτό συμπεριλήφθη και στην δήλωση των Υπουργών Υγείας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, καθώς και των επικεφαλής κρατών και κυβερνήσεων. Δηλαδή, πόσο σημαντική είναι η μετάβαση προς τα συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας, που θεωρείται κρίσιμη για την καθολική κάλυψη υγείας. Πώς θα γίνει λοιπόν αυτό? Πρώτα απ' όλα, πρέπει να είμαστε σε θέση να εισαγάγουμε μεταρρυθμίσεις στον τομέα της υγείας για να διασφαλίσουμε αυτήν την μετάβαση. Τα δεδομένα είναι σημαντικά, αλλά δεν είναι επαρκή. Πρέπει να έχουμε την κατάλληλη οργάνωση, τον κατάλληλο οργανωτικό σχεδιασμό, αλλά και τους κατάλληλους πόρους, προκειμένου να αυξήσουμε τα αποτελέσματα, τα outputs, τόσο σε μεμονωμένες υπηρεσίες, όσο και γενικά στις υπηρεσίες υγείας, ούτως ώστε έτσι να μπορούμε να ανταποκρινόμαστε αποδοτικά στις ανάγκες των πολιτών και να πετύχουμε και τα επιθυμητά αποτελέσματα για την υγεία. Και πράγματι, σε πάρα πολλές χώρες η μετάβαση αυτή που θα διασφαλίζει υψηλότερη αξία στους υφιστάμενους προϋπολογισμούς γίνεται μέσω της βελτίωσης της φροντίδας που παρέχεται και μέσω της δημιουργίας αξίας για πολλούς, διασφαλίζοντας ότι οι υπηρεσίες είναι ισότιμες, προσβάσιμες από όλους, ούτως ώστε όλοι να ωφελούνται και ούτως ώστε αυτές οι υπηρεσίες να ανταποκρίνονται στις ανάγκες των χρηστών και στα πλαίσια που διαρκώς αλλάζουν. Και βιώνουμε ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό σημείο προς το θέμα της καινοτομίας και της τεχνολογίας. Πλέον γίνεται η μετάβαση από την αναλογική στην ψηφιακή τεχνολογία. Έχουμε σημαντικές βελτιώσεις στις υπηρεσίες υγείας που πλέον εξατομικεύονται. Περνάμε από τις υπηρεσίες που δίνονται σε ατομικό επίπεδο σε υπηρεσίες που παρέχονται σε μεγάλο τμήμα πληθυσμού. Βλέπουμε επίσης αυτοματισμό με τη χρήση των chatbot, με την χρήση της επαυξημένης πραγματικότητας, της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, της μηχανικής μάθησης, η οποία αναλαμβάνει αυτές τις πραγματοποιημένες δραστηριότητες. Οπότε, αυξάνουμε τον αυτοματισμό, περνάμε από μεμονωμένες λύσεις σε πολυτροπικές ολοκληρωμένες λύσεις και στην καρδιά όλων αυτών βρίσκονται τα δεδομένα. Και τέλος, περνάμε από την χρηματοδότηση των εισρωών ή των δραστηριοτήτων στην χρηματοδότηση παρεμβάσεων που δημιουργούν αξία μέσω της βελτίωσης των αποτελεσμάτων. Και υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά παραδείγματα αυτού. Μπορώ να πω ότι είναι ένας λευκός πίνακας που έχουμε μπροστά μας που μπορούμε να αξιοποιήσουμε για να δημιουργήσουμε αξία. Και έχουν γίνει και πάρα πολλές φιλοπτωσιολογικές μελέτες στο πλαίσιο της μελέτης του G20. Παραδείγματα από την Ευρώπη επίσης υπάρχουν. Παραδείγματα προσεγγίσεων που βασίζονται στη δημιουργία αξίας, επίσης που έχουν εφαρμοστεί στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, που έχει ένα πάρα πολύ ευνοϊκό περιβάλλον και όπου τα μοντέλα που έχουν εφαρμόσει έχουν αποδειχθεί πάρα πολύ αποτελεσματικά. Αλλά και στην Ευρώπη έχουμε πάρα πολύ καλά παραδείγματα. Παραδείγματος χάρη, στην περίπτωση της Καταλωνίας, που είναι πλέον κορυφαίο κέντρο παροχής υπηρεσιών υψηλής αξίας, έχουν υλοποιήσει μία λύση για την διαχείριση της καρδιακής αρρυθμίας. Ουσιαστικά αυτή η λύση εισήχθη στα νοσοκομεία και στη συνέχεια επεκτάθηκε και σε πολλά άλλα κέντρα και στη συνέχεια σε πολλές άλλες χώρες. Στη Σιγκαπούρη και στην Πορτογαλία επίσης, αλλά και στην Ολλανδία. Βλέπουμε προσεγγίσεις οι οποίες επικεντρώνονται στην διαχείριση διαφόρων ιατρικών πράξεων, όπως είναι η εγχείρηση καταράκτη, παραδείγματος χάρη, προκειμένου να δημιουργήσουν αξία. Είναι λύσεις που εφαρμόζονται όχι μόνο σε ένα νοσοκομείο, παραδείγματος χάρη, αλλά σε πολλούς θεσμούς που ανήκουν σε ένα ευρύτερο δίκτυο. Στη Σουηδία, επίσης, και πιο συγκεκριμένα στην περιφέρεια της Στοκχόλμης, βλέπουμε λύσεις να εισαγάγονται για την διαχείριση πολλαπλών περιστατικών. Αυτό έχει επεκταθεί περαιτέρω στην Καταλωνία με την εισαγωγή της μηχανικής μάθησης και με τα συστήματα διαχείρισης δεδομένων που βασίζονται στην επαυξημένη πραγματικότητα. Αυτά επιτρέπουν στους ασθενείς να απευθυνθούν στον ευέλτιστο δυνατό χειρουργό που θα αναλάβει την επέμβαση, μειώνοντας έτσι τα ενδιάμεσα στάδια και βελτιώνοντας τα αποτελέσματα. Και αποτελέσματα όχι μόνο για το μεμονωμένο νοσοκομείο, αλλά για ένα δίκτυο νοσοκομείων. Και όλα αυτά είναι προσβάσιμα σε πραγματικό χρόνο. Κάποιος δηλαδή μπορεί να τα παρακολουθήσει. Άρα βλέπουμε ότι γίνεται η βέλτιστη χρήση των διαθέσιμων πόρων, ούτως ώστε να δημιουργηθεί αξία. Επίσης, η Σουηδία έχει πάρει την επιτυχημένη πρακτική της περιφέρειας της Στοκχόλμης και την έχει εφαρμόσει σε περισσότερες περιοχές. Στην Ολλανδία, που είναι μια κορυφαία χώρα ως προς τη μετάβαση σε προσεγγίσεις που δημιουργούν αξία, βλέπουμε καινοτόμες λύσεις για τη διαχείριση της φροντίδας για τον διαβήτη. Είναι μια λύση που πλέον εφαρμόζεται σε διάφορα κέντρα και σε διάφορους θεσμούς και περιλαμβάνει τις νοσηλίες, το κόστος φροντίδας, καθώς και πολλές άλλες πτυχές. Και αυτή η λύση βασίζεται επίσης και στη σύνδεση μεταξύ του αποτελέσματος της φροντίδας και της καταβολής μπόνους. Όσον αφορά την εισαγωγή πλαισίων που βασίζονται και στην ανταμοιβή, πάντα βάσει της ποιότητας των υπηρεσιών που προσφέρονται. Υπάρχουν λύσεις που μπορούν να βελτιώσουν τα αποτελέσματα, αλλά και τις διαδικασίες, πάντα σε σχέση με διάφορες παθήσεις. Αυτές οι ανταμοιβές μπορούν να ανέλθουν στο 25% του ετούσιου μισθού ενός γιατρού. Είναι λύσεις που μπορούν να εφαρμοστούν σε εθνικό επίπεδο. Επίσης, κάτι άλλο πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον εντοπίζεται στον Καναδά, όπου και υλοποίησαν σε πάρα πολλούς θεσμούς καινοτόμες διαδικασίες προμήθειας για πάρα πολλές καινοτομίες έχουν εισηχθεί σε πάρα πολλές χώρες και πάρα πολλές εξατομικευμένες εντός εισαγωγικών λύσεις που λαμβάνουν υπόψη τις ιδιαιτερότητες της κάθε χώρας. Στο προηγούμενο πάνελ συζητήσαμε για τη σπουδαιότητα του θεσμικού πλαισίου. Εγώ σε αυτή τη σύντομη παρουσίαση παρουσίασα, πιστεύω, ότι τα θεσμικά πλαίσια στα οποία αναφέρθηκα δεν προκάλεσαν δυσκολίες ή δεν δημιούργησαν εμπόδια σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία δημιουργίας αξίας. Αντιθέτως, ότι συνέβαλαν στην δημιουργία αυτής και σε όλες αυτές τις καινοτόμες λύσεις που ανέφερα, που περιλαμβάνονται στην έκθεση των G20 και που θα δημοσιευθεί πάρα πολύ γρήγορα, εντοπίστηκαν 10 βασικοί παράγοντες που θα πρέπει να τίθενται σε εφαρμογή για να δημιουργείται αξία. Πρώτος και σημαντικός παράγοντας είναι τα ψηφιακά συστήματα δεδομένων. Δεν μιλάμε για μια πολυτέλεια. Πρέπει να υφίστανται. Χωρίς ψηφιακά διαλειτουργικά δεδομένα δεν μπορεί να σημειωθεί πρόοδος στα συστήματα υγείας, ούτε να δημιουργηθεί αξία, ούτε να διασφαλιστεί μεγαλύτερο όφελος για πολλούς. Τα δεδομένα πρέπει να είναι συνδεδεμένα και να αναλύονται. Αυτός είναι ο δεύτερος παράγοντας. Άρα, ισχυρές αναλυτικές δυνατότητες. Τρίτον, πρέπει να υπάρχει εναρμονισμένο σύστημα υπολογισμού κόστους. Πρέπει να υπάρχουν επίσης και εναρμονισμένα συστήματα αξιολόγησης και υπολογισμού αποτελεσμάτων, ούτως ώστε έτσι να συγκρίνονται τα αποτελέσματα και να γίνεται και μία κατάταξη αυτών. Πέμπτον, χρειαζόμαστε benchmarking, δηλαδή κάποια σημεία αναφοράς χρησιμοποιώντας τα εργαλεία analytics. Αν έχουμε αυτό το benchmarking, θα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να συγκρίνουμε την χώρα μας με αυτό το σημείο αναφοράς, αλλά και με άλλες χώρες και να δούμε ποια είναι τα αποτελέσματα που πετυχαίνουν αυτές. Το benchmarking, λοιπόν, πρέπει να γίνεται σε πραγματικό χρόνο. Έκτον, πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε τον κατακαιρματισμό των δεδομένων στα συστήματα υγείας. Στα συστήματα υγείας, η διαχείριση των δεδομένων, η διαχείριση των ασθενών, η διαχείριση των παθήσεων είναι κατακαιρματισμένη. Πρέπει να αναπτύξουμε ολοκληρωμένα μονοπάτια για τους ασθενείς, αλλά και ολοκληρωμένη διαχείριση των δεδομένων. Έβδομο, προαγωγή της καινοτομίας. Όγδοο, αποτελεσματικά συστήματα προμηθειών. Και τέλος, πρέπει να διασφαλίσουμε ότι έχουμε ολοκληρωμένα δίκτυα παρόχων. Όλοι οι πάροχοι θα πρέπει να έχουν μια ισχυρή δέσμευση στην προαγωγή της καινοτομίας και της ανάπτυξης, ώστε να βοηθήσουν τις χώρες να αναπτύξουν συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας. Πώς θα το πετύχουμε αυτό? Πρέπει να περάσουμε από τη θεωρία στην πράξη. Πρέπει να δημιουργήσουμε το απαιτούμενο περιεχόμενο που θα δείχνει τι είναι εφικτό να γίνει στη χώρα μας αλλά και σε άλλες χώρες. Πρέπει να μεταβούμε από γενικές λύσεις σε συγκεκριμένες λύσεις, διότι κάθε χώρα, κάθε πλαίσιο, κάθε περιβάλλον είναι διαφορετικό. Τρίτον, πρέπει να εφαρμόσουμε τις λύσεις και τις καινοτομίες σε όλο το σύστημα υγείας, όχι μόνο σε μεμονωμένα νοσοκομεία ή κλινικές. Και τέλος, πρέπει να επενδύσουμε στα συστήματα υγείας, έχοντας μια στρατηγική κατεύθυνση, παραδείγματος χάρη, να επενδύσουμε στη ψηφιακή ανάλυση των δεδομένων, που θα μας επιτρέψει να έχουμε μια κρίσιμη μάζα δεδομένων, που στη συνέχεια αυτή θα μας επιτρέψει να αναπτύξουμε συστήματα υγείας υψηλής αξίας, που θα προσφέρει ωφέλη και αξία στους πολλούς. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Σας ευχαριστούμε, Δόκτωρα Έιτουν, που αποδεχτείτε την πρόσκλησή μας, αλλά και για την πάρα πολύ λεπτομερή παρουσίασή σας. Και τώρα, and now we're moving ahead, reconsidering healthcare system governance effectiveness, quality, transparency, accountability. The moderator is Mr. Athanasakis. We have with us Mr. Souyotis, Kalamitsis, Mr. Krokidis, Mr. Vardaros. Please, if you could please take your seats so we can start our panel discussion. Dear Kostas, once again, you are the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this penultimate session of today's, meeting and the conference. Now, in this field, apart from the resources and the funds that I believe we heard in the previous discussion, we need to have a set of rules that will allow it to operate appropriately and everything, and to be to those who use it. And let's not forget, the health systems exist in this world for a very specific reason. They are there to make people well. So it is to these users that they need to be health accountable, and this thing needs to have accountability, transparency, and we will discuss the ways in which we can make this happen. And of course, a series of other things, such as the content and strategy related to the provision of services. We have a panel that I believe will be very helpful to see this subject from a great many aspects, how we will move forward in the future. So without further ado, I would like to start with my dear colleague, Professor Kyriakos Souyotis, who will kick off this discussion today by giving us the data and the information we have, and which I mentioned earlier regarding the value framework. He will delve into subjects that have to do with how the new health policy is formulated and the way in which we can see priorities, apply tools, and do all these things in this very particular framework where we have these things in a political framework. I believe that's ours all the more so. Dear Kyriakos, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Athanasakis. Dear Kostas, for your kind introduction. I think you set the framework of my presentation very well. It will raise some value issues. We tend to forget them, overcome by the technical issues that inundate these things. But behind the techniques and the funding tools and everything, we have some values and some key codes in the operation of health services. If we had to start from somewhere, it is the needs of the population. We must rationalize the decision-making process. This may sound basic, but I believe that in the fullness of time and as a result to other areas like the prices and everything, is the needs of the population. Which are they? Have we counted them? Do we have any feeling about the reality of the population's health needs? And second, the response of the system to them? Is the response same in mountainous Crete? I can see Mr. Leonis with the response in large urban centers in another insular area, belt, or another area in the country. And if not, wherein is the gap? How is the health system designed so it will have the shock absorbers and the reflexes to respond to such problems? So these steps that you see on the slide are a safe path that will lead to a documented health policy that starts from access. What are the health system access requirements? Are they unified? Are they the same? Is the healthcare system financially available, accessible? Has the quality been linked with refunds in order to give incentives to the system itself to improve its performance? No. What is the effectiveness and the efficiency of these resources? We've been saying this for years. The funds and the resources are not limitless. They are finite. No matter how much money we earmark for health, it is spent. There is nothing that will be carried forward to the next year. We must tell the Greek market and the Greek people that all the money we gather for the health system are gone each year. And in order to have a healthcare system in 2024, we need to come up with new funds. This will help us understand how significant it is to have the fund management. We don't have the luxury to spend them because we will not find them anymore. So to move towards documentation in order to have accountability and everything, we need documentation. Are these funds appropriate? Are they accessible? Do we offer the appropriate care at the appropriate time? I really doubt that. Well, accessibility is a very huge issue, and we have such problems, and I will share these problems with you. Okay, we're not where we were when with the late Yanis Kyriopoulos, we wrote a book on about the health expenditure 23 years ago. Back then, we had a health policy that was an approximation, but a total approximation. We have another player. Their management is another thing. It's who's got the data and who will do what with them. And we have a new player. And we need to give answers. And we're a bit far to what is accountability and transparency, because documentation, accountability and transparency needs some rules. I'm sorry, but these rules are not known to anyone in this room. At the same time, in the United States, you can see that the percentage of hospitals that update their capacity every year is 98%. So researchers from the entire country can access any hospital and find the coverage of beds per specialty and treatment area and know what the distribution of funds is, which is something that we would all want. It's something that Nikos, with the ministry, started a commendable effort with the SENet. It was abandoned, it is reviewed now, it takes a system. You can't do it otherwise. And let's move to the political value system. The more the decisions are taken in a rather non-continuous way, it's something what he said about Papadopoulos that we find about the value framework of the health policy. It needs continuity. It needs consistency and a plan. One cannot abandon a plan because it was brought by others, even if it's good. This is a miser's policy. We can't keep doing this. There are good plans on the table. The family doctor institution, we will discuss this in the next table. How many times did we try to implement it and how many times did we abandon it without anyone explaining why? None, because some people change, not just the governments. And this is a clumsy way of managing a very important issue. So no matter how we approach this issue, we have some constants. First of all, there is underfunding of our system. I'm not comparing it against Scandinavian countries, I'm comparing it against Portugal. You can see we're spending more. Government expenditure on health are far behind. They're lagging behind the other European ones, and this is a very strong argument. And another very strong argument is this. You can see that the household expenditure has increased approximately 12% between 22 and 23, 5% for other expenses. Public expenditure has lost 5 billion after the financial crisis over the past few years. And unless we have an inflationist or access, I mean, when you have the cost of production or the cost of operation, what does the cost of our hospitality in this hotel to exchange views on health has increased on the basis of the inflation. Unless we readjust the funding in health, there will be deficits. Or, as of late, clawbacks. So we need some constant shock absorbers in this function, and we're talking about funding, in order not to push forward this thing to the households, but also to make these conditions viable and sustainable for the businesses. You can see here that the citizens make systematic use. But even if they want to pay 30-35% all these years that we're measuring it, in reality 60% pays. So there's 30% out there that they need to pay from their pocket, something they don't wish to pay. This is included in the very low public funding, and this is a fact. It's not an explanation, interpretation, or a view that someone has as a sort of an intuition. The citizens want a health system reform, and truth be told, and this is very important for this for the administration. But then the health minister will not want to do this or the other, and I'm very happy to see that there is such a reform aura. There needs to be something implemented, because we can see that the citizen has second thoughts regarding whether boldness is there, Mr. Leonis, and whether these things will not burden down and weigh down everything. So I would like to close with this. We really need to change the way we see things and reform. They lack color, party, or whatever. These are reforms. They touch many companies and they enter each household, and we need to see them in terms of consensus, and these consensuses need to be an object of policy. And this Calatrava example that we so boldly and proudly boasted about during the opening ceremony of the Olympics, the Athens Olympics, shows us what is missing in Greek politics. Yes, we receive and welcome everything with enthusiasm, but in due course, we forget about the plan. Who will maintain it? Who will keep this thing safe and secure? I mean, we're playing, Nikos, you see, it's a miracle we're still alive. We're playing for years. Without a plan, you can't go anywhere. When you buy a piece of equipment or you design a health system, you need to design how it will work this year, next year, and 5 years. When we get a new health technology, we need to see its lifespan and what we will do to replace it after its shelf life. We do have the information, but I'm sorry, we need action and plan zero rather than running after the developments. When we do all these and we have a plan and a will and everything, these are the fundamental principles that you said, Mr. Moderator, very correctly. I applaud you, sir. Thank you very much. I will resist the temptation to say what would happen if today we shot these fireworks from the Calatrava roof and everything, and what would remain afterwards. I mean, it's what the stuff cartoons are made of. But this was a series of very important issues you raised during your presentation. And I would like, later on, in the second round, how we could see and how we could raise things such as values and the preferences of the citizens in the decision-making process. I think this is a new thing that will make sense to be revisited. But before we get there, let's ask those who represent at the time the other side, the recipients of the health services. We have Mr. George Kalamitsis with us. He represents today the Greek Patients Association. But he's also a very active citizen. So he does have an opinion about how healthcare systems work. It's a very good and it's a very long-term one. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Kalamitsis, what it means for the users of the healthcare system to have transparency and accountability. What would be for you very important, representing, and I would like your personal opinion, the ensemble of the users, a healthcare system to have to secure that to you, the users, and to those that it's accountable to secure and ensure issues that have to do with transparency and social accountability. Would they be indicators, some fail-safes, the publication of data and results? Your floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to take part in this panel discussion among distinguished friends and guests. I listened carefully to what Mr. Soyoti said. I also listen carefully to your question. And the truth is that I often take part in panels like this and conferences, and I always feel that we keep on repeating ourselves, and that for some bizarre reason, we are still at the same point. We are not moving ahead, at least not at the speed that we would all want to. So, okay, we talk about transparency, quality, accountability. I believe that these are all some concepts that do not exist in the view and the minds of the Greek citizens. There has been no collective reaction to the absence of these concepts. However, there have been many reforms introduced, and of course, there are other more competent people to talk about these reforms that will bring about significant results, since there is the political will to proceed with these reforms. However, there were certain moves that were made in the past, several efforts made, which, by the way, I would like to mention here today, so that all the interested parties can hear me. Some years ago, 2017, I was elected president of the Committee for the Rights of Health Services Users. One of the competences of this committee was to manage the users' offices in each hospital. There is office in the biggest hospitals of the country. We're talking about a lot of people. We're talking about 2 employees in every hospital, depending, of course, on the size of the hospital. We're talking about a reform, a service, if you like, that presumably offered the Greek state to the Greek users. And unfortunately, most of us who supposedly know a thing or two about health, we don't know where these offices are and what is the purpose or what they really can offer to the citizen. In the first effort that was made back then, an attempt to register the relevant data was made. Data about where these offices were, whether the spaces were adequate and appropriate. Okay, I don't want to give the names of hospitals, but there were certain hospitals which, although they had received the funding and they had the human resources required, they were using the space that was supposedly for the user's office in order to provide other services. And the point is that there was no registering of relevant information and data about these offices, about the customer service provided by these offices, or about the complaints. There was no common database in the hospitals. Each and every hospital was collecting data the way they saw best. So this was an unfortunate event, and an event that was quite expensive. The amounts of money spent in order to collect this data is enormous. But anyway, time went by. We are in 2023. I'm no longer the president of that committee. But the Hellenic Patients Association, which I represent as a general secretary, has received by the ministry a request to submit our comments, always on the basis of the new regulatory framework. And we wait for the meetings to be organized. So when we talk about accountability, transparency, evaluation concepts that scare a lot of people, then we are doing the right thing. I believe that they will be of great use. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalamitsis. In the beginning of your intervention, you said something very important. Something that shocked me. It has to do with the fact that most of us, if not all of us, have quietly accepted that not a lot can change in the health sector. So in the second round of questions, I would like to ask you whether something can be done in order to reverse that, because it seems that we must intervene in 2 dimensions, if you like. The first one pertains to the production of policies and reforms, and on the other hand, in the dimension of the users of health services, always promoting a mobilization on the part, if you like. However, think about these 2 points, and I will ask about them later on. And I would like to ask Mr. Krokidis, who is the alternate Secretary General in the health sector of PASOK. In 12, 14 days from today, we are going to celebrate 40 years after the passing of the law for the establishment of the National Health Service. It was in 1983 that the NHS was established, and it was established in order to serve a romantic purpose, and that was to provide equitable access to health services for all. Many years have gone by since then, and despite its problems, the system, which of course has achieved a lot, hasn't reached the point it wanted to, and what should be changed so that the system can actually adopt different standards and reach different objectives. Thank you, Mr. Athanasakis. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have some slides to show you. Indeed, the NHS started as something that was needed, and it was fully harmonized with the European level and reality. It was something that was embraced by all. It introduced innovative ideas, so it was established and slowly but steadily, as you said, tries to harmonize itself with the international standards. Now, at the level of clinical governance, which is what we are talking about right now, I have served for many years in the UK. I was also working in Cambridge for many years before I came to Greece. And you know that there the clinical governance is aligned with the clinical practice. It is fully harmonized with it. It is part of the NHS. Of course, we cannot copy NHS, but still we need to acknowledge that it is a mature system that has established certain things that are related to the different dimensions of the system. Clinical governance is an obligation of all stakeholders in the NHS. Of course, it pertains to the SAFE Act, that is risk management, if you want, and it ensures a safe practice, which, of course, in turn is based on the internal assessment of services and on research. There is not this blame culture. In Greece and the Mediterranean in general, there is this concept of control and audit. In the British system and in the Anglo-Saxonic system, there is no blame culture. It is a process that is internal to the system, that improves the system, and does not spend time on blaming. And in the end, better services are offered. Effectiveness, quality, transparency, and accountability. They all have safeguards that could be incorporated in the Greek system. I would like to talk about the digital transition, which is absolutely necessary. We heard what the speaker from Harvard said. It was also mentioned by the previous panelists. Digitalization is absolutely necessary because without data, we cannot safely talk about improvement of health services. Electronic file, if it ever is developed, then this will be to the benefit of all. Then medical images. We need to have a single base of medical images. We cannot talk about AI and artificial intelligence when you don't have these images. The patients come to the hospitals along with their CDs, then the CDs are lost. So you understand that this must change, and we need to promote a consolidated base of medical images. And of course, electronic prescription. The representative of IDICA said previously that this is a major transition that has been made, but still I don't believe that is prevalent in the hospitals. I don't think we have digitalized what we truly need in the health system. We are at a very early stage. Without data, without information, we cannot ensure prevention. We cannot have mega data when we don't have data. And of course, something that was mentioned by the previous speaker, we cannot minimize the inequalities or promote the tailored approach, always on the basis of the needs of the population. This cannot happen unless we have data. With regard to the private sector, the private sector is a provider of health services. It's going to be digitized. Many are those who address to the private sector. And the point is that the private sector is part of the system. Therefore, we need to have knowledge of clinical governance of all stakeholders. We need to make the most of quality indicators. And also, we need to ensure supervision of clinical effectiveness. How can we ensure that? So by using indicators. In the NHS, the results of every surgeon were public. We understand that this was a different culture. Anyone could access this data very easily. Will this ever happen in Greece? I doubt it, personally. I don't know. Audits are very important, because without audit, we don't know what we're doing. We don't know whether there are any complications. We don't know whether we are serving our purpose. Whereas audit is there in order to protect us and in order to increase transparency. It protects us, as I said, because by having audit, we can be sure that we can provide better service. And of course, by having audits, you can ensure a change in the culture of the different medical acts. However, we need to touch upon the reimbursement of the health services. We know that right now the health services in Greece and the way they are developed is based on DRGs, on closed budgets. We cannot talk about closed budgets when we want to evaluate the health services and on the basis of pay by performance. Unless we incorporate the possibility for the hospitals to be paid on their acts, on the DRGs, or DRGs that must be paid by performance and not on DRGs, then we cannot truly improve the quality of the offered health services. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Grokidis, for your intervention. It was indeed a very fresh look at things, and I believe that these tools can truly give a boost to the health system. I'm not going to ask the question now. However, I would like you to think and maybe later discuss about the following. Apart from the tools, you are also suggesting a change of culture. You showed the slides and you were saying that we all have the obligation to change the current reality. How can we do that? Through audit? Is this enough? Don't answer now. Then, in the second round of questions, and then I'm going also to ask you how we can reimburse the health professionals on the basis of performance and results.
Now, what are the results from the side of the administration regarding a system that will be governed by systems such as transparency and accountability? Which must be the goals? What could be a targeted reform or restructuring to move that way? Right. Mr. Athanasakis, thank you, dear Kostas. There's no more than 50 or 60 of us in here, so there's not always quantity in quality, in quantity. But what you asked me, Kostas, would mean that what we started yesterday with the minister who will proclaim the new policy with very interesting results, to end up to our colleague from the Harvard Business School, the Health Initiative, who talked about how the system is governed. And like Mr. Souliotis said, dear Kyriakos, the question that neither you nor I have resolved is policy goes hand in hand with administration or not. I would say that policy is continuation and administration is continuation with policy rather than stopping or have lack of momentum. Now in Greece, not only do we change policies, we change ministers and we change policies as a result thereof. And the reason is because we haven't agreed, there is no consensus in our democracy about what Mr. Grokidis and the previous speakers said to determine and define the goals in the title of our session. What does effectiveness, quality, transparency, accountability mean? I was hoping that you, Mr. Grokidis, would talk about that, but you didn't. Transparency is the aviate. It was a huge conquest of the Hellenic Republic approximately 10 years ago. The thing is not just to conquer transparency through the aviate, it is how you use these decisions and what sort of decisions you make public. so as not to create bureaucracy rather than an assessment tool. In terms of effectiveness, it's something that was mentioned by the previous speakers, but I was, well, tinkled by our colleague Christos Leonis, and he said, let's find 5 indicators, which is why 11 years ago we created CNET and the BI. And indicators, dear Christos, there were 6 or 7, but they were primarily quantitative ones, functional ones, and another 5 or 6 financial. And in terms of human resources, is this effectiveness, or are we just counting the quantifiable aspect of the system and its efficiency, dear Kostas? So we don't have the outcome, the result of the treatments. And another thing that's missing is what the colleague from Harvard said that happened back then. It was benchmarking. We didn't have it. To be able to compare these 5, 6 quantitative functional indicators through the hospitals, but also within the hospitals themselves. Allow me, Mr. Krokidis, interdepartmentally at the beginning, until the tool of the DRGs, the CAN that we had in the past, to be an object of the BI and to be able to compare each patient's case. Let's compare intra-hospital these indicators, let's come up with other ones for effectiveness, and let's do this benchmarking once per quarter, once per semester among the hospitals. In terms of quality, well, Greece is late. We were the last to build ODP, who came up with some indicators and evaluates them. And of course we have the big part that was mentioned by the previous speaker as well, regarding processes, procedures and protocols. I hope the ODP will move forward fast. And after effectiveness, quality and transparency, we have accountability. Are there annual reports by the hospitals that are uploaded on their websites? No. Are there annual reports of the health district managements that are uploaded on the pages? No. And I come up with a ministry where it is quite obvious, and the minister said that, they cannot do management of the system and administration of the system. What they do is they gather these reviews from the evaluation and update them to have accountability in the parliament or wherever, and then to do the planning and design on every level, human resources and natural resources, and to allow the administration to the governors of the health districts where we need to do something, and the hospitals. I have another example after that of Kyriakos about Calatrava. This morning, before I came to the conference, I was watching a TV channel. They went with the cameras in a large Athens hospital and showed all these false ceilings that were flaking off and tiles leaving, and the workers and the representatives making declarations. The governor was nowhere to be found, and the answer was that we have a study with the ministry and we're waiting for the money. What sort of study and what sort of approval are you waiting from the ministry to build something that is up to 30,000 with a direct award, these tiles and the false ceilings? The management and the administration must go from the center to the management, from the region, and from the center to the hospitals. And Mr. Tundas mentioned it yesterday in detail. With Kyriakos, we had the Dianeosis study, and I will say this later on. We need at least 20 regional hospitals that have everything but the kitchen sink. It was the 1497 of 83 law, 5001. In each former prefecture or local regional units, one hospital that will operate in a complementary way with the regional hospital as a network. And then the other hospitals, we need to re-examine their use and to see whether they can be linked and connected with the latter. Finally, dear Kostas, if I have another minute, it says somewhere that we need to mention about the committees aiming at meritocracy. All I see is 2 committees. One, it is for the health procurements, that we need to stop making proclamations and have continuity, because the aim of this committee is to undertake all the procurements of the national health system, not logistics, in my opinion, or payments. And the second is the committee that evaluates the governors, where we have this working for over 10 years. There we need criteria, to group these criteria together so that the system with the hospitals and beyond to be governed by those who are worthy, and to see their fees as well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Professor Polizos. Dear Nikos, please allow me 2 questions, if I may, and 2 brief things about what you said, and we will double back and ask the questions, or get answers to the questions I asked the other colleagues. We talked about accountability through indicators. Indicators and SENets was a very good first attempt, first try. But it was like Calatrava's roof. I mean, we built them, we enjoyed them, we're happy for them, and we never rebuild them or maintain them. Why? No, it was like the Philadelphia that was worse than Calatrava. Yes, but there we got a stadium at the end of the day. Why is my question number one. And question number two is benchmarking that helps the health system evolve, and it typically has two forms. It's me against myself through time and me against the others. Who must be these others? Must they be the other hospitals in the country? This is something that I don't know and I would like to ask you. It's good, but it takes you up to a point and it's slightly introvert. Should it be something else, best practice at the European level? How would you see that? Well, it is two stages in benchmarking, dear Costas, and two tools, like you said as well. And you almost answered your own question. First of all, we need to compare similar hospitals amongst themselves, and then we need to compare departments. Evangelismos has 4 GP clinics and 4 surgery clinics. I mean, we need to compare them. How? Using these quantitative indicators that are problematic, and we need to have efficiency indicators, what they produce, these clinics, what they produce, and second, to move into the processes, to standardize. In the beginning, the easy part, which is the management, financial, technical one, and there are no processes there. And then to move back to the clinical one, the medicals and the nurses, where things are tougher. What about the AVIA, which you mentioned earlier, which was a good reform, and I agree in that. I think there's a single person who doesn't agree. It's something that's been around for over 10 years, maybe 15 if memory serves, maybe even more than that. And this is something that's maintained, and it's a deviation to what happens normally in the Greek political system. It's still there. Now, maintaining the indicators, why can't it have a trend of continuity and consistency like that system? What does it need? Well, we'll go back and circle back to the beginning. It's the link between politics and policy with administration, how much it wants to be effective and how much it imposes on administration. I'm not interested in the AVIA or an SENet that is the telltale or the whistleblower. It needs to be something that helps us see the weights. If each political leadership sees this, and there is serious resistance there, and please allow me, Mr. Krokidis, all parties through time. So if it imposes that on public administration and it finds the worthy who will not be paid peanuts, then maybe we can see some results. One example, Attikon Hospital in Evangelismos in 2022 purchased 300 million worth of materials, drugs, consumables and everything. Their governors receive 2,500 euros per month. Peanuts. And it's true, I mean, how one manages a business of millions of euros in budget without the necessary incentives for the administration is a question. There is another question. It's a matter of culture. And it's something that Mr. Krokidis talked about extensively. And so, Mr. Krokidis, how do we make these things the obligation of everyone? You have a great experience with NHS in the United Kingdom. And even if we wanted to, we can't copy the NHS, and maybe some people want us to do that. But the element of culture and the avoidance of noble aim culture, no blame culture. What tools could be used to change this culture that we have already set? Now we'll circle back to my initial view about the national healthcare system and the design as something that we're nationally proud of. When you're working with an organization that is that gets proud, like the NHS in the past or the Greek national health system, it creates a different mindset with the employees. Of course, this is something that needs to be supported by the agency and the organization, from the level of fees that need to be, well, at least decent, to development, growth, training, and the position it has within society. Because, for instance, no one can support the growth of health in Greece, that the most difficult treatments and the most difficult surgeries are in the private sector and then become simple things. It needs to go the other way around. The private sector to be there and to be developed as a, let's call it, a fail-safe for the implementation of health services. That's our bread and butter. But the heavy stuff, the necessary ones, the difficult ones, needs to be carried out within the public system. To import patients from abroad to have their treatments in our national health system. When you have such an environment that is healthy, it's educational, it is proud, the culture is bound to change throughout the population. It is clearly not an easy thing. It takes costs, it needs significant leadership, and it requires transparency at all levels, that one doesn't feel that they're working without moving forward. The AVIA is one of the very necessary reforms we had in the past. And choosing the governors, these are important points that were raised because they are that breed this sense of duty among the employees to create stable ground, to have this culture. I think these are the structural changes. Yes, this is very important, and if any other of the interlocutors would like to say something, I do think we have a little time more to discuss, but it's very important what you said earlier, Kyriakos. It's something about incentives. We all agree that we need to increase HCP salaries as an additional incentive, but can we discuss this in modern terms? Can we discuss salaries as a function of effectiveness? Would this be acceptable? Well, first of all, we need to increase salaries, the base salaries, the baseline salaries, okay, a de facto thing. Now, productiveness bonus or effectiveness bonus, I don't know whether we can talk about in salaries, but through their development and growth through the system. We could possibly start with the fact that the hospital needs to be paid on the basis of its performance. If you have more surgeries, then you create an environment that serves a larger part of the population. If you introduce new technologies, you must at least be allowed to grow, to bring in new nurses, to have an autonomy in the hirings, to bring in medical technology. These things do not exist at the moment. Unless we have this, there's nothing to talk about. No one will work more in the national healthcare system to receive a salary. There must be a salary that is decent to begin with. But the money that is introduced there by the provider must support the service that is doing well. This is the reciprocity of the system. This is the drive of the system. This is where we need to focus. I think we all agree, just as a bit of information for our audience, I would like to say that in theory, as of the 1st of January of next year, reimbursements through DRGs must be a reality. And if not January 1st, within 2024, at least according to the plans of the country, we're expecting to see this in action. Mr. Kalamitsis. You used a fully justified example, which is also a complaint that reforms in the system do not move forward. And as we said before, this appears to be now something that we accept. Why, in your opinion, do reforms in the health system do not move forward, although we all want them? Why do we accept it, and what needs to be changed? Well, I think it's a clear-cut answer, and I think it concerns the politicians of this country. It has to do with political cost. There is no other explanation to this phenomenon. If they're not willing to clash with the big interests and the labor unions that are behind health, there's a tremendous political cost. Depending on the period or the era, this is a big cost. Sometimes it's lesser. Sometimes there's lack of boldness. Sometimes positions of power are conquered and someone wants to stay there and they want to sit there and they don't want to get their hands dirty. These are things we've seen. No elbow grease. This is common knowledge. It's a common secret. And there's an example that I can't fathom, and it's no one within entrepreneurship can fathom. You said it earlier. How can it be for a governor to govern an organization or a business person to govern an organization where their subordinate receives more money than they do in remuneration? And as a matter of fact, the money received by the subordinate is not received directly by him, but it's indirectly by another organization. I really can't fathom this. I mean, how can one manage and administer such an organization? Of course, what Professor Mr. Polizzo said, there is no assessment and evaluation among the clinics, but we're talking about the fundamentals of management. And we've been discussing these time and again for years. I mean, I may sound as a critic, but I do have a feeling and I do have an understanding about this. I mean, we have this relationship of power. It's very difficult to clash the beliefs and the convictions of an entire people, but this is what you need to do if you want to be a successful politician. To do this and to take steps forward that will allow to live a Greece and a health system better for our children. We received from our predecessors a beautiful national healthcare system that we were proud of, and we're delivering it to the next generation, handing it down slightly wrinkled, I would say. And it's not just that we need to give better salaries, we need to have competitive salaries as compared to what is called the global market. I mean, it's an easy thing. I mean, we just jump on a plane and go to Sweden. We have 2 flights per day. We will see very frequently our family and the sea and the sun and the other S, and we will receive more money. And why not do it? And so many people do it, and they do it on a daily basis.
Thank you for the very honest answer. Indeed, we need to talk about that if we truly want to find solutions to the problems. And one last comment by Professor Mr. Souliotis. Dear Kyriakos, one final comment. You said something very important before. You wondered how preferences can be incorporated in the decision-making process. Please, could you share your thoughts with us about that? And maybe you could also talk about measures and proposals that could be made. For example, the fact that we have many disastrous expenditure that we don't want to have, this is, in my view, is a typical expression of the value structure of the Greek society that proves that certain people are truly in solidarity with others. Do you think that we are close or far from that? It depends. Since I'm the last one, I ask for your understanding, but in order to restore the truth, I want to tell you that there are hospitals that publish analytical reports on what they have done. There is a hospital that publishes a report of things done by every department and every clinic. And I urge you to take a look at that, since it can become a guide for all other hospitals. The central administration can, for example, say, you need to follow this example. But when this is accidental and it's a result of an initiative taken by one single person, we cannot possibly claim that there are truly rules or results. However, I have seen that, I admire that, and I believe that it's a good example. Of course, it's not the best, it's not ideal, but still it is good. With regard to the pays, single remuneration system, cannot be guaranteed. Of course, all remunerations need to increase. But if you ask them, the doctors themselves what they prefer, I am sure that the majority will say that they want an immediate rise of salary. Now, aren't we all interested in having the right people in the right places? But I ask you at the same time, what is the possibility that the manager of a hospital has in order to make the right choices? Do they have the autonomy to make decisions? The only thing that we can do is remuneration on the basis of the quality of services provided, but also remuneration of certain structures like hospitals that play an additional role. For example, hospitals in remote areas or in border areas, they should be remunerated even if they don't have the same productivity levels as other hospitals in city centers, for example. But The point is that when we have clinics that are overperforming, yes, these should be paid more. And maybe this means that others will not be paid as much or at all because there are finite resources. Now, with regard to values, Costas, values are considered to be a luxury. Now we are finding it hard to make ends meet. So why and how should we start? Should we talk about values? First, we need to resolve all these problems, and we will resolve these problems if we accept that we have a system that we are reimbursing very generously, and that the risks are involved only in very severe and serious cases that may be disastrous for households. My view is, and this is the case, that when it comes to very severe cases, these are managed by the public health system because they are not that attractive for the private health system. And moreover, we shouldn't be interested only in how many operations, how many hospitalizations a hospital can show. These are measurable, but still they shouldn't be the only parameter. We need a different recipe. And when it comes to those who are worthy, you need to provide them an attractive working environment. And an attractive working environment for the university graduates is not that it's based only on pays. It is an environment that provides a certain degree of autonomy, because this is the only way that they can actually show their talent. Everything that is determined by the central administration actually leads to the recruitment of people that have complete ignorance of risk and danger. And the fact is that the state uses this in order to serve certain people that will, in their turn, help the state out. Kostas, if you allow me for a minute. Do I have a minute? The moderator of the next panel session is here with us, so we can do whatever we want. We shouldn't think that the national health system is a mess. I would say that there are sectors of the public administration that are far worse. And this is the case because an effort has truly been made during the last 20 years. The only thing is that it hasn't been consistent. What you said about the contract of performance, the business plan, and all this should become common practice for all. Look, Nikos, I confess that as I was preparing to close this discussion, I wasn't feeling pessimistic. I think that the discussion was actually a discussion that helps us feel hopeful for the future. In the discussion, we heard very interesting things about tools that we can use in order to improve the national health system. I believe that there is a lot of space for improvement. We are willing to make the necessary effort, and we will never give up. So no pessimism, on the contrary. And I believe you agree with me. I don't know if anyone would like to make a final comment. Kyriakos, Mr. Krokidis, George, would you like to make a comment on that? But I think no pessimism, on the contrary. I repeat that the NHS plays a critical role in Greek society, and it is a sign of civilization. Yes, there is a slow reaction, but because there is this thirst on the part of Greeks to contribute to the improvement of the NHS and to allow it progress, I believe that we are on the right track, and we will not stop. We will never stop, as you said. Of course, there is always this need for improvement, which is a drive for us to change things, especially in that sector that is rapidly evolving. even if you reach the ideal state, you will be obsolete in a very limited period of time. Look, the speaker from Harvard said that the national health systems are under great pressure, especially after the pandemic. They are under enormous financial pressure. I'm not talking only about NHS, I'm talking about the systems of advanced states with increased budgets. Even there, they are faced with difficulties. I believe that given the reality, we are moving ahead. If we change the culture and the mentality, we will do even better. There is a great fatigue of the health professionals. We can see in developed systems with higher pays, people not being able to cope. So we need to keep this in mind as well. Yes, we have the human resources that have reached the point of exhaustion after the pandemic, but also after the financial downturn. And these people, even though they are exhausted, they need to learn new skills in order to be able to provide the treatments of the future. I don't know how this can be done. I'm sure that the financial incentives are not enough. We need to come up with other ways so as to keep the people in the health system, so as to avoid this great resignation that is prevalent nowadays. So we truly need to become very innovative in that sense in order to take care of these people, because these people are the system, basically. The most important, if you allow me, about 1983 was the vision. The vision that was based on the pay scale of the national health system. And we need to use this remuneration system once again. Thank you very much. And without any break, we are proceeding to the next panel discussion. Yes, I'm there, I'm coming. Well done, everyone, for hanging on. Very important. Would like to invite Mr. Ioannis. I'm sure that you all know him. He is an emeritus professor of general practice and primary healthcare in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Crete, where the heart of the primary healthcare started beating. Ms. Memi Tsakoura, board member, Greek Patients Association and president of the Butterfly Bone Health Society. Our dear Charalambos Gogos, emeritus professor of medicine in the University of Patras and now director of medicine infectious diseases unit at the Metropolitan General Hospital, and Mr. Anargyros Mariolis, who will be with us online. General practitioner, director of the Aeropolis Health Center in Mani, and president of the Hellenic Academy of General Practice, Family Medicine, and of Primary Healthcare.
Now, I don't know whether Mr. Mariolis is connected. I think he's first, according to the schedule and the program. Now, do we have Mr. Mariolis with us? Mr. Mariolis. Hello, Mr. Mariolis. You can see us, you can hear us. I'm very happy to hear you and see you. We haven't seen each other since the Nemea signing of the agreement between the university and the Areopolis Manis Health Center. Now, our table is entitled Primary Healthcare Shaping the Ideal Model of the Future. Now, I don't know whether we're in a position to talk about ideal models, or whether we will need to limit ourselves to the model that we can in fact support with the powers we have at hand. But I will give you the floor, and I'm sure that you will say a lot of very interesting things about what you believe must be done. And please allow me to not resist the temptation to ask you where you would start from, because what this conference is all about is priorities. What is the key point that you think is there for the healthcare system in the country?
Mr. Suyotis, thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to greet all the other panelists, and in particular, Professor Leonis and Mr. Wogos. I would like to refer to what we have been saying for so many years, but that is the restructuring of the primary healthcare. What we need to do is to re-establish it. We need to create from scratch a new primary healthcare on the basis of new foundations and new values. And I would like to reply to your question. These values should be against of state prevalence, clientele relations, and lack of meritocracy. I'm not going to talk about primary healthcare as a pillar, something that we have been doing for the last quarter of the century, that is a pillar of a health system, but as a wider vision, which of course has a prerequisite, the achievement of the vision for universal coverage, and how this can be done through a stable financing basis. You know far better than I do, which was the financing adequacy in the first 20 years of the introduction of primary healthcare. What we want to do is to create a primary healthcare that will be based on new models of care and of provision of services. And this new model will differ to the one of the model of a practitioner that is working on an individual basis, that responds to acute cases and operates independently from a network of health services. This is the current model that needs to be changed. These are the reforms that we need to promote in the health system. And these reforms need to be based on indicators that reflect the true pillars of primary healthcare. The most basic, in my view, is continuity in care. You understand how things are in our country. Will it be human-centric? Will it be at the same time based on an approach of on the basis of age of the population? Of course, an equally important factor is the quality of health services, the prevention. Will it be effective? And in order to talk about the autonomy of people, that is both of the citizens and of the patients, what we have in the private sector is the customization of the care, which is now called primary care. If we have managed to prove, and this is our fault, who has the responsibility of the patient, of the person in an out-of-hospital environment. This is our fault. That is why what we need to do is to acknowledge the importance and the value of the public and private sector, as well as the importance of making an effort in order to develop an awareness and a concept, if you like, of primary healthcare that will incorporate all the fragmented structures. We need to create new cradles of care that will respond to the needs of the health professionals, that will ensure that these health professionals will be highly specialized, will have the necessary skills, will be supported by technology, and will ensure the coordination of care that will be adjusted to the needs of the population they serve. However, what we are lacking in our country is the culture. And with regard to that, Professor Leonis has developed a very specific curriculum, not only for the health professionals, but all those who are interested. I hope that this curriculum will be implemented. We need education and training in order to change the current state of play. In other words, we need to make a shift from the provision of healthcare, which is currently focused on the treatments of specific diseases, towards a health system that will respond even to the special needs of the citizens and of the community in general, with even greater importance placed on the holistic and complete care. Right now, the health system and primary healthcare are they truly based on the values of solidarity and equality? Do all citizens share the same rights? For example, citizens in remote areas, do they enjoy the same level of health services? Or are there distinctions? And in conclusion, I would like to tell you that the principles and the values that are necessary in order to maintain such a health system are fairness and effectiveness. And I would like to pose some questions. The capability to monitor the progress. Is there such a monitoring? Is there a leadership in primary healthcare? Is there a vision? No. Is there responsibility and accountability of the governments for what they have done during the last 30 years for primary healthcare? No. Is there sustainability? No. Is there any orientation towards the highest standards of quality and safety? No. Nor is there any interdisciplinarity. Thank you very much, and I expect your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mariolis. As was expected, you touched upon some very critical issues, and you actually said something that can be elaborated further by Mr. Leonie. We talked about autonomy, for example, and I would like to remind you of the successful experiment of Crete. Mr. Professor, you have the floor. Before Professor takes the floor, I would like to thank him for being the beacon for primary healthcare in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I hope we will not need any additional time, although there appears to be some. And I would like to show my first slide, if you'd like. I'm the one in control, but it hasn't started. There we go. We need to take a step back. So I start with a very important message. Is primary healthcare not enough? That's what 2 weeks ago was written by Richard Horton in an editorial in Lancet. And then you can see our answer, our response, and the answer we have by 5 people from the academia, and say, no, primary healthcare is essential. But this raises a question. Primary healthcare, Mr. Dean, did not document its effectiveness. And I remember a few years ago with a parliamentary committee where I had the pleasure of proposing part of the money of the ministry to support the healthcare professionals in the structures of public and private sector and start a benchmark baseline to see that primary healthcare in Greece does something and to allow it to be a formal interlocutor, a formal partner. This is a slide from Astana. It's 2018, and it talks about primary healthcare that needs to have a key role and a protagonist role, not only in the immigration wave, but also in climate change and the big natural disasters. To what extent primary healthcare is prepared to deal with all these? But I believe that I had from this exceptional panel and you, Professor, something that we've discussed time and again, that it is a priority to evaluate the population's health needs, and at the end of the day, to assign and appoint blame to primary healthcare and the private doctor through contractual practices. It's something we have discussed in the past ago, that we will have to do with the population's needs that they're trying and attempting to cover. This presupposes large databases and recording. But the first such reference in the slide that we can see Greece here to be paying this very dearly. We did pay for that during the pandemic, and we still mourn vulnerable people. It's focusing on vulnerable groups, which is not just the elderly. I don't like, I would say the people of old age. I don't like the elderly. It's the socially excluded of all types and the poor. It is the first priority to turn the attention of primary health care towards the vulnerable groups of the population. The second thing we write here is that in order to make this happen and also to invest, we must look at the healthcare professionals themselves, the HCPs who are on fire and who are burning out, and compassion fatigue is a major issue with hospitals and primary healthcare, and it forces them to leave. Ask the doctors you have working next to you whether they're happy from the provision of the services. Tell me, how many satisfaction expressions will you have? How much can someone invest and build a new health system when they're investing on healthcare professionals who are in burnout or in compassion fatigue? The third thing is chronic disease management. Chronic disease management, and you remember this, Mr. Dean, we have been talking for many years about this this integration. When Mr. Raw was talking this from Patras, this integration requires many other functional things. That it's a great subject that will in turn lead to the radical restructuring of the primary healthcare services. This slide comes from the Commission, the European Commission, when during the pandemic we were saying that the vulnerable are not just those with underlying diseases. And we're talking about the global mental health crisis. Here we have a slide that shows one of the highest metabolic syndrome rates in Crete of low morbidity and low mortality from cancer and other diseases a few years ago. So cardiovascular disease is the next pandemic, and it is linked with mental health as well. If one were to think that modern meta-analyses say that social isolation, low self-esteem, the social status, and any discrimination are key drivers in CVD. This is the integration we were talking about, Professor, but from that point on, this integration, which is raised by Ms. Agapidaki in the political leadership. Our concern is when you're talking about integration of public health with primary care, you need to equal interlocutors, and public health has a strong capacity, it has an academic capacity, and a very well-developed network. What I'm asking is this, for primary healthcare, are we ready to discuss in terms of sufficiency and equality in order to be able to build such a system? This is one of my last slides. It shows a fundamental bridge. Professor Gorgos will make references to bridges between the public and the private sector. And I would kindly ask you, Professor, to talk with me again about the bridge between the sector of social care, that is now reports to the Social Cohesion Ministry and Family, with health, so as not to mourn again and talk about those private structures that really show decrepit pictures on television. And the last one, another bridge, mental health integration with primary care. We want the personal doctor today primarily to handle and manage mental health disorders. Unfortunately, primary care HCPs have as a priority the training to urgent and emergency medicine, which is a serious choice, but no one is asking for the further training and education. So we're talking about what the president of the Academy, Hellenic Academy mentioned, Mr. Mariolis of General Practice. This proposal that it's not just the University of Crete, it's with the contribution of Academy and other colleagues from Athens to enhance the RRF. We want this system of re-education right here, right now, and a system of constant support of the HCPs in primary healthcare from the public sector in reality. And here we have the digital creations and inventions. We have a hub at the University of Crete, which is at the hands and at the disposal of the ministry leadership. Thank you. Thank you very much. While you were speaking, I was thinking about social care, and you actually caught me there. And apart from these colossal issues of social vulnerability that creates an explosive mixture of needs with some populations, I think we need to see somewhat differently. Take a step back and look at public health with primary health care, with social care. I mean, there are no scientific entrenchments, the scientific community, and without wanting to toot my own horn, I would like to say that we have broken the fourth wall, and we are living in the times of interdisciplinarity. Now, when we're trying to do these interventions, we need to break these entrenchments. Social care, primary health care, and health are one and the same. Those who assign and decide the intensity of what we will do is the needs of the population, which leads me to introduce the esteemed representative of this society, Mrs. Tsekura, whom I would like to give the floor to. Now, I would like to take the floor and receive the pass from Mr. Leonis, who, just like you, is a pillar for the Patients Association, and you are a tremendous help in the scientific part, who said the word interlocutor. The Patients Association, although we have been established by the state, we do not participate in crucial matters where we should have a voice. Now, we have an assigned status, and we should be a partner in the decision-making process, and I think it very necessary to hear the voice of the patients in the design and the changes and the reform of the primary health care and the health system. So the key goal should be the creation and the access to the e-medical record, both by the doctors and the patients themselves. There is a tremendous deficit and lack in this issue. We, with the association, give a great example to the literacy and prevention and all these things. These are two fields that I believe will bring about significant change to primary health care. When we say literacy and prevention, and these are two very heavy notions and things that are significant and of health and civilization. When we're talking about literacy, it's something very precise. It has to do with everyone. And we look at literacy and we propose as it starts from all various degrees of teaching, from the schools to become a mandatory class in health-related schools that have to do with health, and the universities as well. I mean, it's unthinkable to have a health scientist without knowing how to behave, who is the patient, what their needs are, and to know everything there is about anatomy, and that's it. What have we done to talk about literacy? Because, well, talks are nice and words are nice, but actions are better. The Patients Association has started the gradual further training of its members through the SH Hub networking program supported by the Bodosaki Foundation, which is our pride and joy. One of the most common terms used by the HCPs and the doctors to the more specialized things like drug policy, clinical trials, familiarization with the digital transformation, the patients are trained to have an active role and to develop skills about everything in all issues that pertain to their health and are required in order to avoid mis- and disinformation. Misinformation is very important, which must be stressed, and we deal with it on a daily basis. Also, Patients' Right Day, which is something that we raised as our key goal. It was a landmark. It was an awakening when 14 patients shared their experiences and their personal stories. 14 rights defined by the WHO. These were communicated the world over. And our vision is to create a patient's academy with skills so that the patient may understand and fathom all meanings and everything, and to have a constant training of everyone who is involved, the healthcare professionals, but also the local government. We can't remove local governments the same way we can't eject the pharmacists. In a nutshell, we need to create a therapeutic or treatment alliance that will allow the patients to know where they can go, whom to speak to have access to knowledge. Now, regarding prevention, which is a very important thing, and which our association is doing everything it can through campaign and raising awareness, information, we can contribute to prevention, both the association as a whole, as well as the different clubs that are members of the association in collaboration with the social and the association, the scientific community, local communities, in order to reduce hospital expenditure and not to leave from primary healthcare, and to have the personal doctor, which is something that the people want. Very recently, during presentation, well, because you asked me to convey my personal experience, there was a presentation at a conference that was held 3 days ago. It was a room that was filled to the brim, not just with patients and their families. I asked them this question: what does primary healthcare mean for you and to you, and what does the personal doctor? And they said, what is primary healthcare? They're asking for access. We ask that the doctor understand us. And they're not asking to be a father to go anywhere, but what they really want is contact. They want to have an integrated communication and to go to their doctor and to feel them as though they're their people. This was the sense and this was the opinion that was expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The work of the association is indeed very important, and it acts as an avalanche. Every year, the footprint of your initiatives is even greater. You offer a shield of protection, and you are an ally of the Greek patients who very often feel as if they are moving in void. You talked about literacy, and at the same time, we need to talk about the pathways in the health system, pathways that are not always very clear, and this causes problems to the patients and also to the system. And that is why we're talking about the primary healthcare, because it can provide us with answers to all these problems. Mr. Gogos, as Mr. Ioannis, you have offered valuable services to the Greek patients. You are a person that has graduated from Greek university, that has a good feeling of the Greek health system. You have also worked in the private sector. In the past, we were saying that there are no borders between public and private health sector, that the only thing that is important is the quality of services provided. I want to ask you, what is your view about the primary health care, in which, of course, the role of the private sector is of utmost importance? Thank you very much, Mr. Soyotis, dear friend. I would like to start with a word that was repeatedly mentioned by Mr. Ioannis, who knows my belief in the importance of integration. I believe in integration, and I would like to congratulate the organizers on having an integrated panel that can touch upon the heart of the problem. We have Mr. Ioannis that has deep knowledge of primary healthcare. I am in awe, Mr. Ioannis. I'm in awe for the work that Mr. Ioannis has done and is still doing. And, of course, the representative of the Patients Association, that is of critical importance, a person that has a very limited involvement in primary health care. And, of course, this is true with the exception of the contacts I had with the medical associations, with the patients associations during the pandemic. I have also some good experiences of cooperation with the hospitals and medical centers in different areas of Greece in order to solve the problems that had arisen. I would also like to say that for me, who I'm a doctor that is involved in tertiary healthcare. I have gone through all the hospitals of Greece, and I know the pathogenicities and the problems. And now I'm working in the private sector, and I know how important prevention is. I know how many people would have avoided hospitalization if they had been vaccinated for COVID-19 and many other diseases. Many cases would have been resolved in the primary healthcare sector and wouldn't have ended up in the hospitals. And of course, another important issue is the public health and the importance of primary healthcare for the resolution of problems at that level. We have also seen experts on the TV channels talking about the vaccines, which of course were not that effective as could have been the personal doctor that would provide the information to the patients on a more personal level. And all this can actually become a reality if there is a hub of teams, associations, people who will combine among them the different tasks. And of course, if there is an interaction among the different degrees of health, primary, secondary, and tertiary, that will include clinical training, clinical activity, and even research, because research is also lagging behind in Greece. I would like to touch upon three very important topics raised. First of all, vulnerability. The population that suffered during COVID-19 was socially vulnerable, but also vulnerable in terms of health. And that because the system wasn't that operational from the beginning of the pandemic. Of course, things have improved, and they have improved significantly. Now, the regional hospitals in Greece have been informed about protocols. And of course, this has been the result of our collaboration with the Ministry of Health and with ODP. Together, we took action in order to provide the necessary information to hospitals in order for them to better manage the vulnerable populations, which are the Roma, the refugees, the migrants that always suffer during these pandemics. The second, patients. Patients are better informed by their personal doctor than by the expert, the authority of a hospital or of a university. And it's very important, the feedback that we get. The patient's outcomes currently are very high. They are one of the first things we check. And the last thing that wasn't mentioned, but it's very important for us, is supervision. Supervision performed by the private medical practices, but also by the doctors, always in relation to the epidemiology of disease. We have the structures we need in order to know what we need to know about different diseases. With regard to the infectious diseases, I know how is the current state with regard to these diseases, and I know what's going on with regard to cancer and other diseases. And allow me to add something else about the integrated approach. There is the need for a close collaboration between private and public sector. The overflow that was observed in the hospitals and which was then resolved by moving some patients to the private hospitals was indeed very effective. So we do need a collaboration between private and public sector that can actually decrease the pressure, especially in a crisis like the COVID-19 crisis. And in conclusion, I would like to talk about education. Me and Mr. Ioannis have tried for years to change the curricula in universities. And you know that it's what is said, that it's easier to change stuff in universities than change the curricula. You know that there are curricula that do not include the course of primary healthcare. There are only few exceptions, the exceptions of Crete and of our university. However, slowly all the universities have realized the importance of that course and are following this direction. And of course, equally important are the postgraduate degrees and the lifelong learning. Doctors need to be retrained and to have the possibility to follow continuous lifelong learning. And of course, very important is quality EOP. EOP needs to use quality indicators, but Mr. Leonis, this indicator should be introduced to primary healthcare because this is the only way to have a clear view of what's going on in the country. You said many interesting things. However, I would like to keep note of the importance of crisis management. I would like to remind you of one event of the pandemic. There was a negotiation going on with the doctors of the private sector during the crisis. I think that it would have been better to have a ready crisis management plan than having the negotiations while the storm was ongoing. We could have an agreement for crisis management so that in case a need arises, we will know exactly what to do. We will know whether the staff is appropriately trained or whether there is a need to provide training. So do you think that, Mr. Mariolis, do you think that we are ready to ensure the autonomy of the primary healthcare if there is a relevant decision taken? And if not, what is missing? Mr. Souliotis, next to you is the pioneer of the implementation of this procedure, Mr. Leonis. A few years ago, he successfully implemented this procedure despite the reactions. Without autonomy and with the integration of all fragmented structures that exist in the primary healthcare, that is, by establishing primary healthcare networks and by ensuring the autonomy of health centers, he managed to get results. And this is the only way that we can actually get results. Now, what you said about the family doctor, it is a component of primary care. It is not the integrated primary care. It is important since the family doctor can take on the role of a guide, can provide continuous and concerted care. It can provide guidance. However, what you can see is that the majority of the colleagues, and majority, I mean 3,350 family doctors in a country, a number that is quite significant, are willing to initiate this procedure. Still, we are at a very early stage. I would like to believe that we can actually promote it. We have been talking about it for many years, and in collaboration with the competent networks, we can actually set the necessary priorities, always, of course, by making the necessary investments in material and human resources. And as the representative of the Patients Association said, what we are lacking is this first contact. And I remember an article by Professor Ioannis that was published in 2018-19 that was talking about the shaping of that path of access to the health system for all patients. And with regard to the article published in Lancet, an article that was talking about a powerful primary care, what do we see? On the basis of these two articles, we can see a deficit in the primary healthcare, and especially with regard to the management of the chronic diseases. And as Mr. Kokalakis had said many years ago, the family doctors are not experts in diseases. They are experts in patients. And this has been my guide throughout all these years, and it helped me realize the role of the family doctors in the health system. This deficit, if you like, in access, this deficit in coordination of care and interconnection is indeed very important, since it is associated with our ineffectiveness in managing the chronic diseases. I'm not going to talk about prevention. That has become a rhetorical matter without us fully understanding it. What I would suggest is the development of an interconnected, integrated primary care system in the form of what we call indicator of services that will ensure the universal and equitable coverage of needs, health and care needs. Mr. Ioannis talked about the future and talked about the integration of regions in the primary health care, something that could ensure sustainable management of patients and diseases, something that, of course, is based on exchange of data at the level of primary care. I talked about the efforts made by the governments in the direction we need to assess the results of those efforts and to see whether we could actually deal with the deficit that can be observed in the management of chronic diseases, a deficit that is very strong, especially with regard to the 10 chronic diseases that we have determined. This deficit in the integrated care, but also the absence of interconnection of services are two major issues on which we need to focus. Moreover, mental health. Mental health is a sector in which regional authorities are involved. And apart from that, social care that is offered by different departments and different authorities that are supervised by the Ministry of Labor. I believe that all of these prove that we are lagging far behind. Congratulations on the work that you are doing in Aeropolis and in the wider area. We talked about networking. Yes, you will have the last word, Mr. Professor. How do you perceive this networking? What is the role of university in this discussion? I believe that the role of the university is always central, and especially when it comes to the education, since the university is the main player in education. A very important issue is the undergraduate degrees. The students need to be able to attend courses on primary healthcare throughout the curriculum. Students need to be educated about what it means to deal with patients, how to manage patients. We need to learn that the patients are the center of everything, and the best indication of an evidence-based medicine is actually the contact and the relation with the patients. So the university needs to ensure that the graduates are mature enough that they know what patients management means, and that throughout the professional life of a doctor, there is the provision of lifelong learning and education. And again, with regard to networking, I would like to tell you that the Crete has model medical centers that ensure the medical file for each patient. There is a continuity in hospitalization, in dealing with diseases, in prevention, in family medicine that accompanies the patient from the moment they are vaccinated till the moment they are in the emergency care unit. Moreover, there needs to be an interaction between central hospitals, if you like, that don't need to be universities. And mind you that the national health system has excellent doctors with the regions and the doctors in the primary, secondary, and tertiary health and in the medical centers. And of course, there needs to be an interconnection between the public and the private sector. We cannot open clinics in cases of emergency in order to meet the demand or to cover the needs. There may be an earthquake, for example. We need to be ready. We need to have a ready system for crisis management, and at the same time, the experts, the specialists need to train others at the primary healthcare level.
Very well. I should possibly add that we are working on individualized and personalized medicine, but the need to analyze the data in large population groups are there, and therein the role of the university is very important. So this is a population, target population that changes from area to area and from social group to social group. Yes, and let's add digitization, okay? And this is something we need to talk about with the EYs and whatever in the groups they have to play a pivotal role. Precisely that, what Professor Gogos said. When we're talking about this interdisciplinary role, we as the Patients Association accept this, and you are the pioneers to help us in this work. We accept that what is required is this therapeutic or treatment alliance. But first and foremost, we must have the valuable partner and the established capacity of the Patients Association. It is unthinkable to have agencies that make decisions without the patients. We, with the Patients Association, have been specialized. We have talked, we have looked, we have researched, we have talked to the scientists, we have created teams, we're struggling, we're fighting for it, and we're active. And unfortunately, they do not invite us, not to tell our opinion, but the opinion of the patients, which has been documented by the university, by hospitals, and by everyone from every aspect. So you understand that unless we have a concerted effort and a treatment or therapeutic alliance, which is in my own words, with the participation of all stakeholders, how can the recipient, which is the patient, have faith and trust in the doctor or the local health unit or whatnot? There is a gap. Please allow me to say that the systems that are more open to dialogue with the participation of civil society and the patients are performing better. And this is not by accident, it's not by chance, it's because this process of decision-making is more documented and more democratic. We would like to close our table with Mr. Leonis. Please allow me to say that we have known each other and worked together for over 10 years, and it is, we believe that we owe him a lot, both our country and the system, and the next generations of people who are serving there. And we'd like to say that Mr. Leonis, Professor Leonis, is working in a synthetic way. And I would like him to work in a synthetic way and bring together everything we've heard, and to close the table with a final remark on primary health care. Thank you very much for your kind words, and please allow me this. And rethink to say that we can't read the future or analyze the present unless we look into the past. I remember in 1985, a very big historical meeting at the Hilton Hotel. The late Doxiadis was no longer a minister, who called the American Family Physicians, the first board of directors of the American Family Physicians. And there, two people were there, me and another one, to talk about general medicine. We're not general practitioners, okay? We were trying to read the meanings. It was Boudosakis, Merkouris, Boudosakis from Thessaloniki, and I had both the pleasure and the honor to accompany this panel that was organized by the late Doxiadis. Now, in this environment that was affected by Alma Ata, the approach to primary health care and the family doctor are very different than what they are today. I'm very sorry to say so, but there is a distortion in the picture, the image of the family doctor. The family doctor now, today, Mr. Mariolis has done great efforts to do that, is the 19 and above doctor. He's no longer a family doctor. He's lost the children. The pediatricians are on them. And tomorrow, the day after, they will remove him more parts from his quiver, his armamentarium. So this thing is lost. And unfortunately, his sense, his role, and his function has lost its value, has been devalued. This is the main message that primarily leads today general practitioners, family doctors, to leave abroad. It's very important to recompose and put back together again this family doctor, to look at family again, to what all these incredible colleagues said about these integration models, the interconnection, etc. and always with the support of the patients. So I believe that with the new role that we will give them, then the services will come. And then we will have support and everything. Right now, family doctors in the system are considered as, and they're attributed with a very final and last and lesser role, which leads to their depreciation and their under appreciation. And this is my proposal. As to right now, apart from these distortions experienced by the system, and the meanings and the notions, Mr. Suliotis, dear Dean, and I will put a full stop here, we still haven't understood and realized the difference between curing and caring. Big things, big meanings that we will need to discuss and incorporate in the health system. That being said, Greece has a political leadership today, both the current and the previous one, and the one prior to that, is discussing about primary health care. There are references to the family doctor, although they're not integrated and complete ones, and they're fragmented ones. Universities do have colleagues today. In Corinth and in all medical schools and in healthcare professional school, there is a brilliant academic body. All these agents need to talk amongst themselves. We need to hear the voice of the nurses, of the social workers, of their own agency. I believe that it is through these voices and academic prospects, and by incorporating all research proposals of the patients, Greece has the prospects. Greece has a future. And we who became the wise demogerons, we became the wise elders now, are very proud of our young colleagues. And primarily, and thank you for the time you gave me, primarily for the young researchers who are unfortunately leaving. The brain drain is not just the HCPs, it's the crème de la crème of your researchers. It's the people who were given merits, academic skills, and we don't have jobs for them. And this is a cry, a desperate cry to the Ministry of Education. Come and help the Ministry of Health, really, and then the system that is collapsing by giving them academic jobs and by keeping these young people at all costs. This, as a small cry of despair, I want to say that yes, Greece has the skills. Greece has the academic guarantees, and it can keep, maintain, and save what we all here and are describing and are saying is collapsing. Thank you very much, Dean, for honoring me to speak and to raise my voice together with other colleagues. I share your concern and your stress, sir. And this is about investment priorities and reform and political priorities. And investment in knowledge is an investment indeed. And the proposal you submitted must move forward. Using as a vehicle the best skilled and trained people of the system is the only way to have a best system. Thank you very much to all the speakers for their excellent presentations. And I should like to immediately call to the floor Mr. Athanasakis, so that if we can be, as the least sense of gratitude, to rid them of ourselves a bit earlier than what the schedule says. Oh, photo opportunity. Okay, and all of you who are still with us, the heroes, the unsung heroes of this story.
I think everything has already been said. We don't need to repeat ourselves. So can you hear us? Yes, okay. So there are only a few left. We had 2 very productive days. I didn't expect anything less. I have been taking part in this conference for many years, and I can say that every year it becomes better. It becomes more mature, just like we are becoming more mature. I have only one comment to make. I said it in the panel yesterday. This conference is held just like the dialogue is held for decision-making. In other words, people that are the most competent one to make decisions, along with the investors, along with the patients, scientists, decision makers, are all taking part in this dialogue. And this is exactly what we need to maintain. We need to maintain this spirit as the legacy of this conference. Yes, we did something special this year. We touched upon hospitals, financing, drugs, pharmaceutical policy, data, primary care. We opened many discussions, but we have also made specific proposals, and I believe that this is the legacy for next year. Of course, I would like to convey the greetings of Ilias Kyriopoulos. He couldn't be with us since he had to be in London, and I would also thank Mr. Spiritounias, Mr. Rizoglu, and all the team of AmCham. Thank you for the excellent work, and we expect to see you all in the next conference that will have even greater participation, and we will touch upon more topics. I believe that we also had well-moderated panel discussions, and this is again one of the positive aspects of this conference. Vula, can you please come here for a photo?